Zidia. What up? Zidia. What up? WoW is the greatest esport in the world, and these teams prove it. Holy chills. Yeah, it's giving me shivers. I think it's a bot typing that. You're betting on to win it all today? Dignitas. That was my prediction for the get go, and I'm sticking to it. I think it could really go to any one of the three teams. I don't think Big Lucky wins. I think it go to either Dignitas, Mandatory, or Liquid. I'm just gonna go out on a limb and guess Dignitas. Actually, you know what? Um, I was gonna say we could do a prediction, just right now, who's gonna win it all, and see what you guys think. But the thing is, I can't reward the prediction because then we can't do like the each match prediction. Are you guys just type what you think? Kind of said Mobo isn't playing on Mentor anymore. He was previously their healer, right? Could do a pull, but no rewards. Yeah, I guess. Yeah. I wonder where he stopped playing. I actually wonder, Mandatory, like, so Mandatory took on Jinji, Kush, and that's it, I think, right? Oh, and Miras. I like what happens there? Do they just like give the previous members the boot, or like did they stop playing? I wonder. Well, I don't remember Mandatory participating in the season 3 TGP. Remember the top 3 teams in the TGP in season 3 were Dignitas. Well, at that point in time, they were Miscount, Liquid, and Echo. For all my coins on Liquid, even though they lost in losers, I feel the Yip stiff is gonna be too good today. Yips is definitely crazy. I mean, I think they when I made my pickums for the event, I predicted that Liquid would have a lower bracket run. I think they'll beat the loser of Mandatory and Dignitas, which I guess be Mandatory, in the lower finals. So they're gonna beat Big Lucky. They'll probably beat. Well, they're supposed to beat. I think they'll beat Mandatory, and then they'll make it to the finals but lose to Dignitas. That's my guesstimate. Also, I'm still waiting to see Game 5. Maybe we'll go one. I thought Mandatory was in Season 3 TGB. Here, we'll pull it up. Oh, they were in here. Okay, they literally did compete. But yeah, I just remember. I remember the top 3 teams because they all had the same score. So Mandatory was outside the top 3. Is that what happened, Raichu? Like, do you know for certain that did they kicked their players to make room for the Holy Method guys? Is that how that went? Is that lore accurate? I don't know. You're shit talking? Alright, W. How it feels to spread misinformation. Lima, you're folding as soon as Meeks gets on the screen. I already know. I already know. Oh my god. Alright, we're going to the YouTube stream and we're praying that it doesn't brick itself like it has previously. I'll unmute once the caches get on screen. I'm kind of enjoying this music. It's very soothing to the soul. I love. Oh, I thought it said I love LARP. Oh, subscribers only. Am I not subscribed? Subscribe. Bang. All right, here we go.
Ready. Victory is the goal, and speed the only way to win it. Welcome to Championship Sunday of the Mythic Dungeon International. Season 1 of Midnight has been faster, fiercer, and more formidable than ever. On our final day of the season, our
LARP.
top 4 teams will race to the throne, but only the fastest among them will take their prize as champions. I'm your host, Rook, sounding the starting gun here with your
What's up,
MDI
chat?
casters. And Dratnos, we've seen this season evolve from time trials all the way through to our
I feel like I
finals
look
now.
yellow today.
So what's been the big story of Midnight Season 1 for you?
Okay, well, it started off with Xal'atath attacking Silvermoon. Then there was a big fight at the top of the Void Spire, and she like extracted
Okay.
Laura
Oh, sure, yeah.
I look in
You know,
yellow or what?
Dratnos, that's definitely one way to take it, but maybe we could focus on the MDI specifically, you know,
Maybe a little
not the
bit.
game
Or
story.
I'll just do that for now.
Okay, all right, that makes a bit more sense. It's my bad. So the MDI so far has also been really.
All right, sorry,
exciting.
Luma.
We've had some really strong teams. 32 total teams that we've seen across 4 group weekends.
Hello,
8 of
Guy,
whom
for the road
survived to
changes.
this weekend. 4 of whom have survived to today, all of whom have qualified to BlizzCon as well. But today is going to be a really important day.
Wait.
Because this is going to determine
Petals
not just the
is-
seeding for
is-
BlizzCon,
is
but a lot of prize money implications, and
tied
a lot of
up.
pride and glory.
Holy shit,
And,
wait,
coming out
should I have
on
busted
top
out the
against
full-on
competition
suit
like
for
this is
today?
a really big deal.
Oh, absolutely. I mean,
Dude,
when you have
oh,
teams
wait,
are
would that have
so
gone
good, we have
crazy mode or
such a
what?
stacked lineup, and they're all going head-to-head.
You know what?
You know that
It-
they won't be able to
for
overcome that
BlizzCon, maybe we'll do
competition.
it.
And of course, I think this sets us up for a pretty exciting day. But
You still have time? No, I really don't want to, because I mean, I would like to for
Honestly, I mean, we're right
the
here.
appeal,
We have 4 teams,
but
all of them already
it's supposed to
qualified.
get
All of
like
them are
up to
behemoths
32
of their
degrees
own
where I live
caliber,
today,
and they're
which is
looking
like
for the
incredibly
title
hot.
for this
And
season.
I know.
It's gonna be a blast, really.
My unit doesn't have
I think we
AC,
a
so
perfect
I'm
blend
gonna,
of
I'll actually just be
amazing
a
skill fierce competition and a fantastic opening
roasting
season.
pig
And
if
speaking
I
of
dress up
roasting
like that.
kettles, a new expansion brings new opportunities for teams to rise to the top.
That is freezing.
But it's
Okay,
time for our teams to
listen,
be the
relax
first
to
champion
all you
crowned here at
Americans
Midnight.
that are living like
I think
Texas
this
and
is an
shit,
absolute
alright?
massive deal.
32
This
is
the beginning of the MDI.
crazy hot where I
Essentially
live.
one team that
And you
was
gotta understand
dominant, whether that
where I'm
be,
at,
you know, Method
like,
U, Echo, Wunderbar, whatever you want to call them.
it's
that team
historically been
basically
cool
is just
enough
all
that
reinforced the
majority
last
of
two games,
places
and now
don't
there's
have
a
air
question
conditioning.
as to who's gonna pick up the crown. You know, with mandatory,
So
we got
this
some
type
the
of
most
temperature
powerful
is like
to ever do it.
murder, bro.
Are they gonna be able to continue that winning streak for Dignitas? Are they gonna go back to back?
Yeah, okay, but like you guys are saying this where it's like super standard for there to be AC where everyone lives. I'm telling you that's not the case here.
And, you know, they're back to back race world first champions, and are they going to be able to make it happen in Dungeons? We have 4 teams, and I think that they're all vying with equal share to be able to take down the MDI crown this season.
I totally agree. Honestly, I can't. wait
Either
to see
way, it's
how
hot
these
for
teams
me,
are gonna play
okay?
out today, but of course, we have a little bit ahead of us. Before then, here we are standing at the end of one of our most competitive seasons.
And I'm
yet.
I'm
All of our group
empathetic
weekends
with
and season as a
it
whole
being
have led
even
us
hotter
to
where you
this
guys are when you go
moment,
outside.
this
Yes,
day.
that
But
will
let's look back at our roadmap
that
to
would
see
feel
just how we got to the season
worse,
1
for sure.
finals. Of course, back in April, we had time trials across our regions. The top teams moved on from those.
All I've got
into
is
our
a
group
little
stages.
fan,
We watched
which
those
I've turned
groups
off because it was on all
unfold
night.
over last month,
Giving it a
roughly.
break.
And the top 2 teams from each of those moved on here to our season 1 finals.
That is
where we
crazy,
started with
Rachel.
8 and we're down to 4. Not only have they qualified
Yeah,
for
El
BlizzCon
Nino-
ahead,
El
but they are
Nino-
vying today
El
for a
Nino going pretty hard right now, I
$100,000
hear.
prize pool. And if you become a champion
shit heating
here,
things up.
you take home even more, especially when you look ahead to the additional prizes.
Ooh,
at
look at the
BlizzCon.
infographic. They have
But
little
it has
team
been an
icons.
absolutely incredible first season, and day 2 of our finals weekend actually led to eliminations for half of our teams. But the top 4 left standing have the making
Where are you
of
guys-
champions.
so-
So Dratnos, can you help us keep
Where
our
you-
memories
where
fresh
you
by taking
guys,
us through
like,
yesterday's action?
Yeah, day 2
From
was
to be
amazing.
saying
It was
this,
great.
by
If
the
you
way. I
haven't watched
assume
it,
you're
you
all
should
in
go
like
do that.
the
But if
US
you don't want to, here's a quick 3-minute recap.
in
We started off
more hot
with
states.
Mandatory versus Liquid. Both teams were incredibly fast. The 3 maps were all very close.
Oh,
and
you're
it
in
all came down to
Spain?
just a couple of mistakes.
Oh,
Mandatory
shit.
actually lost game 1
That makes
off of
sense.
2 deaths at the end of a Zenith that otherwise was incredibly fast for them.
Okay, but in
Liquid
Spain,
had a
don't you
couple
guys
deaths in
take, like,
Skyreach, and then we got to this Mysara
what's it
Caverns,
called?
Where both teams on just 1 death, couple percent on the boss. but
Oh,
Mandatory
shit, the
were team that
pop-off.
took it, and they qualified directly to BlizzCon with that win, made it through to today as well. An
Doesn't
incredible
Spain take, like,
performance
the,
out of one of our
like, the
tournament
midday,
front runners.
like,
Then
break?
we saw Triple Threat
The
versus
siesta,
Dignitas. Triple
yes.
Threat doing all this cool stuff to facilitate the arms.
Do you
warrior. We'll
proc
talk a little
midday
bit more about
naps? Is that real?
in their later series, but unfortunately, just a couple of small mistakes, and Dignitas ended up being able to capitalize on that and win that series again. Fairly
Sweden, oh
close,
shit.
Games between the two. Triple Threat definitely looked really strong, but not quite able to take a game against Dignitas. Big Lucky versus Interrupt down in the lower bracket now featured a disconnect from Big Lucky, unfortunately.
Phoenix, Arizona?
That
Okay,
caused
yeah,
them to
that's
lose
why I was
map 1 at
expecting.
the
I have
favorites
relatives that
against
live there.
Interrupt, but they were able to rally
Yeah, whenever
and
I go,
bring it
like,
back
dude,
2-1
everywhere there's
against
air conditioning.
Interrupt, including this pit of Sarah.
But, like,
where
that,
it was
obviously, because
absurdly fast.
how
Look
would
at the
you
timer there
live
at
there
the
without
top
it?
right. Big Lucky able to finish this dungeon at 10 minutes and 40 seconds. Then we had the Battle of the Underdogs. Sen Spellbook versus Auntie's Angels, two of our lowest seeded teams that qualified through to this weekend. It ended up being
Never takes
Auntie's
the
Angels
kills
that
me.
took this series
Fair enough.
2-0 off of several deaths.
I'm like
from
a
Sen
dead
Spellbook,
zombie in the
unfortunately,
migraine.
in
Oh,
both
okay, that's all
runs.
good.
Then Triple Threat versus Big Lucky. Triple Threat did a lot of really cool stuff to facilitate this arms
Straya-
war and make it look good. Look at the way they pulled extra
NW
trash in,
I don't know what
such that it
NW
would
is.
come in the middle
What
of
is
each of these
Straya?
boss fights, giving that arms warrior access to those
Or
extra
where is
targets,
Straya?
which
Is that
really makes it
location?
shine. Look at that damage meter, just doing huge amounts of
Straya.
damage by virtue of all this extra
Oh,
work that they were
northwest.
doing.
Oh.
So they did all this cool hard part, and then
My bad.
we messed up a couple of little things. Like
Oh, Australia.
a skip here on the
Oh,
wind
shit.
tunnel that ended up causing a lot of time loss. Big Lucky were
Australia.
going
I
big
getcha.
as well, and they got lucky to have mistakes for both of the maps against Triple Threat as well, which meant that Big Lucky ended up taking that series 2-0.
Thinks honestly below
despite
42
Triple Threat
degrees
having
the
a
next
lot
3
of really
months,
cool
yeah.
strategies that they showed off. Just minor
sense.
to medium-sized mistakes in both maps ended up being more than enough for Big Lucky to take that series. Then Liquid versus Auntie's Angels, the final qualification match for BlizzCon that we had yesterday. Liquid had some really cool strategies. The way they played this Mysara Caverns, freeing those prisoners early and then getting straight into the first boss, hitting the Lust, but as a result, not getting quite as much count from the start of the dungeon, which meant they then owed us that big pull that we just saw there in the Mysara Caverns. Really big, really impressive pull, led them to winning that map. Then they won the Zenith as well, so they took that series 2-0, stamped their ticket to BlizzCon, and are still alive down in the lower bracket today.
Yesterday had
I hope
so
that they'll,
much in it.
after
My
the
mind was,
competition
like, reeling
finishes
things
today,
back through, and
I
yet
hope they
we're
reveal
about
some
to see
information
these
about
incredible top four
BlizzCon
teams face
and
off
how that
today, so
event will
there's
work
just
for the
even
teams.
more ahead, everybody. And
'Cause
while you gotta look at some of their
I don't think
rosters in the
anyone
replay,
knows
let's go ahead and
anything.
focus in on the 4 teams
At
that
least
we
from the
have remaining
spectator
today.
POV.
Makes, can you tell us about our finalists vying to be kings, queens, or just general royalty in Season 1?
Absolutely. So the
Sultry.
big and most
Dense
important
heat, no need to be
thing
sunny.
everybody needs to know, and yes, this will be on the test, as all 4 of these teams have qualified. That means no further qualification matches are coming up. That also means all of these teams are fighting for the same thing, and that is the season title. Starting us off with Dignitas. This is, of course, a team many of you have formerly known under the name of Miscount. They got signed by Dignitas this season, and they're your current reigning TGP champions, looking to get that back-to-back title here at the MDI in Midnight. Moving on from them to a team
Mob
that
challenge
has,
modes.
gotten their few share of titles over the last couple of years across this team. I think you're looking at about 14 of them.
Back from outside, it felt like I was dying.
Mandatory
Units
was a very
31.
different team, but this
Shit.
season they signed up what they call the Avengers. So these guys are actually playing in the studio in France together. They've been boot camping for weeks, and they are looking to claim back that fame to themselves.
Oh, they're all
and
streaming.
maybe at that 15th title, you know?
Is that
That's
new?
what people say.
I feel like they haven't all
15
streamed
is really
before.
where it's at. Moving on though to Liquid, Tattles was already mentioning it at the top of the day. They're back to back.
I gotta pull up
race
Kush Mother
to
Monitor so I
first
can
champions.
learn how to play
The MDI and
Demon
Denver
Hunter
running
better.
scene, this team is a little bit younger still. They had a teeny tiny roster.
Do they
change
make that up? I don't see them.
Cini instead of Boomy this season. That made them look a little bit shaky in the groups, but in this global final weekend, they have
Bro is
really
not
shown
streaming.
up
Dude,
in a
okay, that
massive
infographic
way.
was straight
They're
lying.
certainly one of the chasing teams for the
Alright.
title that people are rooting for.
World of
Maybe overtake
Warcraft,
those
alright.
bigger teams like Dignitas and Mandatory. Last but not least, we do have Big Lucky. That's our CN #1 seed. And this is a super interesting team because most of these players are very new to the competitive stage, Of course, somebody like Loda we have seen in green player in previous seasons, but in this constellation, many of these players really haven't gone through a tournament day, and the fact that they fought their way through that lower bracket just gauntlet on the Saturday, which is a very
Here in
long
Sweden's 14
tournament
right
day,
now.
really speaks to the caliber
Yeah, so
of
like
players
a
that we're
usual temperature
looking
right
at.
now for
I
me
think this is a team
would
you should
probably be
ready for.
like
Might give you 1 or 2 surprises
17.
today.
It's such a
Something around
huge
there
lineup, and each
for
of
this
these
time in the
teams,
morning,
they've had
maybe
moments
even
where they
less,
have,
like 16, 15.
excelled incredibly.
But it's
moments where
currently
we've seen some
25.
weakness, and it just feels like it's anybody's
And it's
game
supposed
today.
to peak
And
at
of course, they're
32
not just
today.
competing for BlizzCon
So-
and the qualifications, which they've already landed. They would love to also be a Season 1 champion, because that also comes with some pretty huge rewards.
Like in 32
If we
is a
take look
temperature
at
that
prize pool,
where I live, like,
$100,000
it
on
never
the
gets this
line
hot.
here for these teams.
Like,
if
ever.
you get higher up, of course, you take a bigger portion of that. So
Hi, love from
$40,000
Antarctica.
for our first place
There's
winners.
no way
And
bro's in
looking ahead
Antarctica.
to BlizzCon, there's even more for them to win. Of course,
You think
they
you show
don't
them
just
streaming
take
every
home the
day?
prize pool money, they
Oh,
also
maybe
take
it's just
home
like a-
one of these 3 custom midnight.
It was a misinput. It was a
If
misinput.
they land in the top 3, of course. But these
Please use
designs are so
Fahrenheit. Our
cool
president
every
is gonna make
season.
it
I love
universal
seeing
and he
what
takes
the
over the
team
world
comes up with,
soon.
and it's a really unique
Okay.
reminder of what you were able to accomplish on this huge global stage. Of course, though,
Donald
like we've been
Trump,
pointing
all
out,
right.
I mean, this is a lot on the line, and with all of these rewards for our teams,
25
making it through
humid?
is
It's not
good
humid at
enough.
all
They
where I
wanna
live.
win it
No.
all. So Dratnos, along with those tangible prizes, does becoming a champion give you kind of
Like,
a mental boost for future seasons or the BlizzCon
average
stage?
Absolutely, yeah, it's a
temperature
huge deal. Winning today is it sets you up in
at
a lot of different ways.
10
let's just run through the
a.m.
stakes real quick. Qualification
on
to BlizzCon,
June
that's already checked off.
14th,
All 4 of these teams have
Vancouver.
qualified. The top 3 and then the top Chinese team. Those are the 4 teams we've got left. So bang, that's our BlizzCon competitors
you go.
right there. So that one.
The average
is
temperature
a
in
little bit
Vancouver
of a
at 10
relief
a.m.
the
on June
players' minds,
14th
right?
is still
They've already
between
made it
14 degrees
over that
Celsius
hill.
and 16
What are
degrees
they still
Celsius.
playing for today? Prize money, medals,
And it's currently 25.
glory. Okay, playing for those on a lot of season finals. BlizzCon seeding and also like positioning going
Plus
into
10.
BlizzCon, right? You can beat somebody now, and then you're setting yourself up to beat them again at BlizzCon, right? You proved you can. You proved that that's the expectation. A lot of value in that. The morale boost
USC
that
at the
comes
White
from
House.
that,
I
as
think
well.
every
And, of
American
course,
gets
the prize
swept.
being higher as well certainly doesn't hurt. So a lot to still
Dude,
motivate
what
these
the
teams.
hell?
A whole lot to play for today.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh my God,
And
bro, that
every single
reminds
one of
me-
these teams that we have remaining are
Dude, I
serious
saw the
challenges, which
funniest
means that
clip
all of our series today are
from,
stacked.
like, a
So, Tyler,
UFC
can you
show.
run us through the bracket that we have going into our
I'll show you
final day?
guys. This shit.
Yeah, so far
It's crazy.
we only know about 2 matchups. We have the upper finals, which is Mandatory versus Dignitas. The winner of that is going to be going into the grand finals. That is a best of 5. The other matchup that we know about is Big Lucky versus Liquid. The winner of that is going to be facing the loser of the Mandatory versus Dignitas series in that lower finals. So those are the first 2 matchups that we have today.
I'm gonna mute this for a second. Dude, I saw this the other day, and this shit is so funny. I can't let you get close. Dude, it's like you're an NP, you're like you're playing a Street Fighter game, and they just finished the RP, and like you gain player control. I can't let you get close. Dude. Dude, that stuff is so funny to me, man.
Bring it back.
You have Maystein here, sitting here all alone, thinking about what could.
By the way,
happen, and
I
it
don't
really-
follow
it really just
any
makes sense.
UFC. I don't watch fighting
Yeah, we're about
whatsoever to
start our
provide
first match,
context,
I
but
don't know, we'll be
that's
back
clip
in a little
surface.
bit, see you all
That thing
in
is
5
so funny.
minutes. It looks like they're assembling. They're back. They're here. And of course, I think it's interesting to see, does being
Was Kush
together...
dual wielding his beverages there?
Kind of
What
like
was going on there? That's a
know,
melee player.
Yeah, that's melee player. That's top tier
That's how you do
performance.
it.
He's like, I got a little bit left. I'll go ahead and just pour that on in. I mean, listen, they're trying to overcome this buff or debuff, whichever way it plays out for them today. I think we'll get to see. And now on the other side of this, we have Dignitas, our returning champions, and they might not be playing together in the same facility, but they are one of the longest running.
All right,
just
yo,
groups
prediction
and standing
is
squads
pretty
that we have
mandatory
in
heavy.
the
That's actually
MPI.
surprising.
So they said they're not always at the forefront with ideas, but that their numbers and established
Well, actually,
synergy are
is
kind
it?
of their greatest strengths. Dratnos, do you think that's enough though to take mandatory down?
Oh,
Absolutely, yeah. I think that either of these teams could certainly win this series. We've been playing over the past month under this.
Oh, did I not reward the prediction from
assumption of,
yesterday?
like, how will this team stack up?
Is that what this is?
Against Mandatory? How will this team stack up against Dignitas? Right, that has very often been the story of our group weekend.
Yeah,
right?
I did
How
not
well
reward
these
the
teams
prediction for today.
compare to that
Whoopsie.
benchmark being set, and now the two teams that have been setting those
Thank you.
benchmarks
Thank you,
are up
Enda.
against each other. So we will get to see how they compare against.
Is
their
Mandatory
best
part of a
selves
larger esports
and against their
organization?
best competition.
Like
are you
Mandatory
so ready?
is the name of the
Honestly,
esports
this all
org.
kind of leads us to one
They
big question,
well, they
right,
currently
which
have
is
two
who's
teams.
better,
There is a World of
Mandatory
Warcraft
or
team and a
Dignitas?
Valorant team.
And I think that's something that really waits to be shown and settled.
Isn't
Of course,
Dignitas ranked, chap?
predictions, I think, will
Yes.
show maybe what
Which is
we're
why
kind of imagining
I'm
the
a little bit
answers to be.
surprised to
So
see as many
we'll
people
start off now. Makes
vote
we can put you on the spot as
Dignitas.
the first one up, but
Sorry,
I'm
vote
going to
Mandatory,
anyway.
but I think
who
Mandatory
do you
have
think
probably
is
looked
gonna win in this one? Mandatory or Dignitas?
the
so
strongest
hard.
the entire event. So I guess that's partially
Titles,
sensible.
Reigning champion, behemoth of caliber of players. They have a new sign up on both sides. I'm going to give it a 2-1, and I am going to give it a 2-1 in favor of Dignitas.
Ooh,
That's going to
okay.
be my ruling.
All right.
Pretty quick watch.
all right.
I might watch it
Let's
later. I
move
might
on.
watch it
Let's
later.
see. Tuddles, are you in agreement, or do you feel like it's gonna go?
Time to
either
watch the
way?
event.
I'm gonna go 2-0 Dignitas.
Okay. Oh, very strong. All right. Okay.
I
Travis
Liquid was very
looks
close.
shocked.
Dig sweeps Liquid,
Travis,
so
what's your prediction?
that's true.
Zero
I'm gonna go
Dignitas is
2-0 mandatory.
Yeah.
I'm shocked to see so many Dignitas predictions going in here. Not because I think
sure
Dignitas
both
are
of
bad,
you
but
are
because
saying
mandatory
2-0.
are so good.
These
Well,
teams
I've
are
got to
so
counteract.
close.
I got to counterbalance this.
Sure.
You guys both went for
Okay.
Dignitas. I got to go full on for
Okay.
mandatory.
No,
Yeah, look
you're
at
right.
Zyro. He's also gone for Dignitas.
Wow.
Okay. Oh, listen, Dranos, I love that you're standing up for mandatory because honestly, they have all of the caliber to do this, right? We've seen them go head to head. We've seen iterations of this team go up against Dignitas in the past and overcome them. So it's possible 100%, but I'm going to have to join the Dignitas train myself.
All right, prediction is
because
up on
they
my
have
channel
been
as well. If
amazing.
you guys
I'm gonna
want
go
to invest some
2-1.
channel
Yes,
points,
Tuddles?
Okay,
Travis,
hold on.
who do
I
you
want to
think
change
is
my
playing-
vote.
Who do you think's
I'm
taking the
gonna do
series?
2-1
Dignitas
mandatory.
or
I'm
mandatory?
doing 2-1 mandatory. You guys cannot believe
I haven't seen the
this.
map bans. I think they've already showed them, but I probably missed them.
First. I
I'm so
want
sorry.
to be a revolutionary, and as soon as I pick something,
Aren't just
somebody
old
else
mandatory, though? They're
change
basically
my
old
vote
Echo.
production, please.
All
Can
right.
be.
Makes us swapping. Tuddles, you had a question. What was the question?
Dratus, who do you think has played better this weekend?
I do
Yeah,
think
something like
Dreamcast
that.
have
I
played
think
better this
Dreamcast.
weekend, but mandatory
like-
get a buff in the clutch series sometimes. I think.
Well-
I think that is something that you definitely got.
There's kinda like two ways to interpret that.
Fan here.
If we're talking about like the
Yeah, that is
Mythic
true.
Plus
That's
team
an
Echo,
observation. I feel like we have seen
then
them just, like,
there
when the
are
pressure
3
is
members
on,
from that
it's almost like
Echo
their
team
skill just,
on
like,
it, but if we're
keeps
talking about
rising and
Guild,
rising
it's
and
like
rising. It cannot be
entirely
diminished
Echo
by it.
except for
So
Kush.
It's very possible that they perform and maybe this swap is going to work out very much in your favor. Dratno's already jumping on that mandatory train, and as we can
Okay,
see, with
Dignitas
chat,
coming back, bro. It's pretty close.
even here.
It's
I mean,
pretty
honestly,
close.
I think it's hard to
It's
tell,
pretty
but
cool, too, that
chat's
we're
kinda
actually-
leaning towards mandatory
like, I
here,
remember
so these two
back
teams,
when
they're gonna
I
have to
got
face
into
off.
retail
Of course,
WoW,
we'll have map bans coming in
it was
shortly,
like
but the first map that they have to play on
Echo
no matter
was
what is
so
going to be
dominant
Magisters
in the
Terrace.
tournament,
So as we think
where
ahead to the
they were
Celtics
the
versus
favorites
teams,
basically
maybe
to
this will
win
give us
every
some more
season.
insights, Tuddles on how
It's
they
really
might match
only
up on
been
this
like
plus 19
recently
here for the
that
first map.
Liquid have
Okay, so
become
we've actually
a
seen both
force
of
to be
these
reckoned
teams
with.
play this Magisters
Miscount
Terrace.
have come online as a
Dignitas
team.
busted out the Aldrachi Reaver Havoc
You know,
Demon
Echo
Hunter during
became
their
Holy
Super
Method,
versus
which
Undead
has now
Angels,
sort
and
of
put up
merged into
the
mandatory.
best 15,
And now they're
59
like a
timer.
force to be reckoned
That was
with.
about
We
a
have triple
15-second
threats new to the
advantage,
scene
over
that
what
played,
Mandatory put
you
up.
know,
Then
well this
Mandatory in their
weekend.
series yesterday versus
We have Big
Liquid, they
Lucky out
banned
of China
out
that have put out some
Magisters
impressive
Terrace,
times,
which makes me
although
wonder whether or not this
they did get
Aldrachi
2-0'd by
Reaver Havoc
Liquid,
Demon Hunter is an
and
advantage
they're
that
gonna have to
Dignitas
beat Liquid
has
somehow
this
if they
map.
want to make their way to the lower
Mandatory didn't
bracket.
want to play
I feel
like
like
this, so they knew that
the
Liquid
tournament this
also
time
had
around,
that specialization
or
in their
just
bag.
in recent
So I-
memory, has
I
become a lot
think
more
that this
competitive, which is pretty
Magisters
cool.
Terrace is a map that is in favor of Dignitas. For the Skyreach and the Sea the Triumvirate.
All right, here are
those
the maps, by the way. So we banned Spire and Nexus Point.
It's kind of hard to.
I think the Nexus Point ban out of Dignitas makes a lot of sense. Because wait, yeah, because mandatory,
It's very possible. I mean,
we're
we
on
can see
pace to
this
have the
end until
fastest
kind of delve a
run
little
in
bit
there
into what lies
against
ahead with
Liquid,
Dratnos.
but then they
With
kind
that
of
Skyreach
choked at the very
What
end
are some of your thoughts
with a
these
few
two
deaths
teams,
on
what
the
we've
last
seen in their
boss.
performance in this lineup?
But mandatory
Alright, hear me out.
probably
This
had
is
the
a little bit of a
fastest time in
quick
there.
one. Imagine you're
And then
mandatory
Windrunner,
and you have a crazy overpowered
I
strat
guess-
in Magisters Terrace. You come into the weekend, you don't show it off against.
I'm
Interrupt
guessing
in
that
your first
Dignitas-
series, then
or sorry, Mandatory?
you ban out Magisters Terrace against.
Was it
Liquid,
Mandatory
so
that
they
banned it,
have to show
actually?
it off. And and
I
that
think it was.
nobody else has seen it, and you and you have
But Drat knows.
Yeah, it was
that
mandatory.
Skyreach
the ban onto the Magister's Terrace, right?
Oh, here we go, here
Think
we go.
about it, that sounds like
I'm
a
guessing
really
that-
clever plan.
You know, honestly, I
Mandatory
always love that. I love
banned,
when we get that surprise, like suddenly here's
Windrunner-
the secret strat that we've been
I
sitting
mean, it's
on,
like
we
the
can
one
just
dungeon they
blast
haven't
it.
done this
It's
weekend, so maybe they're just
possible,
avoiding
Drat,
it.
so I'm
That'd
gonna
probably
give
make
that
sense.
to you, but
It's-
I
it's-
think we're
I
gonna
guess
have to
that's
see
one
whether
they
or not
prepped
that ends
less.
up
But here we
being
go.
reality. This is our first game
19
of the
Masters
series,
Terrace,
Mandatory versus
and we're
Dignitas. Which
underway.
of these
And we
teams
see
prefers to be
Herjax
better,
on
Drat?
the
So I'm gonna
Aldrachi.
give that to you, but I think
Bro!
we're gonna have to see whether or not
YouTube?
that ends up being reality. This is our first game of the
YouTube's
series,
freaking me
Mandatory
out.
versus
Herjax on the
Dignitas.
Eldrachi
Which of these
Demon Hunter.
teams will prove to be better?
Once again, we
They,
saw this
I'm
out of
sure,
them
have to
from
prove
their last
themselves to
matchup.
all of us.
Aldrachi
For
versus
sure, and we're
Devour.
already seeing that
Is the
first
prow damage
difference here.
enough to help them
Dignitas
accelerate
showing
through
us
this
that
dungeon?
that
It's
Havoc
great on this
Hunter
first
was
pull,
not
it's great on the
just a
second
day
pull,
one
it's
special to
fantastic on the
confuse
first
the rest
boss.
of the competition.
But I do think the
With that,
Devour
they're
Demon Hunter
deciding
gains some
to
value
actually
later
nail
in the
down.
dungeon.
We have seen how well this Ardrachi Riva can do, specifically on Gemelos, but just in general, being able to bring that funnel to the group. Certainly a spec
Let's
that
see
is
what these
very,
teams
very
got.
strong here. Mandatory on the other side, they're playing it a little bit more traditional here on the specs that they are bringing. They're going with the Premier comp.
Mandatory actually finishing their pull faster with a Devour is very impressive. Mirror's doing a lot more damage pull one
But already Dignitas
on the
just
bear.
a smidge faster here as they're grabbing this Pyromancer pack titles.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the thought process behind the Dignitas comp is fairly straightforward. You continue to pull high priority mobs that have a lot more HP to allow
I'll put
for
the
Runic
chat back
Glory
on
funnel
screen.
over and over again. And so there's going to be some pulls where we are just basically hoping that the DK plus the Augmentation Invoker buffing him is going to be able to do enough to be able to carry through the AoE. Additionally, Guardian Druid does a very
So
large amount
Aldrachi,
of
I
AoE
believe, should be
damage as
faster
well.
on the
So
first
that's
pull
kind of
because the
thought
Sentry
process
usually,
on
is
why
usually the thing that
Aldrachi River
slows you
happened
down, although they were a little bit
is that
slower
play.
somehow.
Now,
I believe
is
it'll be
it
a little
going
bit
to be
faster
better
here
than what we are seeing
to
from
deal
Push on the
Magister
left
damage
side for
specific,
Mandatory?
or
Look,
sorry,
he's doing 350,000
Pyromancer damage
DPS.
specifically, which then they
It's
can
gonna be
leave
something
after
that,
it
like,
dies
the
and
Devour
go to
Demon
later
Hunter
parts of
should
the
be
dungeon.
high
Yeah, we see on the side of
overall
Dignitas,
DPS. Does the
the
timer advantage for
Pyromancer's
what the,
already
Havoc
dead.
is
Meanwhile,
doing
Mandatory are
is definitely a
still...
big advantage because look at Dignitas on the right-hand side.
Actually,
They've already
Mandatory have
killed
also
the
killed it,
Pyromancer,
but they're
and
opting to
instead of
finish off the
waiting to
pull
get
in its
all the remainder of
entirety.
the trash killed off,
Meanwhile,
they're
Dignitas
immediately
just
pulling
leaving
into the
right
Arcanum
away.
Custos
So that's like
pack.
already like a
So
5-second gap
with
that's
about
opened up here.
5 seconds,
As
he's
Dignitas go
already at
into
the very
the
beginning of the
first
dungeon.
boss pull, pulling all the
big
trash
factor
in the
in
immediate
this
vicinity,
dungeon is
plus the
being
mobs
able
funneling in
to
through the back.
stack
Look
up
at walls
these
up
positions
across
on
the
worm.
board.
So let's see how the teams
Big
are
group
going to
damage here
try
coming
to
out. The worms go down.
most out
Any
of it
deaths?
to
We're
really
pretty
get
topped
that
off for now.
damage amp in there. Remember, every
There's
single
one
time you get a
knockback. There should be another one here
adds
shortly.
onto it. It doesn't extend the duration,
Bang.
so the quicker
And nicely
you
done on the
get
side of
that
Dignitas.
ball
Mirrors
up
goes
to
down
the
for Mandatory.
ball.
The take assist. We have to get him back up.
Like that
We get BRS, but they're done again. No way!
For Mandatory.
Mandatory.
Down, followed by Mirrors.
Mirrors.
Leading to a full team wipe.
I've
The
never-
very
I-
first
this is-
map of
I've
our
never
series
seen
here to start
A
our
death
tournament
that
day.
costly
This
for
is what we've
Mandatory.
seen. The
That
mandatory
is
strategy in this dungeon is incredibly dangerous.
That is
Look at
incre-
this.
that
They
is-
still
I
have
mean, that's-
Bloodlust available for them.
that's map one.
The Bloodlust
That's map
typically
one.
gets used in the hallway pull before Serenel
That's
Sunlash
so
because
rare.
those
I
runic
like.
waves, those dots that get applied to players are so
I-
unbelievably deadly. But Dignitas, they know that this pull that they
Teams
get
just
into
don't
Arcanotron
mess
Custos
up like
is
that. I mean,
also equally deadly.
Mandatory
So
this
it's kind of like
in Group A
the-
looked
the pull that Mandatory was
unbeatable.
going to elect to Bloodlust, while dangerous.
This finals,
apparently
they've
that's
had
what
some
Dignitas
hiccups,
determined
right? They
to do.
beat
It's a
Liquid 2-1,
difference
but in the
strategy.
Nexus point they
Mandatory ends up
lost.
getting punished though because they don't.
They
Bloodlust in this pack. That is a very
had a very,
unfortunate
very
full team wipe
costly.
resulting
I mean,
in
they
6
effectively
deaths.
wiped on the
And
last
now
boss,
all eyes are on
which is the
Dignitas.
first time we've seen that,
The
and now we're
ball's
seeing it
basically
once
in their
again.
court. If they're able
There are
to play their
holes in the
strategy,
armor,
from what we saw over the course of this weekend, they should
and now
be
it's
able to take down
Dignitas'
the
map
first
to win.
They
Crazy.
should be, but let's not forget that their strategy is not without risk. So this dungeon, the way they have practiced and shown it so many times, there's a lot of these massive pulls, and one you already called out is going to be happening next. That is that Runic Glaive pull, which has brought so much lethality. You can see the majority of the team is also running Shadow Melt here just to make sure they can avoid getting a 2-stack from these
That
glaives.
is crazy to see,
that
though.
is what that is going to be used for. A nice little just Hornstone skip here to allow the team to come
All right, I'll back
together
back
as
towards
they're
Dignitas.
grouping
Listen,
up this pack, but there
they
is no lust for
so
this one,
Dignitas
and
skipped the
there's
first
all of these
enforcer for
enforcers
this pull, I
on here.
believe.
They're actually waiting with 2 of the spell breakers in the back there. We have seen them pull this all together in previous runs from them.
Oh, I think
No,
may
they
have
failed to
gotten
skip.
the news that mandatory is wiped, and they're like, hold on, let's not
Don't
do
actually
something
need to play
rash
it that
here.
scary.
Yeah. So like,
Dignitas didn't manage to
there's
do the
about,
skip correctly,
what would
or
we say, a
they
minute and a half
intentionally played it
delay
differently.
from the main broadcast
They
to where the
previously
competitors are
they've
currently
skipped the
playing.
first
And with that being the
Spellbreaker
case,
and gone all the
yeah, I
way
think
to
that they
the
may have
final
gotten the
2
news from
Spellbreakers
somebody
to
helping
kill
them
them
by
and spawn the
6 man,
boss.
perhaps,
But it looks
telling them,
like
hold on, as long
they
as you
have
do
the
not wipe,
2
you are going to be
Spellbreakers in this
winning the
pool, so they're
series,
forced to
or this
separate
map
the
at
pool,
least.
which is smart instead of pressing W,
We'll
especially
see
because
how
mandatory
it goes.
have
Zyros
wiped.
line showed
So
that they did the
it
same
looks like
thing
we're seeing mistakes out of
yesterday
both
in
teams.
groups. However, we did see them do
They
the
changed route and
full
pull on purpose?
gauntlet run, so it might just also
Are you
be
sure?
their routing for the group finals season.
We'll
might
check
be
after the
that
key.
change they made.
I mean, this,
With this
it seems
Eldrazi
slower,
waiver, can't be too sure here, but it's certainly a little bit
but it could have been the
safer
case that they changed
between
it.
the two options that are presented. So Dignitas is going
I'm
to
guessing
not
that they
do
accidentally pulled it, but
traditional
they had
risk
somebody
here to
looking at
go
the
with
stream
those
and
two
noticed that mandatory
Spellbreakers
wiped,
by
and we're like,
themselves,
let's just chill.
then spawn the boss, whereas mandatory, they're back in the same spot where tragedy has hit them. They have gotten through the worst of it. Still, there's a Magisters in this pack, but they were able to preserve.
Do I
that
know anyone from
bloodlust, which
Dignitas?
really
Not,
is a big
like,
factor
personally,
that will
no.
allow them to accelerate from here on out. But of course, those 1 minute 30 on that death counter hurt them by a lot.
Oh, I mean, that. So all wipes are bad, obviously. There are some.
I
that
wonder
are
if
far
they'll-
worse than others, and that for
I mean, I think we'll get an
mandatory,
idea
the
as to
threshold
like
rockets,
whether
SCDs, all of the
they're just gonna
trash
play
reset,
this dungeon
the boss
safe the rest of the
reset,
way.
that is, like, not only
based
is that a minute
on
30 of time loss from just the death timer, that was probably an additional
how
2
they
minutes of,
do this pull
timer
after the
loss
first
as well
after the
on
second
top of
boss.
that. Like that was an absolutely just massive.
Because you can definitely
mistake from the mandatory
the pull you do
team.
after this
And on the
boss is
right-hand side,
incredibly
Dignitas,
dangerous.
While mandatory are finishing off Arcanotron Custos, Dignitas have already engaged the second boss.
So it could be the
with
case that they
Cyrodiil
opt to split it
Sunlash.
up.
They are not fighting it with any trash. There's no real danger point here. The next big point of vulnerability for Dignitas.
He knows that you just call it ass. I just call them mid-key.
Void callers with the pulsing
Mandatory
AoE,
saving Lust now.
that's probably
I'm not sure what they're gonna do with Lust.
Make sure that they continue to play safe.
Perhaps they decided to send it on the
just get
Spellbreaker pool
real
after this
kind of pull.
boss as
Right
an
now,
attempt to
I
like
mean,
catch
on
up
Cyrodiil
time.
Sunlash, this should be basically free.
Maybe they're just gonna like
Almost
4 pull
19 keystone. I
Spellbreakers
think
with
that's
Lust.
something important to like point out as well is just how
Yeah,
hard
with the
this dungeon
great,
is on a 19.
Blue Beano said.
Whenever we were talking about some of the highest keys in the world, about 24 I think is the highest that's been put up so far for Magister's Terrace. We're only a couple of key levels away from that.
You think when they
Yeah,
practice
it's,
with fails?
Certainly not the best start to the tournament day, but
Yes,
I've
but
seen
not
something
as
similar
much.
From mandatory before,
Like
where
anything
that
can
first
happen
run
in
just
a
proved
during
really
a
locked in after that.
you know during
So
this event.
even
So
though
it's
this
a good
really
it's
looked
good
like a
practice
battle, I
to
wouldn't count them out just
play
yet.
out
Because of course this is
worse
only map
situations.
1, it is a best of 3, and this one isn't even over
Mirez.
yet.
Oh my
Strange
god,
things
he
have
almost
happened
exploded with
before.
Bark and
The rounds
Incarn
of
going.
NDI, and here is that
And
big
there's the Lust.
where
Okay,
they're
so
going to
yeah,
be
they opted to
electing
just press it here.
use the
I mean, I
Lust
think that makes
because
sense.
They are going all the
They
way
will
in this
technically make up time here if they can do this
First
pool.
Lust, 9 minutes and 20
But
seconds
I
into
think
the
they've
dungeon,
given
a
up their
classic.
second Lust of the key with this
Normally
one.
We would have been here in under 7 minutes, right? So that would make it feel better.
Something about, yeah, we'd be here about 4 minutes or something like that for sure.
Maybe.
Like X happens on this
But I
pool,
mean,
we
this
do
pool
Y
for
instead of
mandatory
B.
is absolutely insane. That's why you're seeing the
I don't think they
anti-magic,
get
you're
like
seeing
that
the dark, you're seeing
specific,
all
but
of
they'll
the
just
defenses
like
being pressed, and the fact that
play
they're
out
able
different
to get through
scenarios that
this,
happen and kind of have them in
is still
their
quite
heads.
impressive. They are going to be pulling Cyrodiil Sunlash.
But for the
I mean,
most
this
part,
is-
they're
this
just
is going
yeah,
to
they're
be
just
multiple
they're
minutes of
following a
difference
script.
between
They do
mandatory
everything correctly, then they do
and
the
Dignitas
they've
are finishing
they're
up
following a
Cyrodiil
script that
Sunlash
they've
and Mandatory
practiced
just
to
now
a
pulling the
T,
boss. So
right?
An entire boss on the 19 keystone.
And if something
level
goes slightly
separating them,
off
so
script,
about 2.5 minutes
I think
of time,
they will
just
play
in
out
HP,
some of it
and then a minute 30
in a
on top of
key,
that.
but
So,
not
about
always.
a 4-minute difference between these two teams currently.
So I think the
Yeah,
more
absolutely. A last couple of trash mobs now
the
trickling
more
in
mistakes
for
a team has over
mandatory.
the course of
Those
the
were ones that
dungeon,
were
the more likely it is to
ancient
snowball
policies
because
to the
teams have
left
most
from
likely not
a
practiced
lot
for
of
that.
teams, but yep, Dignitas is going to continue clicking.
But yeah,
once
look at
Rogue
Dignitas'
gets
screen here. So they
ready to
send
get
one of
on
their
out
guys
there, because he,
ahead
of course, does not have Shadow Melt, so the rest of the
before
team
they
can
finish
just run
activating the
Veiled Enough,
void section of the
but
dungeon.
doesn't have that accessibility, so
Verb's
he will
going to
need
sleepwalk one of the
get him on out
far
of here while the rest of the team
shredder
will
mobs
follow.
here. Apparently
Yeah,
this
in the
mob is
meantime, he's
not
also
tied
setting
to the rest of the
up, to
pack,
get some
so he can
additional
sleepwalk it
talent.
out.
He uses that spatial to give him
Really cool
increased
tech.
range, then he sleepwalks
Hello? Alright, we're back.
This season that are not linked to the trash pools that they're in, and by also
They
having that
skipped the
extended
Void
range,
Caller
it allows
somehow.
that shredder to come even further out.
Didn't quite have a
to that
POV on it, so my
football
screen went black,
location. And so
but
that really allows Dignitas to be able to extract that extra shredder just to get a little bit
it is
more
into
count
the
inside of this dungeon.
Tyrant
Now
and
Dignitas,
Void Caller,
they're
and
going
teams will be
big here.
focusing down
They're
the
grabbing
Void Caller here.
They're
As
grabbing
that is the mob that is
Devouring
most
Tyrant
dangerous to the
19
rest of the
beast
group,
level. Kira's HP is going to be
while we
the
AoE down
most
everything
important
else.
thing. He's getting these
We do have an
heroes
Eldrazi
applied
Demon Hunter
time and
here,
time
so
again.
that Void Caller is
While he's
not
in that
long for the
in-card,
world.
He's fairly sturdy. He's fairly
Here's
safe.
AoE. We
It's
see
about
walls
what
going out
happens
across the
whenever
board.
Kira is no longer in that in-card. That is actually the danger.
AMZ down as well. Darkness. We are very, very healthy here.
Bark skin. Then he's going to probably chain it into the
And it's already dead.
instincts. And at that point in time, after that SI falls, we're going to hope for Dignitas that they have the trash pack killed off. And look at this trash pack just completely melting here.
Yeah, it's not over just yet. A couple more interrupts will need to be deployed, specifically on that Terror wave.
Oh my God.
Last second there from Yardi. Clutch up play to
Terror wave
get
almost
it
goes
in
off.
their blinding sleep
Scary.
and stop a chaos from coming down onto Dignitas. But that is all.
Mandatory
it
6
needs,
deaths.
just one
Yup.
CC, and they were
They had a
able
full
to
wipe on
bring
first
that
boss.
one in.
Tank died.
I'm going to need a recount on that.
Gotta put money on a team to win it all. Why would be Dignitas? They're the reigning
0.1.
champions.
Yeah, like, oh my goodness gracious. All right, so Dignitas there dealing with the last very difficult trash pull of the dungeon. They've actually grabbed a bonus
Who
devouring
did the DPS of the
tyrant.
team combined? I mean,
It's a
that's
pretty
one thing on
dangerous
Dignitas.
monster.
They,
But
because
if
they
he's
play the
able to
Eldrazi Demon
survive
Hunter,
the heal
they
absorption
kind of
consistently get put
give
on
up
him, it
part
should
of
be
that,
fine. There
part of
is
their
also the
uncapped
heal
AoE
absorption
damage
bomb,
profile
that gets put onto
that the
random
Devourer
players. It
would
gives
provide.
15% damage
So
heal, but, like,
you
especially
move
if
that damage to the
19
DK.
if there is a
Right, the
critical mass of
DK
mobs, AJ should be able to just spam spinning crane kick and be able to heal that off rather quickly. The composition for Dignitas
basically
is also
takes
quite
the
durable,
responsibility
so
for that
Direct is
damage.
Probably the only player that's actually in danger of getting killed off whenever they have that.
We
heal
see
absorb on
Mandatory
them.
also
That
doing a
Kira's
similar
HP, I
variant
think,
of
is
the
the
skip.
scary-
They opt to not sleepwalk the far left
For
mob there.
sure. I mean, that is what it all kind of.
But they'll be
rises
heading
and
into the Void
falls
Caller as
with,
well.
but usually
I give
Kira
Mandatory
has
credit.
been
Despite having a
one
full
of the
wipe, they have made up some
leads
time.
of
And
World of
again, that's
Warcraft,
because they
so it's
opted
not
to
something I
one
worry
pull
too much about.
the
Stuff
mobs
like
after the
Pass,
first boss,
getting
which
through,
Dignitas
that's
had to split
more
up.
The type that we have seen from Dignitas, where this would be a
But they're
mistake that
still,
would be
like-
too uncommon for them.
My
Kira
guess is that
dying,
there's
I
still gonna
think
be a
we
full
have
boss's
seen this
health bar
less than
behind.
5 times across all of the
So they need
MDI and
Dignitas to wipe,
PGP seasons altogether.
realistically.
So certainly not something I'm too scared about. But left-hand side, Mandatory are now arriving at the same spot here where it got quite dicey for Dignitas for a second. They also have to get through that same pack.
I'd make
to
it
get
change to
Jamella's
one Royf
spawn.
spec
But
meta
I
for
wanna
MDI. What change
divert
do you
your
try out?
attention to
I'm not sure
damage
what you
leader
mean.
on the
What's a
side of
Rofi spec?
Dignitas, because there you can really see this Eldrazi Reaver Havoc Demon Hunter shine. There's a lot of packs where it's good in this dungeon. Jamella's has to be the best.
I will say, what
one,
Devourer
where
is
that
really good on
Wooden Card
Jamella's
is
when
really
all the
coming
bosses are
into
stacked up.
shine.
Like
And we do
AJ!
have
Oh,
death.
no.
As AG goes down, they need to
Down
rise
to
him up
void
really
secretions
quickly,
from
as this boss
Jamella's.
does have a lot of just environmental damage to the entire team.
He's
The
not taking the
has
res.
gone out.
Is he
It seems to
DC'd?
not be able to take it. Is he not in a safe spot, or might there be an issue with the tech side of things? Hopefully Dignitas is
He has
going
to be
able
DC'd.
to
Why
get
would he
out
not
through
take this?
They're going to be utilizing their own
There he is.
defensives
Okay, take
right
it.
now. And AJ now back with the team. He was just doing it for the
That would be
tension, not for
crazy.
the
I mean, that's what
cinematic
Mandatory
arc,
need.
so to say.
This lack no healer.
Yes, cinematic choice here.
Yeah.
Or maybe,
Alright,
maybe he
Tyler,
just
you're doing
delayed
it for
taking
the
the
plot.
B-res for dramatic
I
effect.
will
That could have
say,
been the case.
Even though that was not great, and even though that could have been problematic, Dignitas are still about 3.5 minutes ahead. Whenever you're factoring in, okay, so now only 3 minutes and 15 seconds ahead. And so I think for Mandatory to actually be able to get back into this match, it would require Dignitas to almost have a wipe. So now, all eyes are on Dignitas on the right-hand side as they run up to the top of the spire in the Magister's Terrace. There is one
Rogue.
trash pull and Degentrius. Those
Oh,
are
and
the
so
two
after this
things
map
that
finishes.
separate Dignitas from stopping the clock here. They were quite fast in this run earlier this weekend. They put up a round.
Alright, this is the last major trash pull that Dignitas do. I believe they go all the way to the 2 mini-bosses. They kill the guy that spawns little ads, and then they go to the last boss.
As that devouring tyrant,
Yeah, they're gonna kill the
Shadow
Void
Rift
Caller
Void
here.
Caller, those mobs get pulled, and that is the target acquired for Hearthjax. That Shadow Rift Void.
Kira dropping very low with that healing absorber, though. The Tyrant is quite scary.
You see the Breath of Beyond.
We see the Barkskin rotate out, but Incarn is now up.
All of these small mobs, all of these voidlings, that is Yargi's damage here. And then, you know, AJ, he's going to be spinning Crane Kick just to make sure that Kira and the remainder of the party is going to be getting enough just group-wide healing.
Woodcaller will be going down now thanks to Hearthjax, and the team will be heading to the last boss in just a moment.
Ramp all the way up to the boss. They're making sure that they're maximizing their position inside of this dungeon to save themselves just a couple of seconds. Because the strategy for Dignitas, it wasn't created today. It was created weeks and weeks and weeks ago whenever these teams
The Big Arm Bear hauling ass.
Even on the beta as far back, whenever these teams were trying to figure out what strategies would be good for this speedrun format. And now Dignitas,
and into the boss we go. So we're not out of danger quite yet. There are two things that Dignitas need to watch for here. Hearthjax getting feared. Luckily, it's only Hearthjax. The Void Terror casts going through need to be kicked.
So that is
And Kira needs to live with a Void Tyrant still on him, although it's almost dead. It's going to get one more Tank Buster off, which is promptly healed through. Very nicely done. And now he's going to kill the rest of the trash and not get feared, is all it is.
Which means that locks out the mob for a little bit longer than an Interrupt or a CC would. So really nicely done by Dignitas in getting up here.
Kira's really low though, going to get rotate through the cocoon. Nicely done.
Same pull, but Dignitas really
and now they should be in the clear.
The last couple of shredders are
all it stands between them and victory is a plus 19 Keystone level boss, which for them, having done 22s, 23s on live, I think will be not much of an issue.
Against one boss, nothing else to stop them here.
I actually love how they were utilizing the Havoc Demon Hunter on this fight. So Kira and Hearthjax are actually on the same side of the beam, where Kira is actually tanking a lot of those shredders, a lot of those mobs slightly over the line. Yargi, he could in theory walk up and pad on those mobs. Instead, he is full single targeting the boss, and the only AoE damage that is actually going out on those shredders and on those mobs is his Death and Decay. He will occasionally drop his D&D on top of them, but he's not sitting over there. He's not spamming his AoE damage into them. Instead, he's allowing Hearthjax to actually use a lot of those shredders as like a vehicle to increase his funnel damage and just be able to do the
Mantoy with their cool rescue skip up to the top there, but it is a little too late, unfortunately.
Understand this dungeon, understand the, you know,
it's going to be 1-0 for Dignitas in a,
slow and what makes this dungeon fast.
I would say convincing map 1, but really it's more so that Mantoy had a not convincing performance, which led to Dignitas winning here.
But after the buffs that it received like 3 weeks ago,
we seldom see
like, you know,
out of any of these top teams, but means Mantoy's gonna have an uphill battle if they want to
that they would have over the rest of their
advance to the winners final through the winners bracket.
One that we've seen out of them, but with a 17-35, they are going to be able to go up 1 map to 0 over Mandatory.
Dignitas take that first point,
nicely done,
bringing them that much more ahead here at the start of our first series of the day. Now this sets them up in a nice position to be able to try to angle for that 2-0, but I'm sure Mandatory is going to have a response to that. But as we look back,
I'll see what the damage readers look like, and then we'll go back in the VOD and see whether or not that skip was intentional by Dignitas.
Kind of measured up outside of that wipe, how do the routes look, do you think, makes?
So it's hard to say because there's that little bit of difference between what we saw.
Yeah, so you can see on the side of Dignitas that Yargi is really carrying the overall with them playing the Eldrachi. But that's it. That's by design.
They just made it a little bit safer based on how they're playing this dungeon, but of course, the big factor here is how it all went wrong for Mandatory. You can kind of see how the spikes here are offset.
We'll actually watch the caster replay as well.
They had. Otherwise, they would have been much closer together, and I think generally it would have been really hard to see which of these two runs is actually faster based on how it went down. But I have an inclination that the Mandatory one is actually pretty fast just on the eye test on the paper. So I'm kind of hoping that we might get to see it again this weekend. We'll have to wait and see, but it certainly was a well-deserved win for Dignitas.
It was a good run from them, even if it was a little bit on the slower side, like you were pointing out. And of course, this was our first look at both of these teams today. So Dratnos, how did it look for them on the analyst desk?
Yeah, of course. So the decisive thing in this match, as you guys identified, this one wasn't a particularly hard one to catch, was the wipe for Mandatory that set them behind, and they were never really able to recover from it. Dignitas didn't give them the opportunity.
So
to
Miraz
come
with
back,
Survival
after this
Instincts
happened.
and
Miraz ended up
Incarn
down
going
here. Watch that Survival Instincts cooldown.
just gets
it
walloped.
falls off him right now, and then he goes down
Wow.
right now. So it looks like
In the
maybe
Incarn.
an issue with the timing, the cooldown overlaps, maybe just some unexpected incoming
That's
damage
crazy.
there. But yeah, then here's some stuff that Dignitas did that's cool. Sleepwalking from afar with the Spatial Paradox increasing its range, letting us bring that Hollow Soul Shredder forward. It's not actually linked to any of the other mobs that spawn over there, so if you can get it away from them without getting in combat, then you can pull it later, as you can see Kira doing here, and that's +1 enemy that is not too dangerous, filling out your enemy forces count. This Terror Cast almost goes off here for Dignitas. Very scary. Look at this Terror Wave cast coming up here in just a second. Yeah, these ones right now, as I was saying, right now, this one coming right now, look at this. Almost went off, but was stopped. A little bit of a foreshadowing of something that, okay, here we go. This is the one. This is the one. That Terror Wave, right, look at that. Oh, the Blinding Sleet at 0.1 before it would have gone off. So
Insane.
that's the
That was
that
very
would've been a wipe
close.
almost certainly if that had gone through. So very good for Dignitas. They were able to prevent that one from actually going
killed.
off. A little bit sketchy though, the Dignitas. That would have been a wipe almost certainly if that had gone through. So
I think
very good
AJ
for
like had a
Dignitas. They were
disconnect or
able to
lagged or
prevent
something.
that
He just
one,
stood in the
from
puddle on the
actually
ground.
going off. A little bit sketchy though that it did almost go off. You know, sometimes you want to kick late, you never want to kick that late. And they actually had another slight Terror Wave related problem there. Look at Hearthjax. He's actually feared because he didn't quite line of sight the Void Terror that was casting it down on the ramp. So maybe a little bit still.
I want to go back.
Dignitas, they're going big
So
from the Mandatory camp there.
did we fail to skip or was it intentional?
The strategy is not without
Let's
risk.
see.
A lot that runic glaive
Watch Kira.
pull, which has brought so much lethality.
Kira off to the
You can
side.
see
Fear
the
Sigil,
majority
Meld.
of the team is also running
Wernstone.
Meld here, just to make sure they
Meld.
avoid getting a 2-stack from
Oh, the worm.
these
Wait, what?
glaives.
They pull. I see. So they accidentally pulled a worm out of last boss. This can sometimes happen. Even if you run straight down the middle, like right here.
So that is what that is going to be. Already called out is going
Even
to
if you run straight down the middle here,
happening
sometimes
next
these worms will just naturally pat out so far and pull, which I think is what happened. Yeah, we see here this one gets aggroed. And because this is aggroed, it socials the other mobs. So yeah, they didn't mean to pull the extra Spellbreaker. They had to split up that pool.
so much lethality.
Looks like the caster
It's
didn't catch
possible.
this,
It's
but
just
that
very-
is
it's
what it
very
is.
unlikely. I think
And we're
the
already
only
into
team that
map
was
2,
playing
by the
something
way.
that was, like, super unique was
18
the triple
Skyreach, here we
threat
go.
with
Mandatory versus
the Warrior
Dignitas.
in this dungeon.
This is match
Dignitas,
point.
we
If
haven't seen
Dignitas
them
can
play
take the
Skyreach
win
this
here,
weekend. They may end
they'll
up
be
busting out
advancing
on
to the
Warrior, and that may actually
grand
be the
finals,
best strategy, but it's
facing the
it's not
champion
something
of the
we've
lower
actually
bracket.
seen out of them. We did see Mandatory play
And if they win here, Mandatory will have to make a run through the lower bracket themselves here. Here we go, here we go. We see Metacomp on both sides of the screen.
That's right. A first
Both
hurdle
teams
in this dungeon
starting
is
this
getting
poll
on
at
this
nearly
platform
identical
here. We have
pace.
seen teams fail to this
Very
time
impressive.
and time again. Let's make sure everybody is up here for the side of Mandatory. It looks as if that is the case, and the same is true for Dignitas. They're going to be trying to just play everything up here, but that is a whole mess. So they need to be very careful.
You see
especially
teams
with
rotate
that
through their
Blade
walls
Talon.
for the
That one has
Blade
built
Rush from the
before
Jordan
as
Blade
well.
Talon,
Makes
but
perfect
not
sense
too
that
difficult
for the
here.
entire team, a lot of
Navigating this
their
quite
defenses
nicely.
have blown up for a couple of seconds, but both teams neck
I
and
think something we
neck
saw
as
of
they
Big
pull
Lucky here
in
is that they had their
for
Demon
G
Hunter
here.
actually
What
hold their
was
Void Beta for the
running
boss.
now
We're
as
not
they
seeing that
go
out of
on
either of
through
these
it.
teams. They've opted to
Expect
just press it on
not
cooldown.
much surprises here. Both teams playing on the meta team composition. I was kind of hoping that, you know, maybe we'll see a Warlock again, maybe we'll see something else, but both of the teams deciding that this is going to be.
We see for Mandatory, have a few mobs coming in
I feel like this is
later.
gonna be like a classic,
Some additional
you know, just 1v1,
Devour
the
Demon Hunter
teams are running
funnel.
the same
Love to see
route,
that.
the teams are playing largely the same strategy.
Dignitas in their hand
for this
does not
dungeon,
have that
and it's
have
really
access to
gonna
that.
come down
Although they
to
do have the boss
execution
percentage
if
a
either
little
team
bit
has
lower. I think they
a
spawned the
death,
boss a
you know,
little bit
50
sooner
seconds of death penalty,
than
especially in a
Mandatory.
dungeon like Skyreach. That is obviously like a huge problem. Whenever we saw Mandatory versus Liquid yesterday, Liquid ended up accumulating 3 deaths at the very beginning, and that was effectively run losing. Whenever we saw Dignitas versus Liquid during
Oh,
the Group C finals,
Cushy's in the
Dignitas
bounce house
actually
right now.
lost the Skyreach to Liquid,
Had to cancel
and
his
that really came down to
Void Ray to get
Guardian having
to
one death
to
fairly
lose his
early on in
Eradicate
this
there,
dungeon, and
unfortunately.
I think that Skyreach is just that kind of dungeon. For these two teams,
After an
if they're
unfortunate
able to
sequence
play
of mechanics.
their strategy throughout the entirety of the dungeon and go deathless, I would not be shocked if we are within 5 to 10 seconds of one another at the very end of this map.
No cooldowns on
Absolutely.
DKs.
I'm a little bit worried for the end boss of this dungeon, and by
What do you
that
mean?
I mean the wind platform, because that has been a
What do you mean? What do you
factor
mean?
for some of our teams as well.
Oh my
Bird,
God. I'll
put the
a
chat
little
back
bit
on
of a
screen.
Problem
Oh my God,
situation here. Oh my goodness, he gets bumped back and forth, but is able to
Wait, I
get
missed
on out
that.
of there. If you're a class that is able to glide, this boss is honestly so rude. 'cause
Oh,
it
did the
knocks you
Augs
up,
one of the Aug
you
Evokers do something
muscle
crazy?
memory the glide, and you just fly into nonsense. It is a mess, but I'm glad our players got through the worst of it here. Dignitas are going to be the team that downs Ranjit first, and I'm curious on how their next part of the dungeon looks like, because you
Yeah, so
can
Dignitas
go
a
pretty
little
big
bit
here.
faster
There's
here.
a lot of interrupts and additional mobs like that solar orb that players will
Yeah.
need to look out for here. So
A
let's see what Dignitas does.
2:45 first boss split. That is
Bird,
very quick.
While he didn't die, he did end up proccing his Defy Fate cheat death. But yeah, something you were calling out. Look on the right side here for Dignitas. The question is, like, what are they going to do with this trash? It's been fairly common that a lot of teams will end up killing off the Solar Elemental first. That's the mob that ends up spawning the, opening up the gate to allow you to go into the Arachnath room. But a lot of teams are also back pulling that other Solar Elemental that's on that left-hand side. When are Dignitas and or Mandatory going to grab those mobs is kind of a big question. These Solar Elementals, whenever they spawn that Solar Orb and it's like pulsing AoE, it's actually healing the pack. So making sure that you have good, focus fire damage, priority damage into those mobs is a big deal. And so this is kind of the question of what.
I think I just saw Kush
And
press
you can see for Dignitas, AJ, he's already grabbing that
Soul Immolation
Elemental
inside of his meta. I might be crazy, but I feel like that was the animation for it.
And then one of the
I thought
other
that was
initiates of
banned.
Dawn gets gripped in by Yargi, and they're going to be trying to focus down. They're going to be focusing kicks into those mobs. Just
Also, I
making
forgot to
sure
answer the
that
rogue
line
question.
of
My bad. I'll do that
sight
after this
AoE
match.
before
Just
it
remind
doesn't
me.
go off, making sure that the bolts don't go off as well.
Double beam
Now
on
we're
AJ on the side of
into a
Dignitas.
solar construct
Is going to
on
rotate through his
both sides
cocoon,
for Mandatory
and
Dignitas.
looks like he'll
Only
be
a
able to make
few
it through.
seconds
Yes, he
separating
will.
these two
Very
teams.
nice.
That's right. They do
No cheat
want to
death for
keep
Verb.
the
All good.
construct
That's why we have it on
first and
cooldown.
foremost, but just like in the
Gingy
previous
having access to
dungeons,
that
the
if he
direct
so
recognition are
needs.
So crucial. So I hope Yargi has that blinding sleed already. We can see it.
It looks
all
like
for both
Dignitas will be
for DK.
maintaining
Just in case
their
it's needed, but the solar constructs are going to be
13-second lead.
falling
13 seconds after the
for
first boss
Dignitas
is
bars
substantial.
As well as they have
I think
finished
that
out
just
first
them
boss
being
first,
slight,
does
ever so
mean that
slightly
they're
faster to
right here
spawn the
a
boss
little bit
is
quicker
really
to
advantageous
some
because as
protection
Devour,
will happen
you carry
for
your cooldowns and that
Mandatory as
bloodlust
those
into the
mobs were
boss and
actually
just
won last time
have a
on
crazy amount of damage on
HP,
pull.
but they're now
And the
also
sooner you can get the
fighting
boss
hard.
spawn, the sooner you can get that
Yeah,
damage
so we see
out
the bottom
onto
of
the
the
boss
screen,
itself. And I
Dignitas
think that
are about
was
15
to
seconds
Dignitas'
faster
benefit.
on Ranjit
We also
going
saw on the
into
side of
bringing out
Mandatory
that
that
fight.
Kush had a bit of
But
a
now
kind of
actually
scuffed
Mandatory's
cooldown press
gained
there,
maybe
so.
5 seconds on that. It seems like there's only 10 seconds that were separating these two teams for when Arachnath got pulled.
Although, look at
Or
boss
Dignitas was
percentage,
able
it
to
looks like
feed off
Mandatory
of that
maybe have
momentum,
made up
or
some
is
of
it
that
something
gap,
that is
interestingly enough.
a lead that Mandatory was able to just kind of
We all see both teams playing
get
a
little bit out of it. I
few
mean, for
additional
Dignitas on the right-hand side, look at this. They
CC
actually
trash
have
mobs,
three
having them
targets
come
to
in late
Mandatory.
into the boss.
Now Mandatory actually have that Adept of the Dawn that came in super late. So Mandatory have a longer period of time of 2 target cleave. Is Gingy on that Augmentation Evoker going to be able to convert that into higher duplicate uptime, into more damage, into more resources that are generated? That could actually be a fairly large.
Like 5 players out of
single target
Liquid,
damage
Dignitas, and
gain
Mandatory.
for
Which ones
Gingy
would
on
you
that
choose? Make your own
Augmentation
team?
Evoker, just
That's
Mandatory
crazy.
late
Like an
pull that
all-star
Adept of
draft?
the Dawn into the boss, but Dignitas are continuing to maintain that about.
It's kind of a good
10%
question.
Boss HP lead here on the right hand side.
I love the use of the pings that we're seeing on the teams for some of those beams. If
Nah, I don't know.
in awkward spots, so
I think
just
this is the
making sure
league.
that everybody is aware of where they're going to be coming down for the soaks. We're also seeing, of course, what we saw in group weekends as well. The tanks trying to help out
I mean,
the team when stacks get high and damage is ramping. It is, of course, an 18, so it is a little bit higher damage than what we saw in the group weekends for our teams here, but like you mentioned earlier, Tattle, Skyreach is a dungeon that's very much on rails. There's very little you can do in strat variation in this dungeon. There's very little
I feel like
you
I'd
can do
want
in
the
pathing
only
variation
thing
in
is I
this
don't really
dungeon.
know other
So
rules well enough to like
Mandatory
know if
being
somebody's
right
really good at it.
now is going to be a tough ask for them
wow.
to catch back up.
Only thing I
from
would could
sheer
probably I think I
height.
would say in relative confidence is I'd want Kush as the Devourer. I feel like that guy is just built like a truck on that spec.
Only getting 2 collapsing stars off before that boss ends up going down, and now running to the next pull with that Void Metamorphosis just ticking away. Are they going to be able to?
You're just taking
with
Dignitas the way it is?
with the
Damn.
Void Ray? It looks like the answer is going to be yes. It does make sense if you're able to actually kill off this pack.
What a rescue from Gingy. That was cool.
On the side of Dignitas. He's pressing that
I don't think we saw that out of Dignitas.
And a lot of damage is actually
They set up this pull really fast. They are closing the gap. 4 seconds on.
Offensive cooldown situation being deployed from.
Well, actually, no, they're not. Dignitas was even faster. They've 30-second lead extended to a 17-second lead coming out of second boss. I read the splits wrong.
Electing to go up the stairs here to get into the Rockron area, whereas Mandatory does the rescue of Tank up into the platform, which allows the Tank to gather up the mobs just a smidge quicker than if you were.
I mean, that's a pretty stacked team. I would.
Difference of like 1 to 2 seconds at most, but that can matter quite a lot for those teams. So Mandatory in direct chasing position for Dignitas right now. Verb is going to be targeted. Needs to be a little bit careful.
Yeah, Kush also has a crazy his movement out of this boss is just like nobody. I mean, I'll pay attention to Hurtjack, see what he does, but like I don't think I've seen any Demon Hunter move like that.
Able to tank that wingspan, I'm sure, in a little bit. Oh, actually, no, we're going to be hiding.
We LOS on the side of Dignitas, really?
Probably an offensive cooldown consideration. I mean, look at this. Yargi has his army here
they
in
don't
7
have anything
seconds.
ready.
Interesting.
I think they're saving the darkness and the anti-magic zone. So look on the left side here. Mandatory. They press the darkness, they press the anti-magic zone, and they're able to actually catch up in terms of boss HP to Dignitas.
So
but I would not be shocked if Dignitas are able to accelerate.
That's strange because Mandatory sit out for both of the AoEs. They darkness plus AMZ the first, and they'll Zephyr the second. Dignitas opting to align the first one. They'll have all their defenses available for the second one here, but that just enables Mandatory to catch up on boss damage, which is meaningful time here because they came into this boss slower, right? We see all walls rotated out. We see Zephyr here on the side of Mandatory.
They're gonna tank it.
So they're eating multiple of these.
I hope not.
Very impressive. And now Mandatory have a lead on this boss.
This is how Mandatory gets back in.
That's crazy, by the way. They were
elected to sit that first
17 seconds slower after the second boss.
Time lost for them, and Mandatory
and have made up all of that time.
First 2 bosses are going to be catching up right now, but attention,
Kush with his insane movement.
This is a scary part.
I was too busy watching Kush. I didn't see Hurtjax.
Has that rescue unlock and is able to get.
But it looks like
no deaths will be claimed to the winds of Skyreach.
The Mandatory, I mean, both teams are neck and neck right now. We're at like the exact same point of the dungeon.
A 20-second time save.
We're at the exact same point.
With a 1 boss split. On,
looks like Dignitas getting this pull set up ever so slightly faster.
Just 1 trash pack, and it's just the boss. And for Mandatory, this is how they get back.
Here we go, though. Final pull dungeon. This is our bloodlust.
They're not letting it fall too far.
Dignitas were able to get the pull set up a little bit faster. Can they deal with it faster as well? Do they have the damage to maintain this lead against Mandatory? Can we also live on the side of Mandatory? Our health bars are dropping really low.
Obtained on the Blinding Sun Priestess. If any of those kicks end up going off, it's going to end up disorienting your entire party and just wiping you. There is so much damage that is being output. And it
looks like health bars on side of Dignitas have been very stable. So we need to kill off all the major mobs here. The Solar Elemental is the last big mob we need to kill. It's falling boss inside of Dignitas, and it will go down now. And Mandatory will go down like 1 second later. Dignitas are spawning to the boss
right now. So
it's like 2 seconds. They have a 2 second, 4 second head start here compared to Mandatory.
For 5 seconds.
Can Mandatory find 4 seconds of boss damage compared to Dignitas? Oh my god, this is so close.
Seconds between those 2 teams, it comes back to the win skip. Dignitas was slower.
I
on
mean,
first round, but they were
it
faster
kind of
in
comes
getting
down to
off the
RNG too.
field and being
Which
able
who
to
gets
move
picked by
on
the
from
bird?
there.
Who gets
Whereas
picked by the
Mistakes
fire?
just a smidge slower there again, which we can
If
see
the
in
bird
pull
picks the
time on
healer,
Ice
like that
Age
is
Barracks
prime for
right
us. We
now.
really
Now,
like that.
This is no
If the bird
bloodlust.
just
This
spam
is
picks
raw
our
cooldowns,
Demon Hunter,
monster
that's less
available.
good.
Again, you can see the armies coming off cooldown in 2, 3, 1 for Maystein right now.
Or our
as
DK.
well. And they will need to send this into boss.
And then
as
for the
quickly
fire
as they
thing, does it
can,
pick somebody
while
that can
also
meld it or
making sure
not?
that those C-lots do not carry
But right now
anyone
it's a
off the
7%
platform.
boss
They have a
advantage,
couple of ways to deal with this so that they
for
can
Dignitas
pull back,
here.
one of which is Wernstone,
Yargi
one
and
of which
Maystein
is
rotating through their
eventually
final
just pull
armies
back
of the key.
platform, from the Demon Hunter. You also have the Monk port, so a couple of options. Rescue also works just to not.
I mean, it looks
have to
like
deal with that
Dignitas
C-lot
are
for
just
them.
doing ever so
But it
slightly more
looks
damage
like
right now. That
Dignitas
lead
is
is extended
going to
to
be
about
on the chase here.
10%.
They got the boss down.
Mandatory is
sub
going to need a miracle here to
30%
pull off the
already.
damage that they
Mandatory
need.
right behind them, but is that going to be enough? Has to be the question as these teams are trying their hardest.
We
to
get one
consume
more Void
damage
meta
out of thin air.
from both
Dignitas
Demon
is
Hunters.
not willing to give up the lead.
But I don't
despite
think it's
the
enough.
difference
I
onto
think
Rockman,
Dignitas are
despite the
taking a
difference onto the
2-0
Quills.
series
They don't
win.
want to lose this
The
series,
reigning
and all it takes for them
champions
is just a
of the
single win
TGP
here to lock themselves into the grand finals. Single
are
digits onto
proving
Ice Age Barracks right now, and they
why they
are
won it
going
once
to be the team that takes it
and how they're going to win
takes
it
this
once more.
series.
Crazy.
Absolutely phenomenal performance. I mean, seeing them
Crazy.
just come through here, Dignitas has proven time
I mean, it
and
was
time
a
again that they
deathless
are so
run on both
strong no
teams.
matter what
It was
the
just
format.
I think just
They were
Mandatory's
content
their
only
first
Masters
boss
TGP. They've moved on to
segment
Masters
was just too
running
slow.
as well. Any team that wants to take the season
I don't know
crown will
what
have to
happened,
pry it from them in our
but that
grand
cooked them
finals.
for sure.
And Mandatory are undoubtedly serious.
Well, I
competition
kinda
for
know
all
what
our
happened,
teams
but-
this weekend. But mistakes cost them what could have been
Hey,
a shot
the
straight to the grand
pick'ems is
finals.
still
They'll have to
perfect, by
sweep
the way.
lower bracket if
We
they
did
want to
predict
challenge
Dignitas beating
to a
Mandatory
rematch
in
at
the
end
upper
of
finals.
the day. We were talking a lot about how these two teams.
I'm kinda surprised it's been as
theoretically
perfect as it
measure
has been.
up. But what did this map or the series?
But here, if you
show
guys wanna
us
see the
about how they
damage.
actually match up as we look at it, Tettles.
I mean, I think that this is exactly what I expected coming into this finals.
I mean, look at the
For
damage
Mandatory,
breakdown.
whenever they played their
Hurtjack's
series
just
versus
doing
the-
more
whenever they
more
played their
overall.
series
By the
versus
way, that
Interrupt,
seems to be
they were
the
able to have plot
biggest
armor
difference
and
here.
Be able to barely squeak out two series that I thought were fairly losable. For Dignitas, they've looked so dominant
Shit.
this
Even after I
entire
was
weekend, and
glazing
they were
Kush
able
like
to
I
get
was,
everything
Hurtjack's pulling
in
up.
order and take down this series 2-0. This is the Dignitas.
Shows
This
how
is the returning champions
competent
that we
all these
expected
players are, to
see,
be honest.
And they are moving on to the grand finals here.
This was really, really good to see them, especially on the second map, I think, just clash so directly. And it was a pretty intense run for the teams. So, Dratnos, where did this leave them as we look back on the series?
I mean, what a great map we had there between the two of them. Look at the way that graph almost perfectly overlaps, although you can see it was Dignitas gaining quite a bit of an edge towards the start of the dungeon. Mandatory clawed back.
Okay, ads
almost
just
all
ran
of
at the
it,
end of that key,
not
unfortunately,
quite
which I
all
feel
of
bad
it.
for anybody
By
watching
the time we got to the end,
without a
it
Twitch sub.
ended up being, it says
I need
it's
to
a
remember to
winner
run ads
victory
before the
by
match.
Dignitas, but it was much closer than that. That was Mandatory having 5 deaths. once
Dude,
they
look how
had lost
similar
there
these
at the end,
graphs
but,
are. That is insane.
Up until that point, it would have been 2 or 3 seconds, 5 or 10 seconds at most, slower. So, start of the dungeon. Look at Dignitas, a little bit ahead already, just on the first
This is
boss.
cool.
The lead
This is
started opening
super
up for
cool to see, though.
them quite early
This
on in
level
here.
of
You can see
competition
first boss going down for them,
is
about
incredible.
8% ahead of Mandatory, so not a huge lead, but huge when the teams are as good as these two are, and the match is as close as this one was. Mandatory also a little bit slower to get to that second boss as compared to Dignitas as well, but Mandatory made back a lot of time here on the Rookran fight. Dignitas hiding behind this pillar while Mandatory just stayed in and did DPS during this Searing Quills cast. And this led to that boss 3 split.
So funnel on the
actually
boss
being
and
by
Fuzzy's
far
win
the
out over
biggest
time.
single split
I mean, both
difference
teams had
between the
funnel.
two teams, and it was in favor of Mandatory. They made back a huge chunk of time on the Rookran split and actually temporarily took the lead here, but Dignitas were able to be just slightly faster in getting into combat with the high. And you can
Dude, YouTube
see
is
still-
I actually I don't think I can do YouTube anymore. I don't love I think I'll get
What's
ads
going on?
watching the live broadcast
you
on
heard it here
Warcraft,
first, if your
but
augmentation
I'll
evokers
watch
ever
until I
look
get
like they're
ads, I
not doing
guess.
Damage, it's they can do that much damage. They're just choosing not
YouTube
to.
stream is just fried for some
I
reason.
see. So it's like a performance. So you just have to push harder. Clearly, all of them should be reaching those numbers. I think absolutely. Don't worry. Any of your evokers, you're gonna get some pushback. I think. Yeah, Makes.
I have an important information. So I have conversed with the team just real quick to kind of check in on something. And apparently Dignitas not only had disconnect problems in their first, but also in their second map of this series, leading to AJ being AFK for a couple of seconds prior to Rockran, which is why they didn't tank that first Searing Quill. So that is usually part of their route, and that is what they usually
Dignitas
do.
winning
But
with
because he was basically
AJ
from before the
being
boss for
disconnected,
almost the second
pretty
Searing
impressive.
Quills, they weren't able to just heal on through it, which is why they fell behind on that boss. That's crazy. The fact that they
Was that
won
also
the
the death
series
of the
with two
Magisters?
DCs,
Yeah.
that was, yes.
Wow. Okay, I mean,
Wow.
gosh. Coming to a series against mandatory, you have two little micro DCs.
Some of the official stream write
and
down
you
some
end up
business
still
expense.
being
I mean, yeah,
2-0.
probably.
That has got to feel really, really good for Dignitas. And as well, they know that those sorts of issues won't be a thing when they play at BlizzCon later this year as well on LAN. So they're going to only get better from here. But of course, we aren't done with them just yet. They have made it through to the finals at the end of the day today. But we don't know who they'll be facing yet. That is what we get to decide with our next two series.
It is. I mean, it's a huge, huge day. All of these series are so competitive. And I mean, honestly, props to Dignitas navigating around those DCs and just continuing to still be as fast as they were. Really close series, but our next one is promising to be exactly the same. We have Big Lucky versus Liquid coming up next down here in the lower bracket. Of course,
Luma, bro,
eliminations are on the line, and teams want
We're just-
to be able
we're
to
just
make
saying
it
anything
through
now.
and push to become
We're just
Season
saying
1
literally
champion,
anything.
so that they have a little extra glory, a little bit of extra money as
How
well.
did Dignitas
and
gather
some,
so much
I
faster
think,
for the
a
last
good
boss?
mental place to come from as they look ahead to BlizzCon. But we're gonna have Big Lucky
I don't
versus
know
Liquid
if I had
coming
to
up,
wager
two
a guess.
powerhouse
I
teams
think
you
just
won't wanna miss.
probably
So
tank
everybody, while we have
confidence.
a quick break. Thank you.
I'm wondering if
Are you
Muriz maybe
guys-
took things a little bit
Is it
slower
Sunday
after
or-
dying in
I don't know
Magisters.
what you're talking about.
You suddenly
Let's
got
get
much
into
more
break,
German.
please.
Okay, we will go to break, everyone.
I placed a crafting order. 1K, is that okay? I mean, it's okay. You might not find anybody to do the craft for you, but it's okay. Yo, I want to answer a question now. Somebody asked earlier, what do I need to change? What do you need to change about Rogue to make it a meta spec in the MDI? Very simply, I would say... Well, actually, I think the reason why I like the YouTube stream is the bitrate on Twitch is kind of fried. I swear the quality is better on YouTube. Maybe I'm making that up, though. I don't want to deal with any more disconnects, so I'm just going to watch Twitch, though. Uncap Outlaw, that would be one thing. The other thing would be make it so that Assassination Rogue Deathstalker, Singular Focus, interacts with our Caustic Spatter. Either of those two things would work. Like, that would instantly take Outlaw from being like a good spec in keys to a phenomenal spec out of those two things. Why watch YouTube? On YouTube you can rewind easy though. Yeah, I also like that. I also like being able to rewind easy. But I don't know, the YouTube broadcast for the Warcraft channel is like permanently bricked for some reason. But yo guys, I'm gonna be right back. Before we get Big Lucky versus Liquid, going to quickly bio, maybe whip up some more coffee and all that good stuff. So I'm gonna run ads right now, even though you guys like just got ads. I'm gonna hit you with some more ads because I gotta make as much money as possible. Surely you understand. No, I'm kidding. I'm running them so you guys don't get them during the match. Wait, I literally can't run ads right now. Ball ride. You guys don't get ads. You're off the hook. Anyways, after you're back though.
Welcome back from the break. Meg had to leave the desk because of, I don't know, something Germany pride, but she'll be back later, everybody. Here in our competition, our next series is Big Lucky versus Liquid, so let's see some predictions. Chat. Now, Big Lucky came out on top in the China group stages, and we've said that they're looking like they could be the best Chinese team since Aster. Why? Some of their runs seemed faster than our other teams out of groups, but have they been delivering that level of play this weekend, Dratnos?
Yeah, I think so far they've definitely looked very strong. They've won some series down in that lower bracket in pretty impressive fashion, so I'm a fan of Big Lucky. I've liked what I've seen out of them so far, but of course, looks like chat is on the side of Liquid by a pretty overwhelming margin here.
Yeah, is that chat or is that you, Tettles? I've had some reports
trying
that you
to-
may have
trying to print
just
some channel
dropped
points?
a ton of channel points in there.
Oh, I have it. Hold on.
Dude,
Okay.
I don't know.
will
I feel
right
like
now.
I feel
Okay.
like Big Lucky at 2% is
Sure.
Oh,
I just
okay,
saw-
6%.
I saw Liquid jump up, and I immediately assumed you had dropped
Okay,
like 200,000
okay.
channel points on them, Tettles. But we'll give you
Alright.
time. You can see how much you'll
Now
put
I
in
have.
there. Okay, great, perfect. Now,
All right,
everybody,
now-
there's
oh,
a
the
lot of
prediction's
competition
not
on both
good.
sides, though, and of course, you're all cheering for Liquid. So
Okay.
we have a lot to look at with Liquid. This
I have to.
season.
I
We had
like
last
literally
year
have to run
replacement
ads
to
now,
make
or
them
you
find
guys
their
will get them
strats
at the end of the
and
next match
stages.
again. So
Yesterday,
I
though,
can now
it
run
really
ads.
looked
I'm
like the
running
team
them.
was beginning
Running
to
that
click.
shit.
But will they be strong enough to challenge Big Lucky, Zyro?
I mean, it's a tough question because looking at this series from the start of the weekend, you would look at this and be like, yeah, Liquid look like they're the clear favorites, but Big Lucky.
Yo,
the clinic
so
yesterday in the lower
Big
bracket,
Lucky
after the
versus
they came
Liquid.
back looking like a new team. They reverse swept
Based
that
on what we've
series
seen this
to
weekend,
secure the
Big
qualification
Lucky
for
is
choosing
a
the number one
machine.
Chinese
All
team.
right,
And
they're a
they beat
machine
Triple Threat
that
in an upset, making them just one of the top 4 teams on merit. So
is like
I feel like
they're like
this is a
of the
lot
remaining 4
closer
teams,
than both
they're
we
like the
would have thought at
turtle.
start of the weekend.
It's the
And
turtle
certainly
versus the
closer than
hare,
Chat was
okay?
thinking earlier on.
They
Even closer than the poll right now after
will
Chat has started to
get
rally
from
behind
start
them
to
a little bit
finish,
more points. I think this is
0
probably more
deaths,
close to like a
but they're not
30-70
fast.
or
They're probably
35-65.
slower than the
I still
remaining
think
3
Liquid is
teams.
favored.
But I don't
But I
think
think
we.
it's
I
a
don't.
lot closer
I don't know
than
if I've seen a death out of Big Lucky the entire tournament.
Honestly, both
Like,
these
they
teams
are
have a lot
incredibly
to fight for.
consistent.
You're not only trying
So,
to get through
the question
season
is,
season 1 champions, but
does
this match
Big
also
Lucky's
determines
consistency,
around
is it enough
$5,000
to
additional prize pool. So you want to
enable them to pull ahead of Liquid, who are, in my opinion, faster, but have had some more volatile routing, have had some deaths here and there.
Them banning out Windrunner Spire. Tettles, do you think there's a specific reason for this? Are they both kind of worried about this map?
Put up a 12:45 ping
I don't feel like this
qualifiers.
is targeted.
I'm not sure.
Either
Maybe they
team.
did.
I would not be shocked, especially
They
with the
have
games that
had
don't
the
overlap.
fastest
It's
pit of the
more likely
tournament, I
that
think.
Both of these teams just see the Windrunner
But
Spire is probably their
part of the
biggest
reason for that
gap in the
is
pool. Just
I
something
think
that they
Mandatory
feel like they could
had
have
a
had
death
better
in their
time
run.
and if
They otherwise
the
wouldn't
other
have
team
had
was
the fastest
going to go
route.
to that Windrunner Spire, they feel like their edge would be lost potentially in this
I think
series.
I think like they,
more
if
along the
no
lines of
teams
what
have any
happened with
deaths, I
both
think
teams
Liquid
doubling
is
them out.
in general
I think
faster.
these bans are actually like pretty
And we see the
unlucky
maps
for
here.
Liquid, right? Because
So we get
looking at
Dilban
the
on
last
Windrunner
map in
Spire,
Nexus,
interestingly
that
enough.
seems to be like a bastion for them. If the game did go
So while
to
the Nexus
game
point
three,
goes
I think
unbanned,
super
we're actually
advanced
not
fact
seeing
that they
it.
get to play that
And we get
Ellie Shaman,
Masters,
they had
Mysara,
Shine.
Pit.
On the Ellie Shaman for that key seemed like it was a real strength for them, but now we're just not going to see that map at all this series.
Yeah, it feels like a ban onto Pit of Saron.
I don't know if we've seen Liquid in Masters, so I'm kind of interested. We've seen Digtoss and Mandatory with their tech of skipping after the second boss to the Void, past the Void Collar mob. I wonder if Liquid and Big Lucky will
maybe also looking forward to that map being a
employ
potential
some
decisive
similar
run.
tactics.
You know, it could be obviously they feel confident if they didn't go to ban it out. They think they at least, could keep it in the pool and can take the risk.
Yeah,
on
Raichu.
it. So, given
Like,
the
I think
fact that
Big
we've seen
Lucky's
both
win
these teams
condition
come
is just
in, even with their
the other
strengths
team kind of
shining,
making
I
mistakes.
think that it's going to take
Is
some
effectively
real
what it
weakness
boils
from
down
either
to.
one of them for there to be a huge gap because this is looking.
And I
to
think
be a
they're very
strong
competent.
series.
I just think
Now,
they're
Chat, you've got your
slightly,
predictions in, but
ever
we
so
need to get
slightly
ours
off the pace of these
officially.
top teams.
So, Zyra, I'll start with you.
But we'll
but
see.
What are you thinking for this?
Here we go.
series?
Liquid versus Big Lucky. This is a rematch. Liquid did 2-0 Big Lucky
Game 3, I'm like,
for the first in day one for their very first matchup to take out their number one seed.
They lost the pit to Liquid earlier this weekend.
Oh.
Yeah, they made mistakes in that key though. I don't know. I'm gonna go with my heart
Choices.
here. I'm gonna go 2-1 Liquid. I think they're the better team. I think they should be able to just barely eke it out, but I think it's going to be stupidly close.
All right, guys, predictions up.
I feel ya. All right, Drat.
Predictions up. Predictions up. Who you voting for?
Yeah, I'm a believer in Team Liquid. I'm going to go with a 2-0 for Team Liquid. My last 2-0 prediction didn't quite work out. I got it correct that there was going to be a 2-0. I just messed up which team was going to win, so it was very close to being the right prediction. But this time around, I'm feeling really good about it.
Yeah, very close is definitely something we consider.
Wait, I think I just clued into the fact that
little half points in.
3 out of the 4
Tettles,
casters
how
are
about you?
dressed
Who do you
up.
think
It's
you're gonna
not just
go for
Tettles.
with this lineup?
Zyro has a suit
So we
on.
saw Big Lucky
Rook
versus
has a nice
Liquid
top on. You
Friday,
can't really
and
see
I
it, but
actually
she's got like the
predicted
shoulder
T1
pads going on.
to be able to take down that
I think
series.
that's
I
like
think since
indicative
then,
of
I
a
feel like
nice
Liquid has
like
faster
woman's
strategies
top.
in pretty much every single dungeon that
And then
we've seen. But
Dratnos has got
by
the
like 10
the
to
high
15
school
seconds.
sports jacket on.
With that being the case, I think I'm just gonna go 2-0 Liquid.
Okay, all
Dratnos
right,
got
well,
that,
you know what?
like-
I'm gonna have to bring the big lucky
that,
energy.
like,
I'm gonna have to manifest for
classic
them, and I think
high
I'm gonna
school
lean
movie
towards them. Now,
football
they weren't as fast
jacket
as I
on.
think we hoped to see them yesterday, especially given some of those competitive times and some of those mistakes like we talked about.
Yo,
in matchups.
Ira, what's
I
good,
think
man?
Cost them here. Or there,
We,
even on maps they're really strong on, like Pit of Saran, right?
We lost in the group
But
stages.
I'm gonna
So
go
we're watching the season 1
2-1
finals
towards
here.
Big Lucky
Top
because
2
I
teams from each of the group
really think
stages
that they can
qualified.
do it. It's just
We
whether
placed
or not
4th
they
in our
have
group.
managed to
So
really get as into the groove to just really
My
iron out
MDI
some of
run
those
ended early,
mistakes
but
and be on par with this
we're now
Liquid that we've
we're
seen
now
coming into this weekend
spectator
that
POV.
really has been looking stronger and stronger with everyone. So I'm believing Big Lucky. Any of you out there voting with me in chat, thank you. But we'll see how it actually plays out. It looks like most folks leaning towards Liquid, and of course Liquid was looking really strong yesterday.
Big Lucky, I
As we
like
try to
it,
think
dude.
about
Let's
that, I
go.
mean, Dragonus, do
Get
you
some
think
Big
there
Lucky
was
supporters.
something-
There's
obviously they haven't claimed
more
him in,
Big
but
Lucky
was there something about their
support than
gameplay
I
that
thought there
really
would be.
seemed to
Let me
be
tell you.
specifically better than we'd seen them in groups?
Yeah, Liquid looked confident. They looked decisive in the maps we've seen, and also strategically, they look like they are back in this mode of being trendsetters and trailblazers rather than just being strat optimizers and adjusters. The Mysara Caverns that we've seen out of them in particular, I really like the way that they've attacked it and said, you know what? Other teams do it one way, but we have a better idea, and we're going to do it our way, and we're confident in it. And we get to see that Mysara Caverns in this very series, where we'll get to see that strategy probably on display again.
And we're going to be coming into our first map here very soon. Big Lucky versus
Team Liquid merch? That would explain why he's
Liquid.
wearing it then.
Now, even though we've got a lot of votes toward Liquid, I think Big Lucky has a really big shot in this map.
Yo,
They have
shout
continued
to the
climb
one
through
person
lower
that put
bracket.
10
We've
points on
seen
Big
them
Lucky, by
really
the way.
excel and put up some competitive times. Meanwhile, Liquid, they've tightened up since.
All right, here we go.
and the
Back into the
performance we
Manager's
saw from them
Terrace.
yesterday was absolutely top
Will these
tier.
teams have cleaner
Both of these
runs
teams
than what we
have to
saw
bring
out
it
of
all
Ding
if they
Toss
want
and
to get that
Mandatory?
additional
I think
prize pool if
it's
they
fairly
move up
likely,
into
but
the
this
ranks,
is an
and if they
incredibly
want to be
volatile
one step
dungeoning.
closer
19
to becoming
matchers
season
is a
one
high
champions. This is
keystone
going to be
level.
Big Lucky
This is,
versus
I believe this is their
Liquid here in our
first
second
Magisters out of both these teams.
Magisters.
Big
Remember
Lucky
that
has opted to
Magisters
ban
Terrace, the
Magisters in basically
Yeah,
every
and
other
we are
matchup
going to see
that they've
this
been
first
in.
map between Big Lucky and Liquid. What are we
Supposedly,
going
it
to
was
see
one of Big Lucky's
compositionally?
worst
Are there
worst
going to be
keys in
differences? We're actually
the
seeing
China
neither
group
of these
stage. So
teams busting
we'll have to see
out
how they do here. We
Backdrop,
see
Reaper,
similar
Havoc,
comps,
Demon
in
Hunter.
fact, the
That was
exact
also
same
Big
comp out of
Lucky
both teams.
earlier, instead
And
of
here
like
we
looking at
go.
that more tried and true Devour Demon Hunter. I think that a question that we have to answer, Dratnos, is where are they going to be lusting for both Big Lucky and Liquid? There's basically 2 points inside this dungeon that teams are electing to lust. The Arcanatron Custos pack and the Spellblade pack that's right before Serenel Sunlash. Do you have a kind of a preference for either of those 2 lusts?
Yeah, it's interesting because that first lust on Custos is such a natural lust, right? You want to press your
It
lust
looks
as soon as
like
possible. You
Liquid
wanna
will be
press your
finishing
lust
this
when you're in
pull
combat with a boss.
5
You wanna
seconds
press your lust
faster
when you're
than Big
fighting a
Lucky,
dangerous set
just
of enemies
raw
where
damage.
You'll benefit defensively from
Race to
A,
World
killing
first
stuff
damage
faster, and
difference
B,
here
your
being
hero
pulled
having
out
more haste,
by
so
Team
everybody is
Liquid.
a little bit safer, right? And that Custos spot really gets all 3 of those major objectives checked off at once. But then if you can save it and use it on the Serenal Sunlash
Actually, Wolf
trash,
Disco tagged the
that
Pyromancer. That's
seems
pretty
to
cool.
potentially be faster. It's counterintuitive, but I actually really liked that lust when I saw it earlier.
Yeah. So for this next poll here, for both of these 2 teams, it's basically just trying to focus down this Pyromancer.
Oh,
The
yes,
moment
my
this
bad.
Pyromancer dies, the gauntlet that can send you back goes away.
There you are.
The teams are able to continue to progress forward through the dungeon. So that is going to be the mob that most of these teams are going to be targeting, trying to focus down. Now, it does have the most HP in this pack. It has about 1.5x the HP of even things like the healers and the magisters. You're going to need to also make sure that you get pretty aggressive purges onto the Pyromancer because because if any of those healer shields end up going
Spec
on
bands?
Pyromancer,
Yeah, me
it just
too.
really slows down your ability to be able to kill.
I've said
off
this before, though,
flashback.
and I'll say it
Now, on the
again.
right-hand side,
I do
Liquid
think
here
the spec
have
bands,
killed
as
off
they
that
were in the
phasing
group stage, would
Pyromancer.
not work
How
in
much
this.
HP does that Pyromancer have for Big Lucky
Well,
on the
just
left-hand
in
side? Looks
general,
to be
don't
about
work,
20
though.
20 to 25%, and Liquid are already making their way into
They would.
that
I think the
Arcanotron
bands are a
Custos
good idea,
lane.
but they need to
The 70
figure
Ember
out
comes
a
out
different
for
way
the
to
Ascent.
implement
Liquid
them.
are moving through this dungeon so quickly.
And yeah, Liquid at this
Wolf
point
Disco gonna
have
take a little bit of
extended
time
their
to
lead
start
to maybe
gathering
on the
a,
order
damage
of
buff from that
10 to
crystal.
15
Using those
seconds.
10 stacks
Based
on
off
him
of
now,
2 pulls
allowing
is a
him to do
crazy
little bit of
difference.
extra damage on the opener on this boss. We've got the
But here we
Lust
go.
available. Is it going to
This
get
is
pressed for Team Liquid?
probably
If
Lust.
It was, it would be right now as the Army of the Dead is
I guess
being
it's
cast.
not
So it
Lust
looks
for
like
Liquid. This is
are
interesting to
holding
see.
this
So we're
Lust
probably only
for
playing
the
for a
Cerebus
one Lust
Unlatched
dungeon on the
spot.
side of Liquid.
Meanwhile,
We see
Big
all walls
Lucky
going out
are getting
as
into
these
the
worms
boss
pop
combat as
the double
well.
knockback
Looks
from
like
both
they're
the
also holding
mini
this
boss
Lust.
and the
Yeah,
boss
there
mob.
goes some cooldowns
We will
and
be
no Lust
surviving
being
this
pressed.
as
Okay, interesting.
Liquid.
This pull is actually quite dangerous. We saw
Very
it take
nicely
out
done.
Perez
Meanwhile, on the side of Big
earlier.
Lucky, we are
He ended up, like,
also
standing in the
opting
fire
not to
for the
press
Pyromancer.
Lust.
That
Interesting
means
that both these teams have arrived at the same
down for
conclusion,
both
and we
for
are going to
mandatory
also
series
live
earlier today.
the
But for Big Lucky and Liquid,
pops
it
of the
looks like
worms.
Shun
Very nicely
on that
done
Guardian
on
even
both
gets on the Guardian
sides
River,
of the
able to
screen
stay
here.
alive, layer
But
their
actually looking at
defensive
boss
cooldown
health
quite nicely.
percentage,
They're not out of the woods
Big
yet.
Lucky
You know,
are
they're
not
still
as far
coming in
behind
from
as I
that
would have thought they
consistently.
would be.
The Blazing
Maybe they got
Pyromancer
this pull set up a little bit
still keeping
faster.
players out, but they're certainly out of the hardest part of that pull for the tanks with just
Another
20
knockback
to
Lotus
30
Spin
mobs
dropping
just
incredibly
right
low,
swinging on them the
but
entire
managing
time.
to
That
get
is
topped
the
back
point in
off sphere.
time of which we would have been likely to see a tank death.
Yeah, we saw a tank death from Mandatory, and when a team
Yeah.
even like as strong as Mandatory can have a tank death in
Yeah,
an
Big
area,
Lucky
you
have
know
kinda
that it
clawed
is
their
a
way back
very
into this one.
dangerous section of the dungeon.
Look at the
for
damage
those
meter. It
tanks.
looks like
But yeah, both
they're
teams now
on
working
Big
on the
Lucky's
boss.
DK
Despite
just did a
Big
lot
Lucky
more
getting into
damage.
Boss combat a little bit slower than Liquid. They are deploying so much damage. They've got the boss lower, and they
I wonder if
also
that was
already
like
dealt with
a,
the trash that it looks like Liquid are currently in combat.
Oh
with
yeah,
here
Liquid
as
have also
well.
opted to split up
So
this
Big
pool.
Lucky, I would say,
Interesting.
have opened up a little bit of a lead here. Over
Big
Team
Lucky,
Liquid.
low-key just pulling out.
Liquid
I wonder
is
if the
still
DK
gathering a
held
little bit
pot
more
for this or
trash
something.
in.
Awesome
I think
void
that-
meta
I think
by
that's the
Zax, by the
difference
way,
here. So
immuning the
like
damage
Crystal
and the
with
knockback.
Wolf Disco 10 stacks
Little bit of
of
tech here.
powered ability that the mana
Now
worm
this
has.
knockback isn't going to kill you at a
So
plus
basically
19
it's
keystone
just
level,
a gain. I would
but
not be shocked if the Big Lucky DK,
it is aura
while
points
Shun
for
was setting up the
Zax.
pull into Arcanotron Custos, grabbed that and layered it with all of his offensive cooldowns. Now let's look at the offensive CD situation for Big Lucky and Liquid. Big Lucky, they have the army available. They're basically just going to be pressing this Breath of Eons.
I'm
with
a
that
little
Void
that
Metamorphosis
knockback
and
where
the second
Zax was
Redeem
at was a little
Protocol.
scary. I was
That's
wondering
going to be
where
able
he's
to
going to
bring
get
it
pulled
home for Big
into
Lucky in
a
terms of being able to
another
pull off
pack of
Arcanotron
mobs.
Custos.
Okay, we
Right
do
hand
see a
side,
difference
Liquid,
here. So
Wolf
Big
Disco
Lucky
on his second army
have
DT
been
combo,
are so
he picked up
fast
that crystal,
that they
he
can't press
pressed
army
that
again.
offensive CD.
Meanwhile,
Is this
Wolf
going to give
Disco
Big Lucky
pressing
a bit
army
of
on
advantage
cooldown,
during this
which will
bloodlust
enable them to
pull?
accelerate and actually kill Arcanotron and
loss, okay,
Custos
just losing
first.
use.
But we don't
Yeah,
have
I mean,
army for
Wolf Disco's army
44
is gonna
seconds
almost be
for
up
the
in
second
time here.
pull.
It's not gonna be
Is
right
that
at the
going
start
to
of this
be a
pull, but it should
problem?
be within that
Meanwhile,
lust
Big
window
Lucky
as
have
well.
all of their cooldowns
Army of the
available
Dead,
to
a
them
really strong
off
effect
the
for
bat.
the Unholy Death.
Zax
It's
is
not
going to
just
need
a
to farm
pure
to
single
his
target like
void
it's
meta, but he
used
can
to
do
be,
that off
but with
this
the way
gather
that
here.
it
That's not
interacts
a
with the
big
Apex
issue.
talent, it also increases your AoE damage
28
by
seconds
quite
for
a
Wolf
lot.
Disco. I think by the time
really
the pool is
important
gathered,
ability
he's going to
for
be
both
maybe
teams to
like
have access to here, but yeah, Wolf
15
Disco
seconds
is gonna have
out.
it in just 20
This
seconds.
is a little scary
20
here.
seconds off. I mean, how valuable is it to be
Now,
pressed
this Lust
on
is going to
pull
help carry some of that
versus
difference here, but
20
this looks like this is a
seconds pull, though?
4
It's
So
kind of
Spellbreaker
Spellbreaker
scary.
pull
Besides this Breath of
for
Beyond,
Liquid. I don't
would
believe
be
they did
nice,
any
right?
sort of
Let's look on the side of
skipping,
Big Lucky. There's that
but Big
Lust,
Lucky
and we
also
expect
running
to
here,
see that
and we
Army
see
of the
both
Dead
Bloodlust brought out here, so this is what we
any
held Lust for.
seconds now by
Walls
the
are rotated up on the side of
There it
Liquid,
goes.
on the side of Big Lucky from
I mean,
our
it's a
Devour
little
Demon
bit
Hunter.
ahead when Wolf Disco
And
got
here
to
we
do
go.
it. It's gonna
Can
fall
we
within the
navigate
Breath
this
of
pull?
Beyond's window
Meld's
rather
being
than
deployed
after
to
it, which is
immune
an
the
advantage for
the
Big Lucky. Isn't enough of an
Spellbreaker's
advantage
glaive
to
wave
make up
throw.
for that boss timer
Liquid dropping
switch.
incredibly
Big
low,
Lucky
though.
were ahead on
AMZ
the
already
boss,
rotated out.
and Liquid
No longer
Disco
access to
10
it.
seconds faster.
Look at this. Wolf Disco did not press it on the Bloodlust pull, instead electing to save it for boss damage.
Nicely done
Wow,
from
okay,
both
yeah, so
teams.
really trying
But
to
Wolf
emphasize
Disco not
that
pressing
single
army
target
is kind of
DPS versus
confusing.
the overall DPS, but look at this. Liquid still getting into boss combat well ahead of Big Lucky. And they're
maybe-
gonna have-
I mean, maybe that's
oh my
correct.
goodness, they're actually going to get to overlap the final few seconds of Lust.
That
with
is
the
great.
Start of this Army of the Dead window as well. So they're kind of getting the best of
Really?
both worlds here.
That is so...
really interesting use of offensive
That is
cooldowns
so
from
s-
Liquid. I feel like this is one of
such
the
a
teams
strange way to
that has the
utilize your
most,
army as DK. But I mean,
would
I
say
guess that was something they
long-term
planned
players
for.
in India.
That's
I
pretty
guess
cool.
Wolf Disco dating back to a team called Sneaky Snakes all the way in 2017. Shine and Zevi both on the scene in 2018. And for Zevi, he was on FSY with Merez, and Shine, he was on the eventual champions and Shells Angels. So I feel like for Liquid, they have some of the most storied players in MDI history, and I feel like with those players, they've kind of seen a bunch of different iterations of the MDI, and I think have a really good understanding.
I mean, I guess Wolf Disco
really
will get 2
optimize
uses
their
of army on
offensive
this
cooldown
boss,
usage.
which works to his advantage.
Yeah,
It's just
exactly.
so
It's sort of
bizarre to
some-
me
it's
that
some
you
Bracewell
opt
first
to
mindset as well,
not
right?
press your army
Just
on
sort of
that
figuring out where
that
you're gonna be
spellbreaker
able to
pool.
use your cooldowns for the most damage.
Is that
What
really
are the
faster?
actual progression points that are gating you from moving through the dungeon? So often it is that single target.
So Big Lucky
damage,
are going to kind
but
of ping
optimizing
pong
for that is
and
hard because
catch them in boss
your
damage right
overall
now
DPS
with
number is gonna go
their
down. It can be
DK's
hard
press
to
of army.
identify what is actually going
But
to make
only
the dungeon
for
the
about
fastest.
15
You can
seconds or
see
so
here
until
is
Wolf Disco
certainly a
rotates
lead
through
for
his
Liquid.
army,
Only
which will be an
about 5%
execute
of the
phase
boss,
of
though,
this
is the lead
boss.
for Liquid.
And
But
there
they
is
are
a
gonna be
pretty
getting to
sizable
another
amount of
army where Big
downtime
Lucky have
coming out
just
of
used that. So I
Sunlash.
expect this gap is
So
going to widen
Wolf Disco will
rather
likely have his
than
army come back for the
narrow
next pool as
over the next
well.
few seconds here.
Yeah. So
Meanwhile,
the
the DK on the side of Big
question is,
Lucky does not get another army press.
Next, where is this army going to be pressed for the DK on the side of Big Lucky? Because right now, he sat on that army for about a
Imagine
minute
not needing
and
a cooldown
10
for that pack.
seconds,
Like,
where
that's
Liquid was
insane.
able to-
That's
I would not be
crazy.
shocked if Liquid actually gets one additional use of that army throughout the entirety of this dungeon, and that is probably the most potent offensive cooldown in this meta composition's arsenal. So if Big Lucky aren't able to, I would say, get like a really big use of the army this next press, I feel like that holding it for as long as they did was a massive mistake.
Yeah, absolutely. I think so as well. I wouldn't describe it as a massive mistake. It's a subtle.
I guess, okay, that's a good
evil
point.
mistake
So
that is hard to catch. Right?
at this
It's hard
point,
to
because Big Lucky
identify
opted to
where
hold
even
their
something
army
you could be doing differently
on
with a
Arcanotron
cooldown
Custos,
like that, but I
they've
think
just
Liquid
lost.
have found a really good way
Their
to
DK has
navigate
one
this
less army
section,
press
as the
than
boss is gonna
Wolf
be going
Disco.
down for them with about
Like, that is
9%
objectively
health
true.
left for Big Lucky. Liquid now going to be channeling into that shield. And they're sending half of the team, four-fifths
entire
of the
team.
team even ahead.
And
to charge
they're 2
forward,
seconds slower on the
while
second
it
boss
is going
split
to be
as a
Sydney that
result.
actually finishes off that final
So,
bit
I mean,
of the channel.
now Big Lucky's
Usually
army
that would be
presses
an
have been a
evoker
lot
job, but this time
better
around the
than
evoker
Wolf
has a
Disco. So
different
despite
job,
Wolf Disco getting
which is
more
that
army
sleepwalk,
presses,
that's gonna
it
be
seems
done
like it hasn't
to
amounted
bring
to
over
that
an
big of a
extra hollow
gap
soul
difference.
from further ahead
But
in
Liquid
the
is
dungeon,
faster, so.
perhaps. Or maybe not something that Liquid have adapted.
So Liquid
from the
opting to
Dignitas
skip the
route.
Void Caller
Yeah,
by
it was
running
like
out really
Liquid,
fast
slightly
and pulling a
different
side pack
configuration
there.
trash than Dignitas.
That's sweet too, because
Meanwhile,
the way that
Big
Liquid
Lucky
set up that pull, that
are
Void
just
Caller
going.
hadn't spawned
Big
yet.
Lucky
So
are
the
doing the
ads,
classic
when
route.
you end
This
up
is the
finishing
double
off
Void Caller
that
pull
Shadow Well cast,
into
you
the.
spawn the ads in waves.
I mean, Big
And
Lucky
so
have a
that Void Caller
terrifying
wasn't
pull
even
on their
up.
fingers right
Instead,
now.
Yips ended up grabbing a 3-pack off to the side.
I'm
extracting it,
watching Big
pulling it
Lucky
past
here.
that
Their
Void Caller
double
spawn
Void Caller
location,
is
and now Liquid,
terrifying.
they're gonna be getting the
On a
count,
plus
except
19
it's gonna
keystone
be
level?
Slightly less dangerous because on the left side,
Can they
Big
survive?
Lucky,
That is
they
the
actually
question.
Have that Shadow Rift Void Caller into that pull, and now Big
Teams have
Lucky
opted to
here,
skip
they do
that first
press
Void
that
Caller
army
because one, it's
as it comes
very,
up,
very
but
dangerous.
with
But Lotus
Wolf
Spin
Disco,
going down to a Shadow Ball
he
here.
has his
We
army
have to get our
available, so
healer
he's
up. This is
plus
during
one
an
army
AoE.
dead cast
Can we
over
recover?
Big Lucky's DK
We have
throughout
walls
the entire
rotated out
dungeon,
on
and now
our
things
DPS.
going
It looks
not
like we're
great for
actually
Big
able
Lucky as
to
Loda does end up going down. Is he going to be able to recover
stabilize here.
that death? It looks like the entirety of Big Lucky has been topped. And
But teams
do
opt to
still have
skip
some
the
of their
Void
defenses
Caller
available.
mob
That was a very unfortunate
because
death.
yet one,
Costing
it's
them
very
15
dangerous,
seconds
and
of
we
the
see
map,
our
but we don't
Alchemaker
get
drop
15
really low
seconds
here.
available
AMZ
to
and
spare.
Darkness rotate out,
Yeah,
which will
that is
help
gonna
us.
be a big factor as we
stabilize
move
once
into the
more.
second half of this
But not
dungeon.
only is it incredibly
Jamella's
dangerous, as I
about
see,
to
last.
spawn here for
Oh,
Team
they almost got an
Liquid.
additional
You can see
consuming
Seth
shadows off, but they
actually
killed
gonna
off
be
that
traveling
Void
backwards with that
Caller just in
spatial
time.
paradox, able to use this max range para
The
into
ads that the
crackling
Void Caller
lightning.
spawns
Wow, getting
reduce
some
the
real
damage our
cover
DPS do
out
to the
of
targets that need to
the spatial
die.
paradox
So
there.
the thing is, when you have
traveling
uncapped
now
classes
back into boss
or
combat,
classes that deal damage to
Yips
any number of
bringing the boss
targets,
over the wall
basically
here. I
every
really
ability in the
like
game
those
is
things.
soft
Yeah,
capped.
that's
Okay,
gonna force
so it'll
both
do
of
reduced
these
damage
builds
beyond
allies
5
to
targets or
pass
8 targets.
towards the
So when you
fountain
have
for a
pulls that are
little
like
while, which
15,
means it's
20
very
mobs,
easy
and these
to
Void
get
Callers
all
that are
three of
spawning
them
like
stacked up
8 mobs at
during
a
this
time,
first Cosmic
which are
Sting cast
irrelevant to the
sequence,
pull, it
letting them
really slows
leverage
down
that
the dungeon
full
timer.
AoE cleave for as long as possible
So having to
before
deal with these
inevitably
mobs for as
do
long as they
split up,
have
and
meant
now
that
we'll have
Liquid
two
have
targets
really
for a little
opened
while.
up that gap.
But
And at
still
this
got all
point,
this extra
especially with the
crash
death
underneath
out of their
bosses
healer on the side of
as
Big
well.
Lucky, I
Liquid
mean,
just
this
doing
is
so
their
much
map to
damage.
win.
Meanwhile, Big Lucky also in boss combat, quite a bit slower in getting into boss combat, and they have 15 seconds against them now from death timers.
They had those void infused mana worms, which actually do a decent amount more damage than the.
Oh, that's
the other
clever. Yeah,
side
Liquid also brought in the
in terms
void
of
infused mana
amount of
worms.
damage they
I like
deal
that.
to.
We haven't seen that
But
utilized
if
very
you give
much.
The entirety of Liquid 10 stacks of that damage amp buff. So Liquid, they're getting a little bit of additional damage from pulling those mana worms, and while again they are dangerous, it's just something that seems like it works out quite nicely for Liquid. And Liquid's offensive cooldowns.
We see a Voidwalker get parried as it enters into the room there. Very nicely done by Liquid. Min-maxing the number of mobs they play onto this boss. Although I'm a little concerned for them. They have to pull that Voidwalker in now because Gemellis is almost dead.
This Void Metamorphosis, I'm not 100% sure if you want to press it here, though.
Oh, we had a death on the side of Big Lucky. Who went down?
Coming in for Big Lucky. That's going to be their battle res, the second battle res of the map for them. Now
I didn't see who
30
died.
Seconds of death timers.
It wasn't
will
Demon
be
Hunter because we're in
applied
Void Meta right
against
now.
them, while Liquid is still on a flawless
Probably wasn't the
run
tank.
so far. Final bit of
Not ideal for
damage
them.
required to stop
Meanwhile, inside of
the
Liquid,
Gemellis here for Liquid and travel to the end
the
of
way they split up this
dungeon.
trash has been
You get a little
nice,
bit of
but
an
it's a little
idea
bit
of how far
awkward.
ahead
They're gonna
they
have to
are,
like kill
which
this
is how much health
Voidwalker
is
after
still
the boss
remaining on
dies.
the boss
I mean, I
for
guess they
Big
could maybe
Lucky
just
when it
like
does go
leave
down for
it
Liquid.
behind.
2% left.
What are they doing with this
Liquid, down
Voidwalker?
it goes. Still 1/3.
Oh, they're just gonna fucking dip. I mean, I
Just
respect
30
it.
Seconds of death timers. That
No,
is
they're
the
gonna kill
size
it.
of the lead right
So
now in
Liquid
favor
are
of
losing some
Team
time here by
Liquid.
having to deal with this
They're gonna be
Voidwalker, it
gathering
seems.
A little bit of trash, and let's see how far they decide to take this one. So we have one Voidwalker that was still alive, actually from even before Gemellis. Liquid have
now they
finished
can
that one
leave.
off and are now heading upstairs. They're going to be hugging the wall here.
Had
to
Big
make
Lucky
sure they
not had
pull
any
that
deaths,
unfavorable
deaths,
trash
wow,
that
that's a hard word to
spawns
say.
in the center of this
Deaths
spiral
at this point.
rampway. Actually, it looks like they're
that
they're
stall from
doing
Liquid would have
something
been
different than a lot
to
of
their
other teams
benefit,
do.
but at this
They're
point I think it's
stopping midway up and
not
fighting
important
a
enough.
trash bowl that does
Yeah,
spawn
Liquid-
in the middle of one of these platforms.
I wonder what that's going to allow.
Liquid
them
must
to
have some tech
skip
here.
is kind of the question.
Liquid must have some
Because
tech. If we're
most
stopping here,
teams,
I
they end up
almost
only doing one pull
I
in this
guarantee you
area.
like Big Lucky go all the way up
That is
top.
fairly common, but I do wonder.
It was
how
DK
much
that
that is
died?
going
Oh, okay.
to- Like, is this the only?
Wait,
pull they're
what?
Doing in this area? They maybe
Big
are
Lucky's
actually
doing
gonna
the
be
same
able to take some
pull?
trash into,
Dude, we have not
the
seen
Tracer
this
Fury
once
again,
this
but-
tournament.
Oh,
What
look
have
at
these
this, Big
teams
Lucky
discovered, and
on
how have they
their own
both
exact same
discovered it?
Strategy. And so for Big Lucky, just looking at the splits at the bottom of the screen, they're 30 seconds behind in terms of Gemellis boss kill, and they're additionally another 30 seconds behind in terms of the death penalty that's assessed against them. So there is still a possibility for them to be able to catch back up. It's going to be very difficult, and it's going to require Liquid to make a mistake.
I
Liquid here-
see. Okay,
Ooh,
so
that's
we're
a
gonna
really clean skip. You saw the incapacity
in-cap roar,
and then you saw those
do
grips
the
from
bridge
Wolf
skip,
Disco getting
grip the
Shredders, getting these
caster
into the
mobs
split,
up top,
now
and the
Gypsy
shredders will
has been
automatically
engaged for
teleport to
Liquid
you
here about a minute
as a
ahead
part of
what
their
we saw from Big
mechanics.
Lucky.
And they're able to go straight into the boss. I see.
Liquid are zooming through this section of
Very
the
nicely done from
dungeon.
Liquid, and,
Only
I
one
mean,
boss and 5%
I think at
count
this point they are
stands
in the
between
clear.
Them and a lead in the series. Big Lucky finishing off some of that trash as well, heading up to their final pull onto boss. Also, looks like the two teams on a very similar grand strategy in this dungeon. Big Lucky having to wait a little while to get this.
Big
set up,
Lucky
though.
with
Of
an
course,
interesting
that is the way
position
skip
for their
does
skip.
work, and we're
They're
gonna see
also
the
going
grip
to
coming in
pull
on that Void Terror, while the Hollow Soul
grip,
Shredders
pull the
will teleport over,
caster
allowing them to
mobs, the
skip
Void
past
Terrors,
that
while the
nasty
Shredders
trash
port
at the
up
bottom
before
of
running
that
to the
ramp.
last
They are
boss.
gonna
Nicely
go
done on their
for the boss
behalf, but
combat soon, the boss
unfortunately they are
already at
25%
79%
behind
for Liquid.
in
Plus,
boss
there are 30
health,
seconds of
and
death
also, yeah,
timer
the 30
in
seconds
favor
of death timer.
I mean,
So.
this is tough. I mean, like, I feel like for Big Lucky, while their first couple of boss splits were just a hair slower, you know, I think they lost 10 seconds on the Custo split. They lost 2
I mean, well, this is some of the difference I was talking about earlier. Big Lucky are competent. They're a very strong team, but they just don't quite have the pace that we see out of our top teams here. I think Liquid have really showcased that. I mean, look at the splits at the bottom of the screen. Liquid have been faster every single split. It's not by a lot, but it's enough to give them, you know, this lead that we see now. So without deaths on the side of Liquid, I think I don't see a way Big Lucky. Oh, a soak! Damage goes out. We missed a soak. Our healer. There was a soak to the side of our healer for Big Lucky that we couldn't get to because we were slowed. So now we have to heal. Oh my goodness, we have to heal out a dot that lasts a minute and a plus 19 keystone. This boss went from being very chill to very difficult inside of Big Lucky. In fact, so much so that I think our Demon Hunter is going to run out here. Wait, this is soak! Zax is going to get into it, but he is going to explode as a result. We have no B-res either. Big Lucky, I think, is
problem as well. I don't want to alarm you any further, but Big Lucky are also not at 100% count. So there's a
Oh,
lot
we
that
also
has
are missing
gone
count.
wrong in
Oh,
this
no.
map for
All
Big
right, well.
Lucky. More deaths befalling them here on the last boss. Oh my goodness, nearly losing their healer.
Listen,
as well,
there's a
but it is
reason.
going
So we
to be
managed to heal
Liquid.
out that dot, but we lost our Demon Hunter in the process for Big Lucky. I think there's a reason that this map was banned out in most other series for Big Lucky. But yeah, unfortunately, it was not avoided here. So to their credit, this might have been their worst map. Maybe they can put together something a little bit better in the next one. But Liquid are gonna take this one 1-0, and it's match point for them.
From Liquid in this run. So how did this give them an advantage over the timings that we've seen from other teams?
It's hard to tell versus, you know, teams that aren't playing the exact same composition, right? I think if you try to compare, say, Dignitas whenever they're playing the Havoc Demon Hunter, it's
I actually
really
want to point something out here. So
whenever we were comparing it to Big Lucky, though, it did really
I can't rewind because it's the Twitch stream.
Additional use of the army over the course of the entire dungeon. Now,
let me go back here to the YouTube stream. So a lot of people will be like, "Yo, Shindig, what's a good overall for a dungeon?" And it's like such a hard question to answer because you might see something like this, and I could ask you, which of the two teams have the faster timer? And you might look at this damage breakdown and be like, well, Big Lucky, obviously. They did more damage. But clearly that wasn't the case, right? While in general, as a general rule, doing more damage does usually correspond to a faster timer, that's not always the case, right? There are our DK, the Big Lucky DK, opted to hold their army presses for AoE pulls and had one less press than Wolf Disco, who did definitely way more boss damage on the second boss than this DK because of the additional army press. That additional boss damage isn't going to be translated into your overall, right? So it'll inflate this DK's overall when Wolf Disco had a more efficient damage profile. Additionally, remember these guys did the double Void Caller pull, with Void Caller spawning additional, like the 8 mobs per or whatever, whenever they spawn their little mini guys, and having 2 of them, it means the big AoE pull they did after Sunlash was much bigger than what Liquid did, and also lasted a lot longer, which is also going to artificially inflate our DPS's damage numbers, but it was not faster. So you definitely need to importantly, little lesson, little takeaway here, always exercise caution when corresponding the damage you deal in a key to the speed of the timer, because the two are not always necessarily linked. Little tidbit for you guys.
The series, a few further deaths from Big Lucky kind of sealed that fate, but Liquid was able to put together.
Also, I still haven't answered this question. I forgot. I don't know if the YouTube Wait, no, I did answer it. I was thinking about the question about what I changed about Rogue, but I have already answered that one. Zimrun. We're chilling.
If Liquid wins the series, that's who they're going to be going up against next in the lower bracket finals, so it might be a preview of that here, but at the end of the day, Liquid goes up 1-0 in the series and puts Big Lucky in a familiar position. Backs to the wall. One more map loss eliminates them from the tournament.
Is that the pull mobs had a better efficiency from the side of Liquid, more percent for less damage dealt.
So hopefully today they're able to bring it together, eliminate some of those deaths, and really tighten up the run, because they're going to need to. Liquid is just looking like they have absolutely come.
That's true for the double Void Caller pull that we described there, that I talked about.
And
definitely.
This is one where I think, interestingly enough, like early on, people seem to want to avoid this map.
All right, but so Big Lucky have a solid pit of Sauron.
And into today.
So if we go to a map 3, I think they have a legitimate shot.
Really need to take into account.
I think Liquid's also fast in here.
Yeah, Liquid
Mysara, I don't know if we've.
In the Mysara caverns than we've
Oh, we have seen Liquid Mysara. They have a. Liquid have looked very fast in Mysara, so I don't know about Big Lucky. I don't think we've seen Big Lucky in this dungeon. So I'll have to see what they can pull out here.
Not messing around at all. Does mean they need to get a little bit more trash laters. They have to do a big pull after the mini boss in order to catch back up on count. But this is an interesting dungeon, because when we saw the Chinese group weekend, this was a dungeon where the full tech of the Aug Evoker, Wernstone, activating the spirit was something that not a lot of teams were successfully executing. So I'm very curious what Big Lucky look like in this map.
It'll be, I think, a real test of their skill, especially knowing that Liquid already has such a defined path that they take through this that is so efficient for them. I mean, Big Lucky, though, we talked about the fact that they were putting up some incredibly competitive times, especially coming through their group weekends. So if this is the point to put those peak times out, then like you've got to do it right now, because if not, elimination is going to come for them. They've got to be able to get another point on the board and even this out to take us to a third map. Otherwise, Liquid is going to run away with it, which wouldn't be so bad for most of our desk's predictions. But I mean, Zyro, seeing how these two are kind of matching up, do you think Big Lucky they can pull it together? How can they kind of meet Liquid in this next
Dude,
match?
Hell's kind of looking good from
Well,
that
that's
angle.
the interesting question, right? Because we actually haven't seen.
Hey, well,
what
look-
Big
look at
Lucky
him.
has planned for
Damn.
this weekend in this dungeon yet. Like Dragon
Hell's
said,
kind of
we saw
like,
what they
kind of
were
like,
doing
kind of like
the
jaw
regional
maxing.
weekend a couple of weekends ago. Didn't look that impressive. Most of the teams,
Bro, his
like I said,
jawline looking
weren't
sharp.
really doing the Ghost Incense tech, but Liquid doesn't do that in their run either. They go for the bigger pole after the altar room, which is a little bit different.
I gotta work on
We
mine,
have
dude.
no idea
For
what Big
real.
Lucky have prepared.
Bone
They can have an
smashing, yeah.
insanely
He's,
fast strat in this
guys
dungeon
engaging
and
the
make
look
it upset
smashing
Liquid,
practices.
which would be impressive because Liquid has the second fastest run of any of the teams in this dungeon this weekend. Only Dignitas has been faster in this key. So if there's ever a time to pull
All right, here
out
we go,
that
here we
strategy
go.
for Big Lucky to keep
Mysara
themselves alive in the
Caverns.
tournament, it's now.
This is the time. This will make or break Big Lucky. They need to get this other point if they want to stay in the running, if they want to stay a Season 1 champion, and if they want to vie for the bigger prize pool that moving up in the ranks will land
Why
in.
is
Of course,
gigantifying an
Liquid,
emote
if they're able to land this, bring
produce
this
a
in,
sound
they'll be
notification?
able to continue
Throws me
moving
off.
on, and we all know they've got that championship in
Sure,
their
it's something I
sights.
can set up
This is going
or
to be our
adjust.
second game of the series. Big Lucky
You just have to grow a beard. It makes
versus
everything better.
Liquid.
Okay, well, I
If
can't,
Liquid
so
takes this
what
point,
then?
they will move on 2-0, but Big Lucky, they have a shot here to
All right, here we
get
go, here we
their
go.
luck in order and be able to pull this
We see
off.
Metacomps out of both teams here. Nothing too
All right,
crazy.
So we're gonna be immediately
The
starting to
question
talk
really
about
is, what is Big
strategy
Lucky
for this
going to
dungeon.
do?
We've seen what route Liquid runs in this dungeon. They're basically going to do a very large pull up the left-hand side. They're going to end up pulling a mask.
Oh,
They're gonna be utilizing
moving
the
my
Stoical Paradox
camera so you guys can see the
practically
damage
like to
meters
be able to
ahead
pull
of
just a
the
bunch
damage
of
actually
different
happening.
mobs into this first pull and optimizing the offensive cooldowns with the Bloodlust. And it looks like on the left-hand side, Big Lucky's on something kind
Ten
of
bits for a
similar.
big emote?
How
Oh,
much
really?
trash count is
I didn't know
Big Lucky
that.
going to be getting here? It looks like it's
Well,
going to be
W, thank you.
that 28.83% if our tracker is correct. And Liquid's going to be something that's slightly lower, but overall, I think that the
All right, both teams bursting for Omega damage. Zax on the side of Big Lucky doing crazy Demon Hunter numbers.
That give a couple of
Both
count.
DPS on the side of Liquid doing
Now,
big
the
damage
question
right
for me
now.
is, what is Big Lucky going to do
How much
next?
count
Because
is this
Liquid,
first pull
they
for
are
both
going to be
teams? We
deploying
will
some
find
really
out
interesting
shortly.
CC, utilizing things like Sleepwalk, like Cage, to be able to keep their players out of combat and go straight into the boss after freeing those prisoners. What is Big Lucky going to do here, Dratnus? What do you think?
Yeah, that is a big open question. I suspect it's going to be a big pull
Basically identical
for
count. Big Lucky
but let's see it.
1.5%
You can see Shun
more.
starting to walk forward. We have some prisoners
And it
getting
looks like
free.
Big Lucky
And it looks
are
like Shun in
employing the
top form
same
right now, getting a little bit more
route
distance here.
strat
Is this
that
some route?
Liquid has.
That
Yeah, okay,
Liquid does.
grabbing a little bit more enemies, and I don't think this is going to go all the way into boss, but maybe. Let's see how far they go. Do they have all 8 prisoners freed? It looks like they might have done
Big
the,
Lucky
yeah,
with a
Liquid strat.
very
Yeah, all
fast
right,
gather
nice.
here.
So Big
Holy.
Lucky on a very similar idea here. to
That's
Liquid.
incredible
They
pace
are
out of
actually
Big
gonna be the
Lucky.
team that gets in boss combat
They're like
first
5
here,
seconds ahead of
of
Liquid
Team
right now.
Liquid. They also have
Love to see
1%
this.
more count
Now, this is an
from their very
incredibly
first pull.
volatile
So
pull
Big
from
Lucky,
both
again,
teams here.
Slightly faster on the early metrics here.
Let's see how
Yeah,
well they
so
can
this
deal with
fight
it.
is actually one that your tank and your tank's ability to be able to and your group's ability to be able to bait the Murogen like leap and the Necrax whenever it does the carrying swoop and stuff like that, that can actually be a very large damage swing for some of these specializations. Things like the Devoured Demon Hunter, if it ends up losing some uptime because they end up having to get into that trap, that could be a huge
So far,
damage
so
loss.
good for
What we've
both
seen from
teams.
some of our
Nothing too
teams
crazy
is
just
the,
yet.
healer is going to be electing to take the trap for some of them to be able to make sure that they don't have
Unfortunately
to jump
for
that trap
Big
with that
Lucky,
carrying swoop.
our
But
Demon Hunter
it
gets
does look like for
picked
Big
by
Lucky, that
the
Demon Hunter
charge, so they have to get
unfortunate during that
stunned
void
inside of their
metal
void
window,
meta.
He's going to have to be jumping in for Liquid.
It's a
Kind of
shine
similar
on the side of
situation.
Liquid
Shine
here.
on that augmentation evoker, going to be jumping in that trap. And now we have to be looking at those baits. The bait base is based on where.
But most of the mobs are dead at this point. Really, it's only the Soul Eater left, which is a very annoying mob to deal with, by the way. But neither team should have any deaths here.
AoE down the boss. That could
They
actually
should
very
be
large
in the
damage swings.
clear.
You're seeing Liquid here starting to build up an advantage, even though they had the boss pulled about 5 seconds later.
Oh, yeah, interestingly, Liquid just have the boss lower, though. Just better boss damage prio,
Yeah,
however
TPS
that
is looking
worked
great
out for
here
them.
for Team Liquid On the side of
See Big
cooldowns
Lucky
as
gripping in a
well,
headhunter
things
a
are
little
very
bit
much
later.
identical between
Must
the
have had it
two
CC'd.
teams
Same
on
thing
that
with
front,
Liquid
too.
as it runs in here.
Hopefully Big Lucky will be able to find a way to get some more damage going here. Both teams able to tag in a little bit of trash to join the second half of the boss fight here as well, and just keep that efficiency as
Merited
high
10
as
mil more
possible.
damage.
Both
That
teams have
does
skipped
seem
some
to be
of
the
trash
case,
with a lot of
doesn't
the
it?
other teams are pulling near the start of the dungeon. Both of them are going to need to grab quite a bit towards the end of the dungeon. We know how Liquid plan to do that. They like to grab a big pull after the mini boss. But I'm curious what Big Lucky are going to do. Very likely will be something similar, but of course you never know until you see it. Liquid, though, have really accelerated on this boss DPS metric here. Almost 15%, more than 15% ahead, despite having pulled the boss second.
I think it's
Yeah,
largely
wow,
due to
Liquid
how they've
just
been
pulling out some
positioning
crazy
the
damage
trash,
numbers right
positioning
now.
the boss, and making sure that the boss has been stacked the entire time. I felt like Big Lucky, while they didn't do a
Big
bad
Lucky have
job,
8 seconds left
I
of
think that
army to carry them through the rest of this
Flames Spear
boss's
Cat, the
health
Neckbite,
bar,
the bird
but
that's like a big
their
AoE circle.
Devour is not
Making
doing
sure
any
that
damage right
those
now.
two mobs are stacked the entire time is a huge damage swing. And
Yeah,
while
I really like
Liquid
Liquid's
boss
kill time has been
3 or
really
4
good
seconds
because
after, they're gonna end up killing
it's
this
right
first
after as
boss
their Devour's
somewhere in
cooldowns
the-
ended.
somewhere around, what is this, like 10, 12
And they got one more
seconds
army
even,
press. Meanwhile,
ahead
for
of
Big Lucky,
so a slight
Zax is
advantage
having to
in
sit on
favor
his
of Liquid
void
here
meta
as they are making their way
because of how
into this
like it's
second
kind of an
area.
awkward kill time
And
for him.
Big
It
Lucky
was
and
the
Liquid,
boss
they
was
both
low enough
have
health where you
something
didn't want to
that's
press
kind
your
of
void
unique,
meta,
not something that
but it
we
was
see
high
too
enough to
common.
where
It is a blood elf racial on both of their mystery monks that is likely to be able to purge the skirmisher shields at some point during this dungeon.
you
to
just
be
had
able
to sit
remove
there
those
and
from all of those skirmishers and be able to get it
do little like tickle
typically aren't
damage
the
to the
most
mobs
efficient,
to kill it
kill
off.
count that you get.
Yeah, this is a really nice lead that Liquid have opened up here. End up being 18 seconds on that boss one split. As the boss
That's
is just
crazy
at
considering that Big
3%
Lucky
health for
pulled
so
that
long for
faster.
Big Lucky.
Now, do notice the
Before they were
count
able
here.
to
Big
finally
Lucky do
finish
have
it off.
slightly
Boss
more
mini
count.
boss rather now getting pulled
Now
from
in
Big
the
Lucky.
Mysara
Facial
Caverns, what that
Paradox
likely
goes
amounts
out
to
on
is
their
like
healer to allow
2
them to
bats.
tag in a bunch of
A lot of
extra
teams usually
trash
lean to
in
the
this
bats for their
room
last,
from a nice,
the
safe
remaining count that they need.
distance. Both healers also are.
So I imagine it won't amount to a whole lot,
That's
but
going to be really valuable once we get to the Grim Skirmishers later in this dungeon. In fact, this is the first pull that contains any
See
of
walls
that,
rotated
not
out for
enough
Big
to
Lucky as some of those
warrant the
skirmishers
use
begin
of
to
a Blood
pop.
Elf
Very
racial.
nicely done.
But I think the
Meanwhile, on the
next
side of
big pull
Liquid, they have already
will
dealt with them.
see that
Zisevi's
racial
still holding
getting
on to
some
that
use.
Belf racial like
Does
they're going to
mean
use
that
it for the
healers need to be a
next
little bit
pull.
careful, as they no longer have a get out of jail free card if they accidentally get
And
healer
Liquid
aggro
have
on
full,
pull, which
mostly
is
killed off the
certainly a
pulls. A
risk
couple
when you
Restless
run this
Guardians left, and
composition.
Roxal on a sliver of health here.
DK on the side of Big Lucky,
They're going to finish
you know,
off
I think
Roxal,
it's
and then
a
probably
Swarmy
just
DK
start
combination
gathering the next
for
pull here. I
Liquid
think I'm sure the
versus
DPS will just finish
Zax
off this
to
last
pull
Restless
off,
Guardian
allowing the
while
pack to
Yips
just, like,
leaves to
stack
go do
up
the
a
gather.
little bit more
Never mind, they all
nicely
stay to
between
kill it
to
off
get
and
all
then
the
deal with
mobs
it.
inside
I
his
see
DK.
Cine is going to actually Wormstone
It looks like
meld
it's actually
here.
going to
Interesting.
net Big Lucky a little bit more damage, and they're while they were a lot
That's pretty
slower
cool.
coming into this Gnarlden pull.
But
they're a little bit
Big
faster
Lucky
to counter,
actually
and they got
pulling
the
that Bound
counter.
Defender
Jackson
into
Fox,
their
very interesting
massive
strategy by Big
pull.
Lucky.
So now
Not
they're
pulling
now
the
in the
exact same
order
route as
of
Liquid. Instead, they ended up
6%
grabbing that Bound
ahead
Defender. We saw Liquid
of
looking to,
Liquid
stick
in
with that
count.
Shadow Meld.
And maybe
Yeah,
like
and being
15
able to do
seconds
that
behind
means
boss
that
in
you don't
dungeon
have to wait
progression.
for that Shadow
Is
Meld
this going
skip
to amount to
to
anything
execute
meaningful
as
for them?
well.
I don't think that's
Give
enough
them
trash to
even a
skip a
little more
pull.
time. And Big
no.
Lucky are backtracking for the spirit activation there.
Imagine
Sending
if they
the
go to
Devour
Vordraza.
Demon
I
Hunter
really like Big
to do
Lucky
that
here, but
job.
this
We've
is
seen healers do it. We've seen evokers do it. I don't think we've ever
Are
seen
they
a
going to do
DPS
it?
player do it. Although the Demon Hunter does have the advantage of being the quickest to be able to navigate the dungeon with those shifts. So
Oh,
that
that
might
was-
be the
that was
reason
sexy
why they
from
sent the Demon Hunter.
There's a little
the
bit of this,
Og and
like,
Demon Hunter.
kind
The
of
Demon Hunter just
unknown
jumps
way
off
that
with his
that
mount and
spirit
gets
works.
rescued
So it
mid-air.
applies
And it looks like we're
damage into the
going into the
mobs.
boss
There's an ice
as
beam
Big
how
Lucky.
frequently it
This
matches
is an
up
incredible
by it,
pull.
And you want that
From Roxal into the boss is not something we see much of. Now this is the mandatory route, I believe, or similar to. But mandatory plays an extra pull at the beginning of the dungeon to have more percent count here. So Big Lucky have just one less pull than both Liquid and mandatory at this point of the dungeon. Now the question is, they do have slightly more count than Liquid at this point, but they don't have enough count to where they can just dodge a pull, I don't believe. So where are they going to get the rest of their count from?
Maybe they have the fastest route.
We have a second Bound Defender coming in. 64% of Vordraza's boss health here. This is very efficient
for Big Lucky right in
count
front
here
of
coming
our
into this
eyes.
boss.
Fordaza
The bound defenders are
35%
incredibly annoying to deal with, though,
lower for
as the
Big Lucky
DK.
than
The
it
Demon
is
Hunter
for
kind of
Team
just,
Liquid. Now,
you know,
Team
port
Liquid
around
are
and
a
chill.
team that have
But
slightly more count right
our
now,
DK is a
but
little bit
both
in
teams
shambles,
are
trying to
gonna get a
maintain melee
lot of
uptime
count
here.
as this trash they're currently
We
in
also see a Soul
combat
Render still in the
starts to
pool,
go
though it's going to
down.
die off here in a
Big Lucky
moment.
taking a slight lead
We are
on
able to
that
live through
front
the
as
skirmisher,
well, but the huge
skirmishers going
thing
off
to
as
look
well.
at
That is
is
quite
that
nicely
boss
done.
HP
So
advantage. Now, on the first
the problem with the
boss,
bound defender is,
Liquid
like,
were able to
it
deal
is
more
count that you can pull into the
DPS
boss, but it's
than
like
Big
really
Lucky.
annoying
Even
and
if
can
that were to
often
happen on this boss fight,
impede your
though,
damage
Liquid
on
will be able to do
Fordraza.
enough more
So
damage
I
to actually
anticipate
catch
Liquid will
up
actually
and
probably
overtake
catch up in boss damage here to some extent.
Kind of a question as well. Is
Now they also have 2 bound defenders on this boss, so maybe not really that much.
Vordaza jumps in the middle and casts this necrotic convergence.
But we
The
see
most
Big
notable
Lucky
thing is that
opting to pull some more trash here.
Big
This
Lucky
should
has
get them
Vordaza
these
at that
two,
first
this one
necrotic conversion
2
at
defenders and all this
40%.
trash.
That is,
You know what?
looking
I
at
think
some
this
of the
will
options
be
that
enough
Big
count
Lucky
to the
are
point where
available here.
they
Big
should
Lucky
have
wants to be able to get
90%,
that
which is
spirit
around the
to
like
skip
88 to
the
90%,
convergence cast that Liquid might get, because look on the
which is
right-hand
around the
side here.
percentile that you
Liquid
need to
are
be
getting
at
first
to
necrotic
play the
conversions
2
at
trash
50%
pulls plus a bound defender
and
onto the
they
last
have
boss.
slightly worse setup offensively
So
round-wise.
Big
So for
Lucky,
if they're able to
this
beat
routing has
that
been
second
phenomenal
necrotic
out of them.
conversions, that could net them somewhere
Is what I'm
around
gathering. And if they can
2
keep
seconds
things
of advantage
clean,
just in terms of boss kill
I
time.
think they're in a position to win
Yeah,
this
exactly.
matchup.
That could be a very, very big deal. That cast now interrupted for Team Liquid. Looking over at the boss ability bar for
Does Big
Big
Lucky
Lucky,
beat it?
we've got one more Rest Phantoms coming out. It looks like this boss is going to die before doing much else. 4% now. Shun already starting to move forward to the dungeon.
86%.
Indeed,
So they
down
need
it goes.
like
Big Lucky
probably
now
2
just
bats at
have the
least.
bridge.
I
One
think
trash
that there's
pull
not
on
enough
that
count. So there's
bridge,
1 bat
up
right
on
here.
the drummer
Tag
in
this
all
one.
likelihood.
Tag this
And
one,
the
surely.
last boss standing between them and equalizing this series. A lot of danger though exists in these.
I don't
builds.
think this is enough
To
count. They
navigate
need
this
bats. I'm
bridge,
almost
it's very
certain.
deadly projectiles being sent down from the
Oh, are we
boss.
gonna tag bats or
And
not?
Grim skirmishers and bound defenders, each of which.
Oh,
have some pretty nasty
I'm so
abilities.
worried.
You
If
do
it's not
have
enough
to be on the
count,
lookout for those Grim skirmishers.
I
When that
think they
shield is removed,
lose.
is a big burst of
I don't know if I'll
damage.
have time to kill a
Absolutely
mob
players
after the
are
boss.
unprepared. And of course, they have the damage of the
Meanwhile, on
ritual
the side of
guns
Liquid,
now on
we're
top of it.
gonna have,
Once the
like-
bound defenders get added as well. That is some directional.
I mean, they have plenty of
shields
count,
and
Liquid
some
does.
tornadoes to look out for too.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, on the right-hand side, Liquid here, you were 1 second away from that.
Oh,
additional
Big
cast
Lucky
from that
played
shield
2
block.
bound
So
defenders.
now for Big
I
Lucky,
see.
like
Okay,
said,
that's where the count difference comes
they
from.
have way less count
Okay,
than
so
Liquid.
here's gonna be our
What is this
bloodlust.
going to mean for Big Lucky?
Watch
It's
the
actually
skirmisher
going to mean
pops
they-
here.
they need to
We
finish
need
off
to
these
survive
bound
the
defenders.
skirmishers.
And the reason that they're
This
pressing
is the
so
last
level
major
is
piece of
because
danger
they're going to need to
for
do
Big
as much
Lucky.
damage to these bound defenders as
And we
possible.
have all
That
walls
bound
rotated
defender
out,
is
and we
actually
have
unfortunately
managed to
stuck
live it
outside
well.
of this original
Now,
room
because
and
we have 2
casting
bound
that
defenders,
shield.
like the
And for
DPS
Big
players,
Lucky,
are going to have to
are they
target
gonna be able
swap
to
and
get
hit
bosses,
off of them.
these
All right.
mobs killed off
If you only have
by
1, you can
track
most
tools
likely
starting
just
to
hit off the
mission
boss
cast.
at
These
a
mobs do not
plus
die
18
before
keystone
that
level
starts
and
to
do enough
mission
cleave
cast.
damage to kill
If
off
the
one of
bound
them.
defenders
But the fact that
reset,
there's
meaning that you
2
can no longer
probably
get the
is a
count
little bit
from them. So
sketchy.
Big Lucky, they're gonna have to commit some
So yeah, you can see here one of the bound defenders is much lower than the other, so I can almost guarantee you that our DPS players are going to have to swap to the high bound defender, because if we don't kill the bound defender in time before the boss phases, they will reset. And if they reset, we lose the dungeon.
The smallies, the skirmishers, the tormented shades, those are gonna be the mobs that give Liquid 100%.
Now the bound defender does appear to be low enough, so I think they will be killing it in time. Is it 2.43% count? I think it is. Surely, right?
Is that going to be able to get them over the hump to 100%?
It is enough count. Big Lucky. What a performance.
Perfectly timed for Big
This
Lucky.
is like,
Now,
I think this is going to be the fastest my star we've
is
seen this
run
weekend.
down this gauntlet, get some kicks on some shades.
Okay, our
get some
observer
damage
is
in,
bricked, though.
and
What
then
is this
be able to
POV?
burn 56% off of Rack Tool before they have a flawless run.
They're there.
This is
They are
phenomenal
somewhere in
for
here.
the Chinese,
Trust me.
the top-seeded Chinese team.
Oh,
And
there they
now
are.
Big Lucky here. They are engaging the boss. They're pressing the Void Metamorphosis. The army.
Wow.
the Breath of Eons is
Big
coming out. Is
Lucky
the boss going to be able to die
are going to be
inside of the
taking the
Soul Force
second
cast?
map of the
Yeah,
series.
it's okay if it gets low, but it does need to get low here. They actually are maybe not doing quite enough damage.
No,
to be
they'll kill it,
ahead
they'll
of
kill
this
it.
Check, although they are now re-accelerating. That Void Meta still rolling. Another collapsing star is going to go into the boss.
Will they
before
kill
that
it?
Damage amp goes away. 6% still for them to get through with no
Yeah, they will.
damage amp, but that is
All right.
going to be no problem. In fact, they
It did
still
take a little bit.
seconds of that damage, and Big Lucky are going to be able to stop the clock here. They're going to be able to equalize the series.
At 12:40,
1-1.
Mysara.
So impressive.
How does that compare?
Big Lucky weren't ready to go down without a fight, and luck and skill was definitely on their side. Great to see them even out the scoreboard.
That is the
Taking us
fastest
to
Mysara
about
we've seen this
3.
weekend.
Now, we were talking
The
about
previous
fact
fastest was
before
out
this, that we
of
weren't really sure how Big Lucky would look
Dignitas with a
in this dungeon,
12:46.
given the strats that we saw them use in
Big
this first
Lucky.
weekend. But
Yo.
their strategy here in finals
China,
saved them
number
time.
1.
Yeah, Big Lucky.
Dude, let's
Looks like
go.
They had a synthesis of the best of
Fuck
all
yeah, man. I'm actually
worlds,
so
between
stoked for
a
Big
lot of our
Lucky.
different teams there, right?
Because I heard a lot of people, like a common complaint I was getting, which, by the way, I understand, is like, why does China get a guaranteed spot into BlizzCon? Like, that's so unfair for other teams here.
I would not be shocked.
Big Lucky are showing why they have.
The dungeon that they need.
Not only are they occupying that spot, but they deserve it. They have literally earned it at this point. They are clearly a top 4 team of this tournament. They took out Triple Threat. They've taken a map off of Liquid. And now they're going to a best of 3 into a Pit of Saran, which is a map that they have a competitive time in.
Can you give us a deeper dive into our team?
Potentially looking to take the series over Liquid of all teams. And Liquid had 0 deaths, mind you.
Sorry, excuse me, muted moment.
Just a better route on the side of Big
Listen,
Lucky.
It
Incredible.
happens to the best of us. Dude, I was so hyped I forgot to unmute myself. This is why we've been hyping up this team as being one of the best Chinese teams.
Innermost Pit is
since
mayor
the
for sure. Yeah,
Astro
100%.
Since the Shadowlands times when they won a great push. They
100%.
could have won an MDI if it wasn't for a certain boss named Nelthor the Rhymebinder. Oh man, this team is insane, showing us once again why they're so good at just coming up with new strats. Like Teddle said, fastest run we've seen all weekend. Previous fastest was Dignitas, who were only 6 seconds slower, but this was a great run. They took together the pieces of all the best runs that we've seen so far, going for the one pull strat into the first boss, like we saw from Liquid, pulling in that RP to get extra damage on Vorkath in the middle of the dungeon. This is just such a super strong strategy from them, and they were perfectly clean throughout. They get a little bit of
Whiskey,
extra
I mean, I've heard that.
every single
I
pull.
don't know how true that is, though.
2% on the first pull compared to Liquid.
I'm sure
A
that's
little
true
bit
for
of extra
some
trash on the first
teams,
boss.
but I don't know how true it is for
Start to slowly fill in the
the
gaps
best of
that makes
teams
it so they
that
don't have
are
to do that giant
in the
extra
region.
pull after the second boss that Liquid has to do.
20 seconds
It's
behind
still
that first
really
boss
cool
and
to
40
see the
seconds
strats that
faster.
the
That
teams
is
are
true.
evolving over the
That
course
is
of the
true.
weekend here. Big Lucky also found their own way to make sure they got all of the jailed citizens freed so they could spawn the boss here. Liquid looked like they had better boss damage.
I mean,
on
this
the
is
first boss because Big Lucky
for
actually
a
ended up
team that
being the
hasn't
boss
played
for
Mysar
5
Caverns
seconds.
all
They
weekend
had about
to pull
2%
this
boss
out.
damage, so they
That is
started to pull it out
incredible.
here. But the
Out of
strategy
Big
in the
Lucky.
middle of the dungeon was just so much better from Big Lucky. In the next room, they actually end up pulling extra trash on top of that giant gnarled and plus reanimated warrior pull. They grab the defender in the doorway as well as the 2 mobs next to it. That gets them an extra 4 or 5% trash count here. So by the time this pull is all said and done, Big Lucky have about 8% more count, and that's all they need to skip the pull that Liquid sets up here. And with that extra damage on Vordaza, on the second boss, it just catapults them ahead. By the time all is said and done here, their second boss split is an entire minute faster than Liquid's. And even though the Soul Expulsion burn wasn't the best for them, they were so far ahead that they just sent the dungeon home.
Incredible.
All right,
to
map
see,
3.
And that's what we were hoping
Wait, not yet.
for. Now we can take a look at some of the meters here, and of course,
Yeah.
kind of review. This is the first boss. Yeah, Zyra, what are you seeing?
Yeah, I was really confused.
The
because
first
it
boss.
looks like every part of the run for Big Lucky was
DK and
fantastic,
Ogdiff, it seems.
except for the first.
I mean,
boss.
honestly, every
It looked like
DPS
because they
on
pulled a
Liquid did
little
more
extra
damage.
count, they were more indexed on just killing the trash and playing it safe, rather than going for more boss damage. You can see Liquid across the board did about 70k more DPS on the boss specifically during the boss pull.
Every
If they
DPS
could
except for the healer.
clean up that section of the
Shadow
dungeon, this
Law
would be an
Torrent.
untouchable dungeon for them. They would be about 15-20 seconds faster. They'd be 30 seconds faster than any other team. That being said, still an incredibly impressive run. Evens out our series and keeps their dreams alive of medaling in a competition for, again, the first time for a Chinese team since Shadowlands.
That would be huge for them, and we can only hope they're able to pull it off, because honestly, this is the Big Lucky that we knew was a possibility coming into the finals, and we're finally seeing them really play up to that. Of course, we have this big decisive third map, though. Whoever takes this one is going to be moving on, and whoever doesn't is going to be eliminated. So Teddles, looking at Pit of Saran, what strats can these teams possibly bring to the table?
This is about to be absolute fireworks. I got some stats on the left-hand side. So Big Lucky versus Liquid, they played this on Friday. Big Lucky ended up putting a 10:46 time on the board. Liquid put up a 10:34. Then Big Lucky has ran Pit of Sauron again and put up a 10:41. So 7 seconds separate these teams in terms of their Pit of Sauron strategy, to the point where if anybody has a mistake,
for some reason I thought the timer was
if there's a,
longer in here.
Slight loss
All right, here we
of
go.
damage, if a
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
That would be map losing.
Pit of Sauron
It would be, and
or
let's
Pit of
hope that
Sauron.
doesn't happen. Let's hope
Not
these
sure where the
teams give us
emphasis goes.
Incredible runs and keep this as close and competitive as possible. They need to, because this is map 3, Big Lucky versus Liquid. Whoever wins it wins the series, Ratnos.
Indeed they do, and right off the bat we have massive pulls underway with that spatial paradox.
It looks like Big
facilitating
Lucky
the
got this
ability
pull
for both
gathered a
healers
little bit
to be
faster
able
than
to
Liquid
tag in
did.
extra trash from far away. This is a huge and dangerous pull, but they do have all of their cooldowns and their bloodlust to use against
But yeah, massive pull from both teams. This is like
how much
40%
trash
count.
are both of these two teams going to be
Well,
electing to get?
not
I
quite.
think
Around
that whenever we saw
35 to
Liquid, in this
38%.
dungeon earlier this weekend, they ran a significantly different strategy than Big Lucky. Big Lucky had historically been going for a slightly smaller first pull of the dungeon, and then electing to do an additional, I would say, like half pull prior to pulling the first boss in this dungeon. Have they changed their strategy in this dungeon, or are they going to be doing the exact same strategy that they had planned for throughout the
Big
entire
Lucky with a
season? It looks like
32%
they are
first
doing that
pull, so
exact
actually
same
not
strategy.
quite as
They're
much
shutting
as
down
Liquid,
from
so that
the
explains
right-hand
why
side,
Liquid's
while
gather
NCM
was
and Loda,
longer.
they're grabbing,
They're getting
those
more
forward
out
teams
of this
to
first
resolve those.
prep pull.
Liquid on the right-hand side, they just
Their Lust
grabbed
timing was
it,
perfect, by the way.
trashed
Lust
out the
ended
first pull.
as the pull died. 38.72% is a lot of count. Now, I believe Liquid goes straight to the second boss here, but Big Lucky opt to play this
They
trash.
have to stop and kill this Plunge Talon Gargoyle before making their way towards Garfrost. Liquid on the right-hand side, after they do this skip with the rescue, then they are going to be able to just run this entire trash pack straight into Garfrost, and that is about a 10-second advantage for Liquid here.
Yeah, nice little Wernstone into rescue maneuver.
Yeah, so Liquid
Is gonna
have the-
allow them to free
You would
all
think
the
that Big
prisoners
Lucky...
they
Oh,
wanted to over
cheat!
there,
Rotate
while
out from our
also taking this
Augvoker
trash
as they take a
straight into
big
the
chunk of
boss,
damage from
like
something.
said. They
You would
already
think
have a
that
little
Big
bit more
Lucky would be a
percent
lot
also,
slower
although,
playing
there
the
is
full
some
extra
enemies
trash
that are
pool
low HP
compared to
that Big
Liquid.
Lucky will be
But
able
it
to
seems
kill off
that the
fairly
setup
soon
for the
here.
skip
Liquid
is
getting
actually
into
slow
boss
enough
combat
that...
just before that
I mean,
2-minute
we're pulling the
marker.
boss
Big
almost at the
Lucky
exact
doing
same
the
time from both
just
teams.
After that timestamp. Both teams now
And Big
without
Lucky will have
bloodlust,
more
most
count
of their
now.
major cooldowns
Or, well, maybe
coming
not
up
more count, but
right
they'll make
now.
up the count
The
difference
Army of the
because they
Dead
play that
for
extra
Big
trash
Lucky.
pool.
Breath of Eons having already been popped for both Evokers as well on pull. Incarnation is rolling as well, making both tanks fairly safe and also able to pump out quite a lot of damage. Although as that does fall off, we're going to start seeing some danger for the tanks until the rest of the trash is taken care of.
Now, this boss is very dangerous. While all the casters are still alive, we have Shadebringers just bolting in the back for Big Lucky. But also, when the Lich drops below 50% health, which it's not at yet,
Being able to keep the mobs planted inside of that
but it
DG
will be
with
dropping
Big
below
Lucky
50%
Liquid,
right
both of these
now.
tanks and
So
Gibbs
at this
and
point,
Sean
this
were
fight
able to
becomes
that
quite scary.
That was a
Most
really
notably,
big,
the
that could've
next
been a really big
AoE
damage
that Garfrost
swing.
does
Tanks had
will
to,
be
say,
lethal for
move out
both
or,
teams.
you know, this
And we see
might
Lotus
not
Bin
work
actually
perfectly. And
use
now
his
we saw
monk
Big
port
Lucky
to get
load
out of the
up.
dungeon
You
and
know,
go
what is
pull
he
the
going to do?
second
Well, he's
Lich
gonna go
into the
attack
boss
the
here.
next Dread Pulse
Zisevi will be
Lich.
soon
It's
doing
got
the same thing. Actually, it looks like
it's
they've already done it. As you see the mobs running in here for Liquid. A Shine actually going to rotate through his cheat death. Both Augvokers utilizing that cheat ability. Really awkward swirly there from Big Lucky on the side from that Grey Blade. They were able to dodge it without taking stacks from the boss's
Yeah, the Dread Pulse Lich
channel,
actually
though.
has an insidious amount of damage that it deals once it is below 50% HP.
Insidious, I like that
That's
word.
where the Dread Pulse in the name comes from. Below 50% HP, those...
Yeah, now look at the count difference. Because Big Lucky played that extra pull, they
not
actually have
as
slightly
scary
more
at the
count
start
than
of this,
Liquid
but
does.
Now you can see those pulses starting to come in for Liquid. This is going to be a little bit scary because it might overlap with the Forge Master Glacial Overload damage, depending on whether they're
Liquid's
able
going
to kill
to
this
temporarily
boss off before
take the
it does
advantage in
that
count,
stop.
but that's
Looks like they are
because
gonna
they
be
have
able to
killed
do
off all their
Liquid
trash.
also
But
down
they've also
for
killed off their
Liquid,
boss.
so their offense
Despite pulling the
turned out
boss
to
around
be
the same
best
time, it
defense
looks
for them,
like
stopping the damage of
Liquid
both the Lich and the boss before it would have otherwise become a problem.
12 seconds ahead of Big Lucky, 2% behind in count, but I think that is a very attainable amount of count to make up. Now, Big Lucky have been pretty quick in setting up these skips, these pulls here. Which actually, they haven't really skipped any big skips here, but
That's going to mean that
They were quicker setting up their first pool, although it was less count. Let's see if they can be as quick here setting up this Ick & Crick pool. It doesn't seem to be the case, though. Their Augvoker is in Narnia right now, having to go free the captives around the room. So meanwhile, Liquid is engaged in with Ick & Crick here. We see walls rotated out for that AoE hit that went out when the boss spawned all of the images. And now we'll whittle down the shades of Crick here. We also see a Lumbering Plague guy coming a little bit later here. That's thanks to the spatial from our Evoker, most likely.
To accelerate in the last half of the dungeon. Basically, they don't end up wasting any time and waiting for the skip that it's at the very end that Liquid was doing. And
couple of casters in the back that we'll deal with.
Instead, Big Lucky, they just
very nicely done from Liquid, gripping them on top of Crick so we can get more efficient boss cleave.
I think that is a time save that can be obtained by
Big Lucky also navigating through the same pool, doing quite a good job of it, it seems. Both teams here.
69%, 67% even.
This is a third or fourth place match, right? Yes. So the loser places fourth, technically, and the winner advances to the lower bracket finals, or the lower bracket semis, however you want to call it. Where that will effectively be the second versus third matchup, and the winner of this plays mandatory.
Liquid, but the army has already been used. Breath of Eons will be available here, and in fact is available for Liquid.
Big Lucky actually managed to catch up quite a bit in boss damage. However, we look at the cooldown situation. DK is the same, but Cine is currently in their Void meta. Looks like Zax will, so they'll probably be reopening that gap with that meta. As Zax is only entering his meta now.
Really slowed down for the last few seconds here as that Cold Wraith has come in. Maybe just the logistics.
Now both teams with identical count. It looks like Liquid opted to play that remaining 2% that they needed onto this boss. So they played slightly more count than Big Lucky. Oh, a Shine!
Oh my god, a shine fell off.
Fell off, but managed to recover. Now we're doing the rescue skip. Meanwhile, Big Lucky, I believe they don't do the skip. I think they just press W. And I think for Big Lucky, this is slightly faster.
And on the side of Big Lucky, they do not do the same skip. Instead, they
opting not to play the remaining trash onto the boss means that there's a slightly faster gather, and also they don't have to spend some time grabbing the mobs during the boss on top of the boss.
And they would rather play the scarier mini boss pull.
So this pull for Big Lucky is terrifying. Terrifying for both teams, but especially for Big Lucky here.
But on the right-hand side, Liquid are still in the
also something to pay attention to on the side of Big Liquid, as we'll see it first. Can they effectively one-phase the Glaciath here? They want to kill Glaciath or get Glaciath within killing range at the end of this focus guard, because Glaciath takes 100% increased crit damage during it, and we see a big pop there at the end from our Breath. Very, very nicely done from Liquid, and they'll be able to go on to the next part of the dungeon here. Now, same thing from Big Lucky. Can we do that similar amount of damage? And it looks like the answer is not quite, but they have more trash they need to deal with, so the time spent here is not necessarily bad for them. They can still spend some time killing off the remaining trash, but it's not fast. Now here's where this speed, the difference here in routing will come into play. Liquid are not able to pull the boss immediately. They have to go pull that trash from below. Meanwhile, Big Lucky don't need to do that, right? They have all the trash they need. However, they have to wait for this boss RP. And I think this waiting is going to put them far enough behind that it's not going to be. I don't know about this. Still a minute 30 out from Bloodlust for both teams. Crazy. Now this pull is looking more volatile for Liquid, having to play the extra pull onto the boss here at the end here. Big Lucky having to deal with the rest of their pull, but they should deal with that without too much issue here.
Not going to be focusing down any of the damage to these Grave Blades. Instead, for Big Lucky and Liquid, the plan is fairly simple.
I think Big Lucky need Liquid to have a mistake though to catch up and make the difference here. Liquid just appear to be so quick.
So much more HP than the trash. Liquid have a lot more trash to be able to kill off, but the Grave Blades, they're at 40% HP. Now you see Yips here. He's pressing his Incarn. Cine's inside of that Void Metamorphosis. Wolf Disco with that army and that DT. Liquid should be looking to accelerate.
Interesting.
boss
Wolf
damage here.
Disc. Okay,
This is
okay.
going to be a
Guys, we
really
had
difficult
a choice here.
20%
Oh.
HP on the
We
boss
had a
set.
choice,
Big Lucky from Liquid.
and then we no
It
longer had a
looks like
choice.
Liquid have had
Wolf
an
Disco
advantage
pressing his army on
basically
cooldown.
since
Gonna
the
get one more
first
press with
dungeon.
Lust,
Is that
potentially.
advantage going to be able to
Big
hold
Lucky's
you?
DK was sitting on their
That
army
is
for a
the
bit.
big question.
I
There's
thought they
not
were holding
much
it for
time
Bloodlust
left to
and playing for
answer
one
as
more
well.
Army of the Key, which I think is the
on the
only
boss
way
for
they would
Liquid.
potentially catch back
45
up
now
to
for
Liquid.
Big Lucky. 14%
But instead, the DK
is
pressed army on the
advantage
ads.
in favor of
And
Team
now we
Liquid.
don't have it for
Both teams at
Bloodlust.
100% count.
And I
Both
think at this
teams
point,
zero
there's
death.
no
It is just
coming
gonna
back.
come down to who can
It is
build the
Liquid's
boss
key to
first.
win.
Looking at cooldowns as well, there's more bad news for Big Lucky as they're not in a Void meta. No Breath of Eons is going to be available. No army is going to be available in time.
Liquid
are charging
will
to
be
the finish
putting
line.
up the
There's nothing
fastest Pit of
left to
Sauron
stop
timer
them.
by
They are gonna take
far
series
this
2-1.
tournament
They
with
are
a
gonna send
10
Big
minute,
Lucky home,
21
but we're
second
gonna see them
timer,
again at
winning the
BlizzCon.
series 2-1 and advancing to face Mandatory in the lower bracket finals. Wow. That is, I mean, yo, kudos to Big Lucky. They played their route. It's exactly what I was saying before. They played their route perfectly. Liquid was just faster in here. That's all it was.
To unleash these
I mean,
fast runs that we're seeing.
what a series, though.
Now, this was such
What a
close
series.
one, and seeing these two
Fast
teams
timer in the history of
play
WoW? Yeah,
again,
probably.
I mean, Tuddles, do you think
For
this
this
was both of
weekend,
them
the
at their
fastest
best?
Pit of Sauron that we've seen
I
out
think that
here
this was both of them
has
at their
been
absolute
a
best. I was talking to some of the Liquid guys yesterday, and they were so stressed coming into this tournament. They knew what it all meant, and they told me yesterday after they had qualified for BlizzCon, they felt like a big weight was off. Of their
10:34.
shoulders. It felt like they could finally play the game plan that they had wanted to for the entirety of the weekend.
So
And they
15
have a
seconds
PB
faster than the
in
fastest
Pit
one
of
this weekend.
Sauron. The fastest Pit of Sauron that we've seen all weekend is out of Liquid.
Takes a lot to
They
get to
shaved
pit the
5
foot.
seconds off
That
their
does something to
previous
do it.
best
True.
here, and I feel like they were able to enter that
I'll show you
floor
guys
stage
the,
and slam down
damage
that
as well.
10-21 and slam the
There you
door
go.
on our Chinese champions and Big Lucky and make it into the lower bracket finals.
So impressive. Honestly, both of the teams should be so proud because, yes, I agree. I feel like this was both of them just going all out. And although Big Lucky will be
Big Lucky's second
eliminated
fastest
here
then?
from our group finals, of course, like you said, we will be seeing them again. On
They
the grand
have this.
final
Big
stage
Lucky's
at
time was the
BlizzCon.
same as Liquid's
Now,
first
Zyro,
time.
A lot went down on that map, so can you take us through
Big
it?
Lucky matched Liquid's time
Yeah, I want to echo just how impressive.
from their day one.
Right. Big Lucky, Liquid, Pit of Sauron. We had this matchup in our second matchup of the weekend back on Friday. Big Lucky was able to, Liquid is able to dispatch Big Lucky with a 1034 of their own. Big Lucky improved
Very
their
impressive out of
timer
Liquid.
over the weekend to a 1034 here, but it wasn't good enough to beat the Liquid, who just seemed free after qualifying for BlizzCon. They're playing their best. They're playing incredibly well. And I think the trend for this series that I've been noticing is that Big Lucky looks like on the big polls, they're able to have the same level of execution as Liquid, the same level of execution as the highest teams, as the best teams. But the thing that Liquid has been doing better than Big Lucky consistently in all of the dungeons is boss damage. They look like they just know how to focus the damage where it matters to progress the key. Key point here, Liquid and Big Lucky almost even on the boss here. Big Lucky actually pull ahead at the 35% mark, but Liquid accelerates their boss damage at this point with the Void meta from Cine in that even boss ends up dying for Liquid about 20 seconds faster. They killed this boss when they were tied at 35%. Big Lucky's boss is at about 18% by the time Liquid's dies. Liquid's
When
boss
Kapusta
damage
asked
just
that,
seems so much
Luma,
better
I
than
interpreted it
others.
as the fastest Pit of Sauron timer for this key level, which is objectively true.
It looks like it's the same thing.
Maybe there's a faster timer in a 15, although I honestly don't think so.
Logs, Shine is typically doing 15, 20% more overall DPS than his competition in this key. It's been so impressive to see how well this team is playing once they've been unleashed. And now Liquid, they're not done. They don't get time for a break. They move on in the lower bracket. They're facing an absolute Goliath in front of them in Mandatory. I cannot wait for this matchup.
Liquid has to be on it, right? This is going to be huge between these two teams because we've seen them both play at such a high caliber this weekend.
Watching the World Cup,
And
is
that
Echo
lower
out
bracket,
or
you
just in
have to
lower?
fight your way through
There's
if
no
you're
Echo in
going
this
to be
tournament.
crowned champions. Now, we mentioned
If you
the
mean
brackets.
Mandatory, which
Let's
has
take
like a few
look at it in
Echo,
little bit
former
more
Echo
detail.
players, then they're still in.
Dratnos, what are we seeing kind of unfold in our action here in our final day?
Yeah, so we did see, of course, at the start of the day, it was Dignitas 2-0ing Mandatory.
No, Balloon,
I
you
don't
were
wanna
saying
call it
that
an
some of the
upset because
early
I think
MDI
both of
timers
those
were under
teams
10 minutes.
Are incredibly
That's what I was referring
phenomenal. Dignitas are defending champions as well when they played.
Yeah,
previously
great
known as
Blubino.
Miscount.
Next two
They are
matchups gonna be
now
crazy.
Dignitas, and they absolutely
Very, very good
look
matchups.
like defending champions. They are waiting in the grand finals of today, but before we get there, we have Mandatory versus Liquid up next. Mandatory sent down from that upper bracket. Liquid already in the lower bracket thanks to Mandatory from earlier. They have stayed alive though, winning 2 series down here to earn the opportunity for a rematch against Mandatory.
This is going to be a big rematch, and I have no doubt that Liquid absolutely want to do the reverse to Mandatory, as happened to them a little bit earlier on. But before we get to see these huge series unfold, we have a little bit of a palate cleanser, a little bit of a breather here, as we play another round of Something Ain't Right, everybody. This is basically a game where we have to guess what we think isn't right.
All right, guys, CB Spot, what's wrong here with the maps?
Stairs is a key word. I'll let you all know that ahead of time, but we've seen a lot of different edits to these. So everybody keep your eyes peeled and let's see if we can figure out what ain't right about this dungeon.
Oh, you're just speaking more generally? I see.
Well, I see, you know.
What's up with now? Back in Dragonflight earlier, when I
you know
played,
what?
his team was the MDI
I'm
team,
so
came
sad I
back
didn't
this
say
season,
this.
saw him
I
push
was
keys, but he's not
thinking
pursuing
before
MDI?
we were
No.
showing this, what if they just put stairs everywhere? That would be the most
They had
Siren
some,
thing to do,
last I
and they
heard, that
actually did it.
the team that now played on previously had like a falling out
As well.
because
What's
Oh,
going
I
on
see.
there?
So, is
they
the
played
Tyrannus
with
and
a
Tyrannus
healer.
is that in there?
I think they played, yeah, they played with, like, previously it
They
was
do call us
Kush,
mini bosses, that's a
Jinji,
good point.
Miraz. Wait, was it Miraz? I don't know if it was Miraz.
So the stairs definitely
Jinji,
are
somebody else,
correct. We can all
now
agree with that.
Zalia. But Zalia is banned from, like, Blizzard events. And they want to get his, like, I guess as a team, they want to get his ban lifted or something.
Yeah.
By the way, I'm paraphrasing. I might be not accurate in my information, so take all this with a grain of salt, like
Sure.
allegedly speaking.
There's
Um,
no more
Stairs.
actual thing.
They try to get his ban
Being
lifted.
covered by
Blizzard,
all of our chat
I guess,
marks is the
didn't
question.
allow
Or
it.
is it
He's still like
something
not allowed
else?
at BlizzCon,
Is
like
it actually
BlizzCon
War
for
Defense
instance.
Null Ward? Is that right?
And so,
Is that the actual name of that?
they were trying to figure out what to do, and
I
then
Say that's right.
Yeah.
during that, I think Kush and
Lucky
Jinji
enough
and
to be,
Miraz went and
that's
joined
but I
Mandatory,
don't know.
and then he
That's
was
not
like,
what
"I'm just not gonna
fantasy
play,"
nonsense. Yeah, 100%. Null Ward.
Okay.
and they kind of had a falling out.
It is
Because like
supposed
now
to
it's like I
be-
want to play with
so it is
Zalia, and
something that isn't
I don't
being
want
covered by
to
a
leave my
check
friend
mark
type
as
beat.
well. So it is still visible, whatever the final change is. It's,
Thank you.
Here's the
Check
DPS
marks.
Zalia. Oh, was he?
Appreciate it.
Yeah, add a few more. That'll help.
Okay, why are there
The-
check marks
the
everywhere, by the
tiny,
way?
Tiny ones around the
Isn't
big one
the,
are perfect.
So small.
Should there be an extra wave of RP trash to spawn the boss on the right? Is that it, perchance?
It's not that.
No? Okay.
Let's see. Maybe something with the mobs I'm hearing, perhaps.
I can't see them.
Yeah, there's too many check marks.
Yeah, I think there's supposed to be an
Not a
extra
mob.
mob where the green check mark is. So.
Wow, we're
there's-
covering all the things
Okay.
that it's not.
All right, production.
Hmm.
Okay, well, this is very clear, and I think we can all get a really good look at the dungeon. Is the portal in the wrong place? What? That
Oh,
seems
is that-
fine.
Is that the wrong...
The wrong portal graphic?
Oh, there's missing
Oh
stairs.
my- oh my
Oh
god.
no, wait, no.
The entire place
This
is
is the
Wrong
stairs.
portal graphic.
It's just the wrong graphic. Okay, it's slightly
No, it's
blurrier.
stairs everywhere.
Slightly
That's the
blurrier.
difference, right?
Okay.
Ah, yeah, okay.
Alright,
Of course.
alright.
Yeah.
Okay, production. What's the next
Okay,
one?
I'm confused.
Let's see, Algathar Academy.
Algathar,
Nope,
what do you got?
that's-
This is Algathar.
Yeah.
Is it? There is not a place
It is
called the
Algathar.
Quid, bro. This is some
Okay,
Harry
I was
Potter
like,
shit.
now,
What
I
is
was
this?
like, Are there enough stairs?
Now, I know that our production member that makes these is a wee bit British, and so I think he's changed the quad to the quid.
No way,
being the
Tyrannos.
currency of the realm.
Oh, Wow, nailed it.
Brad knows with the accent. Oh, I like that.
I'm so sorry.
I like that.
That was good representation for them. Drados is also British. He's allowed to do that.
Is there an
Yeah,
extra
we have
pack
to
of
do
birds
some
here? I don't think there's supposed to be these
more
birds here.
EU energy on the desk, so I guess this is our best shot when Makes isn't here right now. So sorry, everyone. Let's see.
I think there's an extra pack of birds on the Cross platform. What are those birds doing there?
What are those birds doing there?
Too many birds.
I don't think there's supposed to be stairs here. This isn't just a bridge. These aren't stairs.
Is that the actual icon that's used for those mobs? Oh.
Like on the bridge next to the quid there.
Yeah.
Guys,
Those are the correct icon.
guys.
For battle axes? Really?
Tattles,
Yes,
you're
Zyra?
looking exactly at it. You're looking at the right spot.
Ah, that's a bridge, not stairs.
Oh my god.
Please.
Orange on the right platform? No.
Pain.
Orange is supposed to be here.
That is correct. Well, there it is. We got it, everybody. Too many stairs. A stair that.
Would you rather be commentator for MDI or would you rather compete? I'd rather compete.
Errors that we all caught. Thank you for playing along with us, everyone. But we have.
I actually
even
thought about
more
this the other
action.
day.
When we get back from a short
Commentating
break,
and
we're gonna have
spectating the event is really
Mandatory
fun.
versus Liquid
Like,
coming up
I
next.
enjoy
This is a
doing this.
Big rematch, and of course, these teams are trying to claw their way out of this lower bracket so they can stand there.
But
proudly
I
in
still
grand
want
finals
to
have a
try
shot
and
at our season 1
compete to
title.
win the
They've
MDI
got a
one
lot
day.
of work to do
That's
before
still like
then,
a goal.
and especially Mandatory versus Liquid. This
Also,
is gonna be a huge one. So you don't
even if
wanna
I
go anywhere,
wasn't
stick
doing
around
that,
and join us in
and I
just
was
a
just
few
gonna
minutes
like
for this
I
epic
was,
showdown.
if I wanted to be involved in the MDI in some way, in some format, I don't think I would want to be a caster on the event itself. Originally, I thought I'd want to be one, but now I'm convinced that if I'm ever going to engage the event, I want to do it exactly the way I'm doing it right now, where I'm just turn my stream on and we co-stream. I think that is like the optimal way to do it, for me at least. Shindig commentating, and it's just him screaming through his cut mic. Yes. Okay. Peachike, that used to be true. Now when I scream, my mic picks it up. We upgraded our mic setup. Scream right now, I'll pass. But you guys, I might proc a scream later. We'll see. Alright guys, you know what time it is. It's time to run some ads so you don't get some in the next dungeon. Remember, you can skip ads with a Twitch tier 1 or Twitch Prime subscription. You don't have to stop if you don't want to. You guys won't miss anything. I'll see you in 90 seconds. Thank you, Bowman. I'm going to... I kind of want to make... I need to make some food. I want to make some ramen, weirdly enough. You're back. Bro, Luma? Like, who asked, bro? Okay, let's see. While I piss, I'm gonna upload this. Upload the first match of the day. Bye.
lower semis are about to kick off, and it's going to be a battle of giants. We've got Mandatory versus Liquid, so let's see your predictions, chat. Liquid is going back-to-back, though, in their series. So, Zyra, do you think that this is going to help them stay in the zone, or will fatigue be setting in?
I feel like you go with the hot hand here, man. They look so strong in that last series. Their dungeon runs are competitive, sometimes even faster than Mandatories in some of these keys. Liquid looks so strong. Also, listen, a lot of the players on Mandatory are Echo players, and Liquid might be back-to-back if you count, all 3 raids for this tier. World First to World First champions. And then they're going to be adding another one next week when when Rot guy dude Sporeman comes out, so that'll be a 7th straight race to World First.
I'm surprised the prediction is this heavily Mandatory favored.
Yeah. Liquid can't lose to these guys. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, all right, Zyro.
Don't need an entire thigh out. Your shirts were high as fuck when you got off. Just trying to help you out, big dog.
On social media has been called the WoW Avengers.
I mean,
they keep that's how they've been referred to, as the WoW Avengers.
What am I supposed to say?
I mean, yeah,
oh, thanks, bro. Yeah, I'll pull him down. Like, dude, what?
Absolutely, this is a different setting. It's a different context. It's a different competition.
That's A-Bomb. That's a
Liquid
crazy thing to say.
Beat out Liquid yesterday, but today they're kind of looking a little bit shaky. So, Makes, do you think that this series is going to go the same way for them?
Yes. Okay, I'll say that next time.
So hard.
Does Liquid take the win because they just played 3 games and they are ready, or do they lose because they are tired?
Throws away a series or a first map, and then they lock in something about the adrenaline.
I mean, I predicted Liquid would win. So far, my predictions have been completely true. We have 2 games left. I have not missed on one prediction. I'm going Liquid here. Here we go with the bans. So we have Liquid banning the Sky Reach. They're respecting Mandatory Sky Reach, and Mandatory banning Windrunner. Lots of teams opting to ban Windrunner here. We'll be getting an Algathar for the first time in a while. Then back into the pit, which we've seen recently. And then Nexus Point. So Nexus Point, I believe, is Mandatory favored. They did have the faster timer back when these teams went head-to-head. However, Mandatory kind of choked towards the end of the dungeon. Pit of Saran, I think Liquid has the advantage. They have just shown they have the fastest timer in Pit. So I think for the first dungeon here, I mean, this Algathar is going to be a pivotal dungeon. I think whichever team wins Algathar wins the series. Which is not really the craziest thing to say of all time, but that's what we're saying.
Banned out and what we've seen of the play this weekend. Tettles, are you kind of feeling the same? Does it seem like they were going to eliminate some weaknesses from that pool, or do you think they're really playing to their strengths?
I mean, this is about to be ridiculous.
Last prediction is up. Thank you, mods. Appreciate you.
Probably Mandatory favorite. Having seen the Liquid Alg, I did not think it was like anything to write home about. Liquid, I think, had the fastest Pit of Saran on the weekend. So I would
be putting my points on Liquid. Do I have any points on the Warcraft channel?
Game 3 in the Nexus Point Zenith. We saw
I do. Predict.
In the upper bracket whenever Liquid played Mandatory.
Predict with custom amount. How many points do I have? 18.9k.
Is going to be a very close.
I meant.
I feel like both teams have
18,800.
Quite strong in.
Vote.
And then that Nexus Point.
There we go.
We saw Mandatory have 2 deaths at the very end, and that's
points spent, baby.
It was going to be within 5 seconds. Both Liquid and Mandatory in that Nexus Point were very close to one
another.
All
right, 1 sec.
Yeah, I'm expecting a very similar kind of 3-map push here, really close runs, but we have to get our predictions in, so let's see if everybody feels the same. Zyro, what are you thinking, Liquid versus Mandatory?
I think I'm going to go 2-1 for Liquid. I think it's going to be the closest series of the tournament. I think Tettles identified strengths and weaknesses for both teams perfectly. I think we're going to go to that Nexus Point Zenith. I think Liquid just looks so strong in that map. Even though they lost to Mandatory earlier in the weekend, I think they have a better potential run in that key.
Okay, all right. Makes, how are you feeling?
Torn. For starters, I'm feeling pretty torn between these 2 teams. On one side, you do have all that pedigree, right? And we've been talking about how Mandatory is a team that you can rarely underestimate because they always somehow manage to show up in ridiculous ways. On the other side, I'm not sure that is the same Mandatory I've been seeing. I'm leaning 2-1 Liquid.
Okay, Tettles, where are you going?
I don't think this is weird. I don't think Mandatory have had a series yet this weekend where they've played completely clean. Like, it's really tough to win. I think if if they're going to continue that same trajectory this entire weekend, you know, you kind of just expected them at some point. This is a team with so much pedigree that they were just going to be able to figure it out and get the land buff. But it just seems like they haven't been able to kind of make it happen in every single series. I think for that, I'm going to go 2-1 Liquid. I think that they're going to win the Nexus Point Zenith. But it's, again, I think that the Nexus Point is within 10 seconds. But it requires Mandatory to have a perfect run. Like, Mandatory can't have deaths.
Interesting. Our desk leaning very strongly towards Liquid, although I should say a lot of acknowledgement of the fact that this is probably going to be an incredibly close series. But chat, in the opposite sweep, has been putting all their points in on Mandatory. So, you know what, chat? I think you're pretty much always right. And I'm going to have to lean with you. I'm going to say Mandatory because I don't disagree. I think some good points are made on desk about the fact that Mandatory just does not seem like they've really locked in a way that we've seen these players do in the past, right? Yet at the same time, I know we've seen them do it, especially at the 11th hour.
The bowl I put the ramen in was like smaller than the ramen block itself, so I don't know if it's going to cook properly.
Really make all of
I'll
that
check back on it
practice
later.
And this LAN, you know, boot camp that they've been doing, Shine, this is it. This is where they have to do that.
Skyreach is the most
So,
fun,
I'm gonna
but
go
if they,
ahead. I'm gonna put the
of course,
faith in
don't play it for
Mandatory.
fun.
I'm gonna go 2-1
I'm surprised you say
towards
that.
Mandatory
You like
over here.
Skyreach?
Chat, don't lead me wrong. We'll
I mean,
see
Skyreach
if this
is interesting
turns
because I
out
guess it's like the
right.
most.
This Liquid belief,
There's
leans
the
a little
least
bit
amount
more
of kind of
either
route
way,
cooking
but
you can do in that
honestly, I think
dungeon.
this is gonna be
So
such
teams
an
are doing
incredible
effectively
series.
the
Two
exact
teams
same
that
routes.
truly have
So maybe if
much
you just like
skill
seeing the
behind
head-to-head
them.
matchup, then
Look at
that
what
could be
we've seen
interesting.
of their runs. I mean, we talked
But
about
if you
this
like
with
kind of
Liquid being a
more
little weak. Liquid
route
has been
innovation,
gaining
then
steam. But
the other
Zyro,
dungeons would be a
is
bit
there
more
anything
interesting.
with how they've played over the course of the whole season that you think maybe showed something that we didn't.
All
get
right,
to
here we
touch
go.
on yet?
Map
No, I
number
feel like
1.
it's really hard to talk about how they played in
Mandatory
because
versus Liquid. Lower bracket finals. Winner goes on to face Dignitas in the grand finals best of 5. Which of the two teams is it going to be?
That's allowed them to
Liquid or Mandatory? In the last matchup, Mandatory took it 2-1.
for a top 2 slot here, playing for those
Will Liquid
higher
once
medal
again fall
positions here. Of course,
short?
all of our teams still in the competition.
Or will we
be
make the
getting those
lower
custom
bracket
medals.
run of our lives? Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. We see same metacoms out on both teams. What is the route going to be? Algthar, I'm pretty excited to see. I don't think we've seen either of these teams in the academy. At least I don't remember if we've seen it.
Not the Algthar Academy. Let's see if they agree on the routing.
What is the
though,
plan
as
here?
well.
So,
Looks
Mandatory
like the
pressing
answer is
W,
going to be yes here.
pulling the entire
We
bridge
see that
here.
both of our teams
Liquid
are
doing the same
grabbing
thing.
stuff on the bridge here. However, it looks like
And Liquid going for the 5-man meld.
skipping this one.
Meanwhile, Mandatory not melding. They are playing everything onto this first pull here.
Those two bridge packs on top of the
Yips
entire Vexus
pausing for a
squad,
second to press
and that
puzzle
takes
blocks.
Ryzen down
Ryzen
immediately.
down to
It's
Mana Void. We get the
before
B-Res
we
immediately.
get everything
And if
grouped
anybody's
up,
gonna die,
that's the
it's
first
best that
death
it is our
on the
healer.
board for the
But
side
that's
of Mana
one death that we may not be able to afford to have here.
Bridge, an extra kit coming in, more damage on the squad, a missed Mana Void.
We see
Deprives
no
Mandatory
bloodlust
of
out of
their
either
only
team
battle
here.
list for the next
Push!
match. The Keen was
Goes
pushed
down to the
down.
vicious
There's
lunge from
no
Arcane
point
Forger.
setup for the
That
next
is
2
disastrous for them.
minutes. Oh my God,
We
he has
lost
to run
all of our
back. There's
damage.
no battle
This
rate.
is
They
not the
still
start we're
have
hoping
the
for
Lust active.
out of
Obviously,
Mandatory.
never going to be in the plan for
Now
them.
that this is an
Able to
incredibly
run back,
dangerous
starting
pull
to regen those
out of
souls,
Mandatory.
without a
We have a
damage dealer for the
Ravager
remainder
and
of this
2
whole
full bridge
Liquid in the
pulls.
meantime has had no issues.
Kush is having to release and run back. It is a disastrous start on the side of Mandatory.
30 seconds behind is Mandatory, and the pack is taking forever to kill as they have no damage dealer. It's normally the remnant of
Oh, that's such a I mean, Liquid in the driver's seat at this point.
Kush doesn't even have the Void meta back ready for the next pack here.
That is
I would have,
absolutely
if Mandatory
tragic.
hadn't died, I would have said they were sitting on an advantage. Oh, it's such a shame too. I think Kush died on both blur charges. But it's what happens is those, if you just get unlucky to get a bunch of leaps on you at the same time from those foragers, like you'll just explode. I would have said Mandatory had the advantage with their trash pull. Like it's, if they could pull it off, it's incredibly efficient. But you know, there's a reason why we don't see teams do that, and it was just showcased right there.
And the fact that they didn't lose too much uptime besides that whole Kusher needing to run back scenario, does still mean there's ways to
Oh,
come back from
I've
this.
been...
Is
Guys,
it going to be easy? Absolutely not.
I'm
But
hiding
it
the damage
is
meters.
very much within
The damage meters are back.
possibilities here, so that is something that you should be open to as this continues. Now, both teams are currently working away on Veximus. This is where we are seeing those bloodlusts used as well. And then after that, we should be seeing them beeline for Croft. I'm expecting
Sorry.
both teams to go straight
Grabbing
for the
this.
platform and go on over and then deal with the ancient overgrown room afterwards. But we have seen teams try to go there first to cut down on the RP time.
Now,
So it looks like we have
Mandatory is
about
doing a good job after
20%
those mistakes of keeping
boss
it.
damage lead on the side of
This is a
Liquid,
very difficult
plus
key,
2
highest
deaths.
key level of the weekend.
It's
One
where
of the
Liquid,
dungeons that has the
although
most
they're
potential to
they're
kill you
behind
due to the unavoidable
6% in
damage
count,
that
which they will
is
make
available
up
in this
with
dungeon.
the death of this
Teams
Ravager
really
and
aren't
Battle
having
Axe.
faith by that all weekend. They've been going for the bigger
Although
pushes.
Mandatory also have
Arcus
Ravager, so
good
really it's
off
just the Battle Axe that will be the
Mandatory in this
difference.
particular poll, but like you said, still
So
plenty
they'll be on the
of
order of maybe
dungeons
like
left.
4% behind.
Liquid cannot rest on their laurels here. It looks like Mandatory
The
is
combination
only
of the
about
boss health percentage
20%
difference
behind on
and the
boss.
2
You
deaths,
have the
it's
36
probably...
death timers, but
Liquid are
also
probably a
this.
minute in the
Remember,
lead right
Mandatory
now.
did have a little bit of extra count that they pulled into that first pull as well. Liquid are going to have to make that up at some point in the dungeon. That trash was the bridge pull, though, so Liquid are very likely to probably pull that into the Overgrown Ancient later on. We'll have to see if that is going to be the strategy for them. For the time being, Veximus down for Liquid. Mandatory, again, only at 20% here.
So that is
So-
why I'm a little bit curious on whether or not Mandatory
Alcathar is kind of an interesting dungeon. You have this incredibly volatile pull right at the start, and then there's just kind of a lull in things that happen, right? Liquid's gonna go kill off the Guardian Sentry, go kill the trash to Croft, kill Croft, do the Overgrown Ancient trash, kill Overgrown Ancient, right? None of these pulls are particularly dangerous, especially at this key level. It's just kind of routine for these teams. The ending of the dungeon, though, for Liquid. Actually, for some reason, I thought we hadn't seen an Alcathar out of them. I believe we have. It was the very first map of day one, or the second matchup when they went against Big Lucky. We saw the Alcathar, and Liquid's route, they go into the last boss with 6 Echo Knights and 2 casters. They play the ending of this dungeon incredibly, like it's incredibly dangerous. And last time they were in here, that punished them. Alright, they got kinda owned by the boss. Now they only end up having 1 death to that trash pull, but we're gonna see that most likely one more time today. So for Liquid, can they do that pull clean? If they can, they're winning the map. If they can't, that might be Mandatory's win condition here.
Liquid probably going to be popped from Mastein here as well, just due to timings in this key. You're going to want to get 1 press of those on one of these Alpha Eagle packs in the middle of the dungeon here, just so you can keep it on cooldown. But it really comes down to big burst push timings on Croth here. Because of how much HP these bosses have on the plus 19 key level, you really need to make sure you're maximizing both the wind and the fire buffs that you get during the boss to try to chew through that massive HP pool. The teams are going
I'll take a screenshot here, guys. 1 sec. I'm gonna pause the stream for a second. Oh, I missed it, dude. I have to do one more.
When the
One more time.
winds are pushing you all over the place, trying to dodge tornadoes, you want to be dealing with as few of the deafening screeches as possible. Usually teams are able to beat the 3rd screech, but if you get a bad push on the fire burn or a player dies during one of the burns,
Alright, sorry about
you
that.
could be in for a lot of danger here.
Need the thumbnail.
That is for certain, so something we'll need to keep an eye out on. I'm very curious how much damage they're going to be able to just push into that burn phase that you're mentioning. A lot on Croth depends on that because of the rot damage getting so high towards the end of this boss fight. Well, for now, we're getting a couple more breather packs, you know. Lots of birds in this area for unknown reasons between them. I'm curious if the end of dungeon is going to look like it's very 5 Echo Knight shaped or more 3 Echo Knight shaped. That's one of the questions I have on my mind as we are getting closer towards the completion of this run, because that would add a lot of lethality to that very end part that I usually don't prefer, but it could be a Hail Mary pull to maybe try and catch up some of that lost time. You can see Liquid is on that last pack. Mandatory
Yeah, I've been
right
uploading every
now,
game
engaging the
today,
double Alpha Eagle
or this
pack,
weekend. Just gotta
and
trying it out.
that then
I don't know if I'll want to do that going forward. It seems like a lot of videos to add to my like post on my YouTube channel, but I want to test it out for a weekend and see how they do.
But of course, the big timing you would want to hit is that burn phase that we've been talking about.
Yeah, this is like perfect timing cooldown-wise for Liquid, right? They've got the army coming up. They can press this the second the boss spawns, and then it'll be back up for that double damage amp burn on the boss when they get the second ritual wins phase and the boss eats the fire orb debuff. That's the play for them here, as we'll see them pop it momentarily, I would assume. There it is. There's the cooldown Void meta. And D2
All right, Liquid engage with Croth.
For our DPS players, Breath of Eon soon to
Mandatory.
for a shine.
Waiting for the RP to spawn here.
A while until we get to that first ritual wins, but you can
Looks
really
like the
see where
boss
gap has
percentage
opened up.
lead is about 17 here
50%
on the
still,
side of
and
Liquid.
the boss, Mandatory actually able to make up a little bit of a difference in that trash in the middle of the two bosses here.
I mean, again, it's
Still have
like,
a little more to catch
yeah,
up.
maybe Mandatory can claw back a few seconds here and there, but
Right?
they're behind by such a degree that the only meaningful difference is going to be the last pull onto
30 seconds faster than Liquid because of that death differential.
the last
Just to
boss, in my
keep
opinion.
everybody in mind of that, it's easy to forget when you don't.
It's
see
incredibly
these
unlikely we see a
side
mistake
by
out of
side.
Liquid
Mandatory
prior to
will
then.
need to finish
There's
this
just not
dungeon
much else that happens to
30
this dungeon
seconds
until that point.
faster than Liquid if they want to tie 31, if they want to take it based on the current death timers. Now, still a lot of time in this dungeon before we get to the end, so those death timers could still very much change, but we have our haste buff coming in here right now for the entire team on Liquid, and then soon-ish our fire portal should spawn as well and allow us to get access to that boss burn. 10 seconds on the army still. Of course, Void meta by Cine has been getting charged up, so he should be ready anytime soon, and there it is. And we're going to be seeing how quickly can they burn this boss.
He's holding on to that third collapsing star. It's been ready for a while. It's been nothing but devour spam for the past 15 seconds. The second that debuff goes out, there's the first star. Bam! Straight into the boss. Fourth collapsing star soon to follow. It was actually a little bit of an early Void meta press. The timing wasn't perfect, but as long as we get this star in the damage app window, it was
Nicely
a
done
good
by
burn
Cine.
for Cine. Boom. 18%
Double star in
on
the
boss
burn,
after
that's what we're
the
looking
fire
for.
debuff here for Liquid is about the best we've seen from any of our
Nicely
teams.
played.
Keep an eye on the damage.
Can Mandatory play the burn phase as well? We will see here.
Start whittling away at those shields, and by the time the deafening screech comes out, the players have to pop defensive to stay alive, lighting up across the board there on the health bars at the top of the screen to make sure they don't take too much damage from that dot.
All right,
Plus
so
fire
Mandatory
debuff.
need to
Second
push the
deafening
boss
screech is not
ASAP
far
here,
away, though.
so
Only
that
10
Kush can get his
seconds.
2 stars
No
off.
personals available for those. They're going to have to expend some sort of major damage cooldown to live
There's
through it.
one.
Maybe an AMZ, maybe a darkness, maybe they just straight up beat the deafening screech though. The cast
There's
is
two.
off here. They have to
And one more Void Ray from
Can
Kush.
he healed? Can they kill the boss before the dot kills
Doesn't get
him?
it
No,
off,
Zevi
but
can keep them alive.
nice burn
Totally
either
looks
way.
good on the side of Mandatory as well though, getting it to roughly the equal point, the same point that Liquid did.
That's right. So for them, the dicey situation is now coming up. Can they avoid?
Oh, yeah, it's kinda make the
getting
matches a
into
bit
that second big
sleeper.
enemy? And this
Yeah,
looks very
I mean,
much
especially
like that
especially
one
in this
possible
dungeon,
here
because it's
is that
there's just nothing that
first
happens
one
until
through with
it's like
defensive,
there's a really cool
Boss
first pull
should be
and then
falling
a really
soon,
cool last
3%
pull.
remaining
Everything in
for
between is
Liquid.
kind of like
We
whatever.
live at the Overgrown Ancient. You're going to be doing
Now
that
they're,
Thrasher pull.
I will say,
Mandatory
eyes on Liquid
on
here.
pinching
They
towards the
could do
platform
something
to
interesting.
get
I don't think they
that
will,
as quickly as
but they
possible
may
as
opt
well,
to pull
and they will still
one
be
or multiple of the bridge
behind,
packs onto
less
Overgrown
than
Ancient,
they were
which is
behind
something.
on that
It's not like the
first
craziest pull in the
one.
world, but
Or a second
I don't think
differential
Mandatory.
between
Well,
those
Mandatory have already
teams
played
right
that pull,
now.
that trash
Mandatory
on the first pull of
is
the dungeon that they
that
did. So
bridge pack that we were talking
they
about.
will not be
Now,
doing that.
normally that is not a
This is just the normal
this
first
is
pull
not
of the
something that costs you
dungeon that you
extra
see in
time,
Pugs.
'cause you're just standing around waiting for the RP regardless. But it is something that we might need to take a look at for Liquid here on the right-hand side. Yips fighting for his life right now as the Lashers just taking him apart. Darkskin coming in here to make sure he can sustain himself as the Incarn has run out. So Sevi paying close attention to the tank here to make sure they get through it together. But he's not out of the woods just yet.
Yips using his last charge of survival instincts. Nothing available for the next 15 seconds here as only the Vile Lashers remain. He should be able to stay alive through just those as the debuffs have also been dispelled mostly off of him as well. Pull just now getting underway for Mandatory. They've dealt with most of the fodder, but all of the Skitterflies and Lashers are still very, very healthy. Miraz, though, with 2 charges of SI to keep himself active, should be well on his way to staying alive through this pull. For Liquid, that bridge patch, that is now the target of Zasevi. Only grabbing the front pack. They only need the first 3 mobs. As they start to engage the Overgrown Ancient, those mobs should funnel in here momentarily.
Yeah, you gotta make sure that the boss comes a little bit closer so your healer doesn't actually go too far away from those mobs, which allows them to kind of just trickle into the arena slowly.
All right, so yeah, we see out of Liquid here, they're opting to pull the bridge pack here. Now, this is unlike what we saw last time, I believe, out of Liquid. Well, frankly, I don't remember if they pulled one or more of the bridge pack onto this boss, but after Overgrown Ancient on the day 1 of the event, they had 80% count, like pretty much the exact count number they had now, going into the the final pull of the dungeon. So with this trash pull, I believe they don't need to play as many mobs. They can opt to pull smaller than they did day 1, which I really like as an adaptation to their route, because that pull seemed incredibly scary.
Echo Knight area that we will need to keep an eye on, because every additional Echo Knight you're pulling into Echo of Doragosa is scary.
So looking at the count required at the end of the dungeon here for both of our teams, each Echo Knight is worth a little over 3%. It's about 3.3% count. Each Invoker is 1% count. So Mandatory needs 4 Echo Knights, 1 Invoker to complete their count. That's about exactly what they need. Liquid will need about 4% more, so 1 extra Echo Knight, 1 extra Invoker. So they'll have to go for 5 Echo Knights plus 2 Invokers. They'll probably keep an Invoker CC.
All right, first match of the day is up.
5 Echo Knights plus 1 Invoker with the boss.
Yeah, I should take a look after this key. Like and subscribe, all that good stuff.
Much higher than Mandatory. And the thing for Mandatory as well is they have significantly closed the gap on this boss. Liquid having to cleave down that extra trash has cost them precious time here. Mandatory was slower on the first boss split, obviously because of the deaths, but they were even still slower on the cross split. They didn't make up any time there. This Overgrown Ancient split, though, they've made up a ton of time. Look at this, we're almost even on the boss here, Makes. And with the extra level of execution required on the last pull, plus the extra damage required to cleave down the extra trash they need,
the pair on the branch is pretty clever.
Be in this map, even with the death timer.
We'll have to wait.
I mean, credit to Mandatory, they have actually managed to accelerate here and catch up. Catch up incredibly well in the academy, but the 2 deaths is just it's to their detriment. They need Liquid to have a mistake here. But okay, 83.9% count is not that much count. So they're still going to have to play more trash on the last boss here compared to Mandatory. Let's see what the difference is here. So we see 1 Invoker. I see 4 Echo Knights coming in for Liquid.
To rack up together here. It is... Wait, is it also only 4?
4 Echo Knights plus an Invoker is only 14% count. This is not count unless they have 2 Invokers CC'd in the back. This is not
interesting.
No, they have to.
Either way.
So yeah, how are they getting the 2 Invokers is the question. Mandatory also in the same pool. That this is all the count they need. They don't need anything else.
Still have the 30-second death timers in the back pocket, but we don't know if they have the count. We need to see if those 2 Invokers.
Well, I imagine Liquid have. Okay, there's a second Invoker coming in.
Under massive pressure here. Tons of damage coming out from the Arcane Smash. There is.
I don't know how they're getting the last one.
They need 1 more though. That is still not count for them.
It must be CC'd somewhere, right? Surely?
Right, let's see if we
surely,
can
right?
find 1 more Evoker in the background.
Surely they just double CC'd so it comes in late. Right? Both teams, by the way, managing to navigate this pool. 4 Echo Knights on a plus 19 Keystone level is still no easy feat, but very cleanly executed by both teams. We'd love to see that. Mandatory also accelerating in boss damage here. Very, very good execution from them. But is it a little too late here? That is the question.
Will claim this very first map. Now, that last Invoker has
Where is the Invoker?
fallen based on what we're seeing. We're sitting on 99.1.
Where is the Invoker?
count, Zyro, I'm not feeling
Unless the
too
count is
positive
wrong.
about this.
We've been in combat with this boss for a minute 30. If there was a CC dad in the back, it would have come by now.
There it is.
No, it's
Oh,
actually
there
there.
it
It was
is.
Wolf
casting.
Disco,
Double
bring it
kill
in.
for Wolf Disco. This is the count Liquid needed. We were worried if that mob wasn't there, they'd have to go back and kill a mob. And they would have
I don't know how they made that mob
death
come in
timers
as late as they did, but
mandatory to kill
that
mob,
works.
but they have the count on top of the boss, and only 3% behind on the boss. That is not going to be a 30-second difference.
Look at Mandatory in the lowers.
This
Yep.
boss does progress in difficulty.
This
as
is the
you
lower
get
bracket
further and
finals here.
further into
Winner
the
faces
encounter,
Dignitas.
as more of these orb spawners spawn throughout the room. Once the boss removes the debuff from you, you have to keep dodging this bullet hell. More and more of them continue to spawn. The team's doing their best job to make sure they aren't taking any extra
Where'd that come from?
damage.
I don't. I mean, they had some kind of CC on it. I don't know why it was so much later though.
Closer together if it
We'd have to-
was
we'd have to
on
watch
the
it back
side of Liquid, but
to
they
see
are
what they-
determined to not let
what they
that
did
happen.
CC wise.
Now, finally
I mean,
arriving
I'll be
at
honest, man.
100%
It's such a
power
shame that Mandatory had the issues they did on the first pool. I think their Alcathar is clearly faster than Liquid's. The fact they're gonna finish this dungeon with 2 deaths quicker than Liquid will, is a testament to that. However, again, that speaks to the difficulty of that first pool. While it is faster, it doesn't mean anything if you can't do with everyone alive. So Liquid will be taking this map 1 and giving themselves a convincing lead heading into these next couple maps here. I think we're going into a pit next, which I'm pretty sure is Liquid favored. So Mandatory are gonna need to pull something out of the hat to make some magic happen here.
I mean, Zyro, do we think that these mistakes might be because they're going bigger and riskier for finals, or does it just seem like there's something not gelling?
I mean, in general, when we bump the key level up, you're going to have more mistakes happen. The fact that the mistakes have been happening to Mandatory and not their competition has been surprising, to say the least. But when you're putting together these speedrun strategies, there is some level of difficulty to them. There's going to be some variance in your pulls. There's going to be a cast that gets missed every now and then. It's really unfortunate that is happening for Mandatory, especially in a dungeon that they looked faster in, right? They completed the dungeon first, which is incredibly impressive considering how far behind they were on the first and second boss splits. That being said, death timers have to be taken into account, and Liquid do walk away with the first map win here.
You know, it's tough to see, especially for
It's kind of
myself
cool.
and chat and
I
all
mean,
of
so
us
far the best
who
match
put
of the. I
all
mean, we've
of
only seen
our
2 matches
votes into
finish to completion,
mandatory,
but
of
definitely the
course,
best match of the day so far has been Big Lucky
Now,
versus
on this
Liquid.
one,
I was just
though,
thinking
for some
about
more
that.
Insights into what went down. Let's go over to Tettles on the analyst desk.
I mean, this started off, and I said earlier, I thought Mandatory was going to have a better strategy in here just because of Liquid strat, and Mandatory starts off this dungeon, and they have a better strategy. They're going bigger, they're going bolder on this first pull. They add the additional trash packs that were on the bridge into this first pull, but they immediately get punished for it. Ryson ends up going down. Then they bleed a second death to the Vicious.
Okay,
Lord
I
from
need to check.
Forge
I made some
because
ramen.
I think it was
is it done
targeted
now? I
him
don't
at the
know.
exact same time. If he had his blur active, or it was a very. If they target different players, if a couple of them target Macine or something like that, we probably have a different situation. Just because Mandatory was really good here, and they were like trying to claw back a bunch of time. They immediately started this dungeon. In just those 2 deaths and the Veximus split, you can see they were a full minute behind. But their strategy was faster. They went into the Overgrown Ancient, and for Mandatory and Liquid, they both killed Overgrown Ancient at virtually the exact same time, because Liquid, they had to end up back pulling some of that trash. You see on screen here on the right-hand side, Zevi ends up walking over. He ends up grabbing some of that trash, and Mandatory, they are trying to claw back some of the time that they had previously lost. Liquid, look at the count difference. Liquid has 80.65%. Mandatory ends up having about 87% enemy forces when things are all said and done with the aggravated skitterflies. And so then it's kind of all eyes on Liquid. Are Liquid, with a 30-second advantage from death penalties, going to be able to pull off and kill off the 5 Echo Knight triple Invoker pull? Now, they had Invokers coming in very late with things like the Cage, with things like the Hibernate. Yips is actually using Hibernate on the Dragonkin, a kind of a unique strategy. It was a pull that we saw kill them off in their series versus Big Lucky, but fortunately enough for Liquid fans, Liquid were able to kill off all 5 of those Echo Knights. They did not have a singular death. Mandatory even kill off the Echo Dorgosa earlier, just proving that their strategy was faster. But those 30 seconds worth of death penalty with the more aggressive first pull in the dungeon come back to haunt them, and now Liquid are up 1-0.
Liquid have the advantage here getting that first point, but the next map could make this an even tie. Pit of Sauron is next, and makes, thinking about the teams on this map, I mean, Is this one where you think mandatory, they can take advantage and they can push forward to claim the second map in the series?
Did not
I'm
cook correctly,
not
so I had to
about
add
that
some more
one.
water.
I think this Pit of Saran is very
Should've
much
used a bigger
Liquid
bowl.
favored based on the runs that we have seen from them. They have the faster run in there.
Has Mythic Plus ever had unpunished deaths? Could be interesting to see how much more wild pulls could be, since you still need to be able to live.
We've been
to live them.
raving about them being
Unpunished
deathless
deaths?
in their
Yeah, teams have
version,
died
talking about how
and still won matches,
absolutely
for sure.
flawless and clean they've been playing. I haven't
How
seen
did China
it.
do in the end? They
It's
placed
just not
4th.
been there, and unless you're going to be able to show up really big in those next 2 maps, that might just be.
I mean, I think Big Lucky had an objectively better route in Mysara. I don't know. I don't think they had a better route in Pit.
Well, Mix, I was hoping you would give me some hope, but you know.
But it did seem to be the case that whenever they were doing similar routes, like the starting of Magistrate Terrace, for instance, Liquid was just faster.
Mandatory has
They just
a
had more
very,
damage.
Very fast Pit of Saran, right? We've seen it from them. It was the very first map we saw this weekend. It was an 11-minute flat. They had a death, so they could definitely get closer to like the 10:30 mark. If Liquid goes at the
What's my
pace
favorite
they did in
food?
the Big Lucky series, I don't think anyone beats them. Though.
Probably Indian food,
21 is ridiculous.
which is like
That's
very generic, but
one of the fastest
I love
MDR
curry.
runs ever, let alone just this competition.
MDI's always had
Can
time
Liquid execute their strategy?
penalty for
It's
deaths. Used to be
almost
5 seconds per death.
We'll have to see. Can Mandatory put together a deathless run? Because their team, when they're deathless, they look unbeatable. A lot of questions.
I meant
going
0
into
time
that.
loss in deaths.
They have not had a deathless series this entire weekend. It feels
Oh.
like for
Well, yeah. The thing is, it's not just when you die. You're not just like.
how they were deathless during the group weekend. I mean,
It's not like you can
consistent with what
do
we thought
pull
maybe
really
they were going
aggressively
to be. We thought that they were gonna
and
be
like have a bunch of
consistent
deaths, but still have a competitive timer. Because one, there's a what Luma said. There's a time penalty for every death you have. That's plus 15 seconds on the timer. Used to be 5, now it's 15. Also, you only have 1 battle res every 10 minutes, which for how fast these dungeons are being done means you get basically 1, maybe 2 battle reses for a dungeon. So if you chain die, eventually you'll have to start releasing, and often the respawn point is really far from wherever you need to be. So having a meta where like you pull so big where you just like chain die, but you're quick is typically never play around.
Become champions of the MDI stage. So the fact that this weekend seems to be so off for them is definitely something that I'm sure is even just like plaguing them as they're kind of going, why are we having these deaths? Why are these runs not coming together? And of course, it just takes one thing wrong.
Last seconds of the timer, the deaths don't count anymore. Yeah, there's some kind of like after, like right.
To fall apart. And I mean, as
I think it's if you reach, if you're within like a minute of the
can they replicate it though, being a huge
dungeon
question?
timer,
Because
which
sometimes
for
that
these
perfect
dungeons
run
it's
is
like
just
20,
a
like
perfect
30
run that you
minutes.
had, and not always the way that things
Deaths
go.
no longer
This
count
is gonna
towards
be
the
our
timer or
second
something.
game,
I don't know
Mandatory
exactly what it
versus
is.
Team Liquid. Mandatory, they have multiple championships under their belt, but can this be one they also add in, or is this where they face elimination? And Team Liquid already won.
All right, here we go. So I think Liquid have the advantage in this matchup, but this is a must-win for Mandatory, or they are out of the tournament. Here we go. We see same comps, nothing too crazy here.
Pit of Saran into Liquid's favorite dungeon of the entire map set. Can they send Mandatory home, or will Mandatory be able to find the form that has been eluding them all weekend? We haven't seen it since Cup A. First pull being gathered.
Ryzen taking
low
many
as he starts
melees
to gather
on that
extra
gather,
trash here with
but
this
is going to swap out the
Paradox, but
cocoon
plus
and
battling Chain
survive.
Lightning. The self-cocoon on both of our Mistweavers, though, keeping them healthy, keeping them alive as the poll is gathered together for both teams.
All right, both teams doing a massive pull here. It looks like Liquid might have been slightly faster on the gather.
Mandatory and Liquid, we're underway in this very first.
We're setting to some higher damage numbers
Getting through it pretty cleanly on the side.
earlier into the poll here.
Karn has already run out, so Mirrors is a little bit more in danger. Similar story for Liquid.
Very,
They have
very
finished
clean
off
pull from
more
Liquid
of
here.
That pack already, so it is going to be a little bit of easier cruising for them. You can already see it reflected in our overall percentage of the count. Liquid done with their
Mirrors is in
packers.
trouble right now.
Mandatory still kiting it out. Mirrors fighting for his life, trying to make sure that
Yeah,
he doesn't actually
Mandatory
get
had something go
blown.
majorly wrong in this poll. I don't even know if they might not. Mirrors might die.
Nothing else left.
Mirrors may die right here.
Trusting Ryzen to get him back up as they are losing
Barksian up
so
now.
much time on the tail
We
end
have to
of
press
this
it,
bullseye
and we
run.
cocoon, we overlap
Finally gets back
defensives.
to the bark as the pack starts to
Oh
die
yeah,
here.
just really poor pull from Mandatory. I think their gather was just way slower for some reason. I don't know what happened. We did see Ryson's POV where he ate a couple melees, but Liquid in the driver's seat once again. First pull of the dungeon not going well for Mandatory.
Mandatory still now making the trek up there. Liquid off the back of that first pull appeared to be somewhere in the realm of 15 to 20 seconds ahead already.
That is right, and you can see it once again as they're now already in fight with Forge Master Garfrost. To gather on this boss is not easy. We've seen many healers fall prey to it. You can see Gingy actually dropping here a little bit, probably is getting cast on before Ryzen can reach the team. They need to be so careful.
Gingy
right
dropped really
now
low.
as they're going
Is that gonna be the
into
cheat death?
Garfrost.
That is gonna be the cheat
Gingy
death.
just
It's alright, that's why we play
barely
cheat.
making it through here, but is going to be
On the side
able
of Liquid,
to
we've
survive.
dealt with most of the
Liquid,
health
though,
bars of these trash mobs. However, the danger is not out of the way just yet. Once this Lich drops below 50% health, the party will start taking ramping, well, actually not ramping, but just a lot more group damage. Combined with the boss's AoE mechanic is very scary. Sevi has returned. Gingy goes down. Ryson down. We only have one B-res. We get our healer back up. And I think for Mandatory, that is the end of their run.
And what do? You have a DPS player down. You're in boss combat, but this trash is so low. Nobir is dying. Seals the pull. It's going to be a full team wipe for Mandatory. There's no recovering from this. All of the cooldowns are gone. 7 now deaths on the board
Liquid.
for them. Liquid careening ahead. Their trash is all dead. They only have the late
just
Liquid look like
at this point
here. Liquid might be sending Mandatory
miles
home,
ahead
but they're still almost
of
all the
Mandatory.
dungeon left makes.
That's right.
It's gonna take a full wipe from Liquid at the end of a boss for Mandatory to get back into this matchup.
Only the first boss in the Pit of Ron. A lot can still
Wow.
happen in this
Mandatory
game,
looked
but
so
now,
good. Group
Mandatory
A.
is not even playing with their back against the wall. It feels
Mandatory,
like
I mean,
they're
they
so
looked
low.
they looked so
Don't
good
have
even the first couple days of this tournament. We saw,
playing for
oh,
Liquid.
it's
Have a
so
mistake as
Miras is dead
goes
again.
down once again. A
It's
pull
so when
unravels
for these
into
keys
nothing.
you follow
They
a
will need
script,
to restart
and when you
that
have to go
gather
off,
once more as
play
Liquid
off the
has
fly,
already
adjust
basically finished
out of the
first
script.
boss.
The thing that we've been
These teams
saying,
go
this
from being
particular squad of players and different
unmatched,
configurations throughout the years
unbeatable
have been
to
so good at is
not so
playing on
different
the fly,
from
making pulls
your
work that
random
should
high
work,
quality pug.
even when the cooldowns might not be there on the regather.
Okay, that's
here,
probably
Bears
that's
just
like
not
that's
have
a
the
bit of
same
an
buttons
overstatement.
he's
They're,
used to having.
but the
Dice
point
doing
is that they're a
last
lot more
round,
relatable
the Lich not kicked on him, not able
when
to
you're
live
not following the
damage, and
script.
Another team wipe brings Mandatory even further behind. Like you said, Forge Master down for Liquid. They're not changing.
They're having to
their
adjust on the
body.
fly,
They're not going any
adapt to
slower.
the
They're not playing it
situation,
safe. They want to put another
and at that
world
point,
record on the board in this dungeon.
they're figuring this
All
out
of
as
the
they
trash
go.
being gathered
When you
now,
prep for the
making
MDI,
Prince
you do some
pull.
amount of
Liquid are looking
disaster
in a
planning. Like
dominating
if
position.
some things will go wrong during practice and you'll play it out, so you'll see some of the situations, some of the circumstances, but almost certainly you do not account for a full wipe. This is not a scenario they planned for, so they're having to adjust. And at this point, 10 deaths in, several minutes behind, it's going to take multiple wipes from Liquid for this to be competitive. And Liquid, this is their final, most dangerous pull of the dungeon. If they can get through here, another maybe 10 seconds on the health bars of these remaining mobs, they should be in the clear. And it looks like Liquid will be making it to the winners finals.
They can just cleave off that last Brave player.
If I can also add, once again, we predicted this. My pick'ems, if Liquid wins, still correct.
From Liquid once again onto a boss.
Super clean. They are unfazed by the difficulty of the task.
USA, unfortunately, Liquid is mostly EU, but there are a couple actually, I think there's only, is Cine American? I don't know if Cine's American.
This boss, but like we were talking about in the Big Lucky
Previously it was
Series, boss
Yips and
damage
Boomy.
is
I don't know
something
about
that
Cine.
Liquid have in great supply. They're not going to have to deal with the next set of totems. The Void meta from Cine here will carry the remainder of the damage they need on this boss.
Well,
World
if you're
record
mandatory right
timer
now,
in this key set by Liquid
you're definitely
just
disappointed,
mere minutes
but
ago, 10:21. Can they potentially
you know what? The
test
more
themselves
important event
and
will be
show the
BlizzCon.
world that it's not the mistakes of the
And
other team that make them
BlizzCon,
a great team. It's just
so
their
just
own
you're just gonna
theory,
take some
their
time
own
off,
strategies, their
right?
own play.
Relax,
We'll have to see if
recover.
they're able to pull it off. Mandatory
The
on
race,
their
the next
end,
race World First is
trying
gonna
to make
happen,
a
and
go
coming
at
out of
it,
that
giving themselves an
will be
opportunity if
the
Liquid are to make a mistake.
MDI
Don't seem like they have
Grand
any
Finals
to give.
at BlizzCon. Mandatory need to relock in,
Done with
refocus,
Warfrost,
and come back
done
ready
with Iking
to blast
Craig
for that
with
event.
beelining
Will BlizzCon be
for
during
Matt
season 2?
Torchmaster at the end here
Yes.
as Couchlord.
I don't know if
As
it's
we're
official,
getting
but yes,
through
it
the
will.
Pit of Sauron, the skip is working
Pretty sure
out.
Sydney's
The
American.
team is
All right, W.
grouping up to get
I mean, I
in
guess
the
there
fight
there
with
are more
Glacier.
Americans
This is
on
the
Liquid
last
than
bit
Mandatory. That is true.
before they encounter that very last boss of this dungeon. This is one of the last instances of danger for the team. The last moment.
Yeah, watching
where
Liquid here.
anything have gone
Final pull
wrong
for them
themselves
that
to maybe
poses
open up
any
a
real
teeny
risk.
tiny gap, but
They
are
skip some of the
so
trash
far
here
ahead
and play the
that
rest of it onto
Liquid is
Glacieth.
looking absolutely unreal as they're gathering what is the
As long as they kill off all the remaining trash, they are in the clear. Ideally, they want to play to one-phase Glacieth as well during this focus guard, with Glacieth taking all attacks against Glacieth, doing guaranteed critical strikes. But whether or not you one-phase it does not matter at this point. You are well ahead of Mandatory.
Has not much HP left to give.
They almost did a single burn on the focus guard there. 10% HP left on Glacieth. After
I
that
wonder if
damage
anybody
and
from Liquid
with
have
the
looked over
boss
at their
position
monitors and
dead
been like,
for
oh,
Glacieth.
Mandatory is
They're
cooked.
making
Let's
sure
just
to
kill off this
drag the
trash.
away from any of the
Because
ground
that would be the
effects,
correct thing
that
to do here.
regardless of which direction that guard was pointing,
You're not trying to set any
the rest
world
of the team
records.
could get in position
You just want to
behind
finish the
do
key.
that extra
That
crit
is it.
damage to that mini boss. 8 minutes 30 seconds on the board as Yips jumps down to gather the remaining trash that Liquid need to complete this map and give themselves a berth in the grand finals to play for their first ever MDI championship. Scourge
Wow.
Tyrannus is all that separates
Guys, that
them
is,
from
you know what's crazy?
What is showing
Last MDI, which was a TGP, or was in the format of a TGP, so keys were pushed as high as possible, rather than being low keys that were a speed run.
They have played in a similar constellation in previous seasons, but never
Dignitas
to
won the
that
tournament,
high title
and
pedigree.
Liquid
Always been
were
chasing,
9
always
seconds
been
off of
right
beating them.
behind it, but this time around,
Their total
Liquid
cumulative
is
timer.
looking
Basically,
like
it came
they
down to
might
those two
be
teams.
able to do it all. They're on that match point. They're on that
Holy
final
Method at the
wave
time,
to get
which
the
has some of the,
2-0 here
some of the members of
as
Mandatory
they
were previously
are
on that team,
with the last couple
were
of
like a full minute plus
Did
some
Ashaki
behind,
lose
so
that
they're
breath
really
when he was on the
realistically
pole?
not
He, like,
within
catched
reach
the
of
breath and got stuck on
competing
on
for the champion
bones.
spot.
He did get over the trash though. I just didn't see if
It really boiled down to Dignitas and
Touch-up
Liquid,
play, maybe?
and it seems like once again,
Yeah.
a full season later, we're seeing the same
It does not look,
thing.
though, however, like Liquid are going to be
It's
able
going to come
match
down
their
to
first
Liquid
one.
versus
That's
Dignitas
absolutely
once again
timer.
in the grand finals. A best of 5, mind you.
30-10-45 range, though, that luck
So if
comes
team
off
has
about
one
10 seconds.
flawed
Some
map,
overlap
2
with the
flawed
other
maps
major
even,
cooldowns. Maybe the Void Metamorphosis will be up by the time
they can
actually
still
get
bring
into
it
the
back.
Bloodlust.
It's a
Either way,
5-game
10-21
series.
is not what Liquid
Can
need to
Liquid
win this map.
finally
Just
overcome
needed to
Dignitas,
continue to have
or
a
will
good, solid
Dignitas
run. If they are
prove
going
why
to have just
they
that, Bloodlust
won
is now active.
the
Scourge
TGP,
Tyrannus below
won the
30%
MDI once
HP.
before?
Void
Will they
Meta is
prove
active for
why
City,
they're the best
and
team
those collapsing stars
in
are
the
gonna be
game,
sending
or
this
will
boss
Liquid
home, sending
overthrow
Liquid into their
and
first
take
ever
that
speed run
title
MDI
from them?
Grand finals match, and Dignitas is
Here we go.
awaiting makes. This is a matchup we've been wanting since the last MDI. Liquid
Here we
lost
go.
out in the
Liquid with a
final moments of that
10-41.
competition. And we're
A
gonna
little bit
have
slower than their
rematch
previous
of those
run.
top two from
Again, they
the
didn't need to
last
take as much
MDI
risk, so I'm sure they probably slowed down.
That rematch
Well,
is definitely
actually, I don't know
on
that,
the
but
horizon, and
if
Liquid
anybody
really
was tuned
continue
into
to
the
get
stream, they would have known
faster
and probably played
faster,
accordingly.
moving them up the ranks from possible contenders to some of the
Logan
biggest
Wister won
threats in
off
our
them
competition.
to play
Their
safe. They got
runs have
time.
proven against our remaining teams, but with world record runs
I
becoming
can't
only
even
too
do that
familiar
because
outcome for Liquid,
they're on EU
they seem
servers.
more than determined to make it all the way to the grand finals. And Mandatory's live feed, on the other hand, it's given us some
How does
great
CGP
vibes,
format
but
work?
The vibes weren't enough to bring back
The
this
Great
series.
Push
They
is
qualified for BlizzCon.
it's a
However,
3-day
the title
event,
of
much
Season
like the
1
MDI.
champions is no longer in reach for
Teams
them.
get
So
a
give
bunch
them
of
some love
keys
in
that they have
chat,
to push
everybody,
up from
but
some
Team
level. So
Liquid
let's say
will be the team
if I
moving
use this season
on.
as an
I
example,
mean,
it'd be
this
like
was a big
team on
series,
day
and I
1,
think
teams
we
getting
just
18
saw
Algathar,
Victory
18
come through
Pissaron,
in a
and an
big way.
18
So maybe then the
Nexus
focus of
point.
Liquid just
And on
kind
day
of
1,
moving into
teams have to
clarity
basically
what a
push their
powerhouse
keys up
team this
as
is
high
here,
as
and it
possible.
makes, looking at how they've performed,
And
how
then
do you
on day
think Liquid is
2,
gonna
you'll get
stand
like
up
18
to some
Sky
of
Reach
these
and
other
an
matches we know are
18
ahead?
Mysara.
I mean,
So you get 2 more dungeons on day 2, and then on day 3 you
Let me
get 1
that
final
out of
dungeon.
the way
Day 3,
right
let's say
at
it'll
the
be
start. That is a
18
team that is scary
Magisters,
to me,
okay?
no matter who stands in front of them. But if Liquid
At the
continues
end
to
of the 3
play
days,
that
the
we have
team that
seen
has
them
the
in these
highest
two matches, that
total
we have seen them
number,
time and
which
time
is the number is
throughout
the
these global
the
season
highest key that you
finals,
timed.
then I think there's a
You take the
chance that
the
they
cumulative
might be
total of
able
all the
to
highest
do
keys you
what
timed.
nobody
Okay,
else
that
is
gives you some
expecting
number.
here. I
So
think
let's
it's
say
still
after you
very
have
much
like
heavily
24
Dignitas
Masters,
favored.
24 Algathar,
There's a chance
23
to
Sky Reach,
slither
right?
the
You,
foe
all across the
to
board.
RNA fans.
Take the total of that, maybe it's like
I mean, they've made it all the
142.
way here,
Okay?
they've secured this final showdown.
That
But, of
is
course, in this
your
map, we got to see
score,
them
and the
play
higher the
incredibly well,
number,
too. Maybe not
the
top
better
of
you
previous
place.
time, but let's get a little bit more
If teams
insight
have the
into what we saw
same
from this
number,
run with Tettles.
then it comes down to time
This is
tiebreakers.
exactly what
So,
we talked
of the
about
2
at
teams
the
that have
start of the series.
142, which of the
This
2
map
teams
was
were
always going to be
faster
a Liquid
in those
map.
runs?
And
So it's
weird
basically,
stuff
it's a
was
lot
happening
more
to
like
Mandatory
live
the
key
first
pushing,
poll. I
but
saw
in a
that
tournament
package,
setting.
and I was trying
That's
to
how the
figure
Great
out
Push
why
works.
Mandatory randomly just
And
propped 20
Dignitas
seconds
won it
behind. I could not
last
figure out
season.
for the life of me what exactly went wrong to the point where they just lost so much damage from the DK and the Devour Demon Hunter.
All right, guys, I'm gonna go. I was kind of
Yappuccinoing.
Yappuccinoing.
Going down to the Frost Breath from the Drake. Gingy ends up
Actually, I was gonna say we
following
should go
to
back and
the
look at the damage,
full
but
Wraith
it's
damage
whatever. I
and
mean,
a
it
couple
wasn't
wipes
close.
to Mandatory. They ended up accumulating, I believe it was 10 deaths over the course of this entire run. And that was basically all she wrote. Liquid was able to finish off the map. They didn't have the fastest run that we've seen from them. Again, like
Each day they get a fixed amount of time to push each day? Yeah.
Putting up a 10:41. It was still completely
Yes, exactly.
respectable. They downed Glacieth. They downed Ikakrik. They downed Scourgelord Tyrannus.
So it's more
and
like a
here's the
marathon
setup
of an
now.
event.
Liquid,
Like it's
they
each day is
duo
5 hours, and they're
Now
mandatory.
are going to be
You have to take a
moving
mandatory
into the
20 minutes
global
of total
finals
break.
to face up against Dignitas.
As opposed
16
to
seconds.
just a few
That
match
was what
like
separated Liquid
a
from
few series that
Dignitas
you play each day.
last MDI, where Dignitas
You're on,
were
sir?
able to
Yeah,
get
I
that
have to go
advantage
deal
of
with it.
Dignitas, they played through the upper bracket. They've
I'm gonna
basically
go
2-0
assemble a
this
bull.
entire weekend.
And also,
Dignitas
while I
have
do
been
that,
unstoppable. For Liquid, they're the hot hand.
I'm just gonna do that right now.
How
I'll be
are
back.
they going to be looking in the finals? It's going to be a very, very close series. And man, okay, actually we have some meters now. This was the damage differential on the first pull of this dungeon, where, look at this. Gingy looking like LeBron on the side of Mandatory, but the pull was just so much slower. I think Gingy may have even had to commit a second breath. The difference between 64 and 98 seconds on that first pull is astounding.
Wait
Yeah,
a minute.
this is.
These don't look the same as the damage meters in game. I think hogs are log juicing. This can't be right.
Dude, I wonder if Kush just lost all of his damage. Like, what happened to him? Maybe it could have been a Plunge Talon Gargoyle?
Maybe, yeah.
Maybe.
Interesting.
So
I mean,
weird.
it's unfortunate. I think, again, we just didn't see the play from Mandatory that we would have expected. But Liquid just continued to rise. They've made it all the way through the lower bracket. They have claimed that spot again now here in the grand finals, and it is going to be a huge one between them and Dignitas. I mean, we have seen our whole season pan out, and this weekend our finals pan out as
When did
Tettles
Tettles put his
officially
tie on his head?
has put his tie on his head, so you know it's getting real here. To celebrate, I'm sure, the Liquid victory there. But, they've got to go up against Dignitas. And Zyro, as we consider how this weekend has panned out, can we kind of touch on what's brought us to this point and what we have ahead in this final showdown?
Yeah, this has been a fantastic weekend. I think this is one of the strongest fields we've had in general. The 4 teams that we have today, all of them going to BlizzCon. They're all going to get their own rematches in on the big stage, on the live crowd, live audience stage at BlizzCon. It's going to be so awesome to see that. Of course, Mandatory will get to go for their revenge. Same for Big Lucky. Can't wait for that. But it's all led to this matchup here, Dignitas Liquid, like Tettles and I have been talking about. This is a matchup that these Liquid players have been waiting for. They want this so bad. They felt like they should have had that Great Push final in the bag last expansion. They've been wanting to make up for that loss ever since then, and now in the grand finals of Season 1 of Midnight, they get the opportunity to try to take down the returning champions in Dignitas. Can they do it? Can Dignitas hold? Can't wait to watch this one.
It's going to be huge and so exciting seeing them come in here from that TGP format last season now to speedrunning, and yet they both look so strong even in this other format with Mythic Plus. It's going to be a huge one, and this is one you all don't want to miss. This is going to be our grand finals of Season 1 here in Midnight for the Mythic Dungeon International. Dignitas versus Liquid. We'll give you a few minutes to prepare yourself and to let the teams get ready, but after that, all bets are off. We are going to crown a champion at the end of our next series.
All right, chat. Before the next match begins, you know what we gotta do. We gotta run a quick 90-second ad break. Remember, you guys can skip ads with a Twitch Tier 1 or Twitch Prime subscription. You don't have to subscribe if you don't want to. You won't miss anything. I'll see you guys in a little bit. Be right back. Yeah, so I got some Bulldog ramen, spicy chicken ramen. I was saying the other day that I had it for the first time. It was way spicier than I expected, so this time I didn't put in as much of the sauce. Hopefully it is a little bit easier to eat. Yo, A-Bomb with a tier 1. Appreciate you, big dog. Yo, I need to put some eye drops in though. My eyes are hella dry. Want to see Dignitas win again? Love Q's team. Guys, if Dignitas win, my bracket, my pick'ems bracket will have been perfect. That is crazy, by the way. I love my glasses.
Every single run has led us to this final series of Season 1 in Midnight. It's been one of our most competitive seasons ever, which tells you just how high a level our top two teams are playing at. Our final series is Dignitas versus Liquid. Let us know who you think our Season 1 champions will be, chat. Meanwhile, I think this is going to be a
Is
tough
it BO5?
one for us to
Yes.
decide, so I'm very glad Zyra
Final
that we
series
have
is best of
additional
5.
chat host on desk once again
We'll get
to
2
help
map
vote
bans,
in. I mean,
but
it's gonna
the
be a
winning team
close
has to
one.
win 3
Both of these
maps
teams have
to
shown
win.
so much strength this
Now, we
season.
have seen a
Liquid
best of 5 from these two
opening
teams
up, finding their
before,
groove, and
but it was
really coming out
during
this
group
weekend
stages
blows
back
away
when
with
the
phenomenal
spec
runs. And
ban
then, of course, Dignitas
rule
strong from
existed,
the
the
start,
spec variety
returning
rule,
champions,
and
a
Dignitas took
team
that
that really has been
3-0.
from the get-go. But
This
has there
time,
been
without a
any
spec ban
sign
rule,
of
can
weakness from
Liquid
Dignitas that Liquid
string
is
together a more
failed to
convincing
develop?
chain
Do you think, Zyra?
of games?
Not really. Dignitas
We'll
has
find out.
looked Like, okay, Dignitas has looked like we expected Mandatory to look like this weekend. To be honest, they've been the team that's been lights out. They've been the team putting up perfect times pretty much in every single key. I feel like there are some dungeons where Liquid is favored, Pit of Saran being one of them, maybe Nexus Point Sinus being another one of them. But looking at the
Oh, that thing
entire
is,
map
this
pool
is
we have
still
available
spicy
to
as
them,
hell. It's a lot less spicy than what it was, but oh my god, it's spicy.
I mean, it's definitely going to be, I think, incredibly hard to take them down because I have to agree with you. Dignitas really have just been strong every weekend. Now,
I might have to get some, like,
Liquid,
milk,
they've been
low-key.
really, I think, coming out to show everything that they're capable of here for the finals. And of course, they've been waiting for this rematch like we were talking about. They lost last
Yo,
season to
the
Dignitas for
Dignitas
the
votes are
count,
crazy.
But I'm sure they want to try and triumph over them now. So what do you think it would mean to them, Dratnos, if they were
Guys,
able to
our
take
prediction
it
is also
here
up.
this
If you guys
season?
want to vote,
This would
Dignitas
be
versus
so
Liquid.
huge for Team Liquid.
Wait, didn't I
in
get
this
points?
series.
Yo.
7 maps in our
All
map
right.
pool, as it is a best
I'm
of
predicting
5 and 1
all
map
my
ban
points are on
per team.
Dignitas.
So basically, the entire
46.6K.
season's dungeon pool, this is going to be a marathon. This is
I actually
really
won
going to
big
test
because
what
not many
both
people voted
teams
for Liquid last
have,
time.
Excellence-wise in every single
46,
dungeon, in their kit. It is the
0.
Blue Runner Spire that is getting banned by Team Liquid here. Dignitas throwing out
All right.
Nexus Point Zenus.
My
from
points are
this pool as
invested.
well. It would have been the final map in the series as well. Sorry, Dignitas, yeah, throwing that one out there.
I thought Dignitas were going to win this one, and I think so again. But here we go.
Take the one off the end.
So we got
Of course,
Windrunner
this will be
banned
the
out
best
of
5
Liquid,
for our grand final
and
of season
Dignitas
1.
banning the
And
Nexus
taking a
points.
look at what's been banned. I mean, my
So
Star
we
Caverns
don't
first,
see
but
Windrunner.
there's a lot of
Liquid
other
have
maps to
avoided
go.
Windrunner the
So what do you
entire
think the
weekend,
teams
which is
are gonna
interesting
show
to
us
see.
here in our finals?
Liquid's my
Okay,
Sara.
I've been already
Okay,
scrambling
if
to
Dignitas
compare
can
their
do the
season
strat
teams
that
timers based on
Big
the
Lucky did
runs
in
that
my
we have
Sara,
seen from
they will
them
be
in
faster.
this
But I don't know if they
competition.
can.
And
For Magisters,
I
Liquid has
am
looked very
kinda
fast.
swayed
Um,
between the two
so
of
is
them.
Dignitas.
So
I'm
in
not
some
sure which way
maps,
that
I
map will
like
go.
that Magister's Terrace
For
matchup.
Algathar, we
Dignitas
saw
had
that
a
Mandatory had a
run
faster
where
route
they
than
won
Liquid.
15-59,
If Dignitas can
and
do the
today
same
they
route that
showed us a
Mandatory did,
17-4
but successfully,
with
they'll
only
have the
6 deaths
advantage.
differential.
I don't
So
think we've
if
seen Seat
Liquid
out of these
is able
teams.
to get Dignitas to
Maybe we
give us
did
their
day
slower
1?
run,
I
then
don't
they will
remember.
take this one. On the side of Mazara
So
Caverns, I
okay,
think it's
Dignitas
leaning
did a
towards
seat
Dignitas
day 1,
as well.
but
And
Liquid have
Algathar
not.
Academy is more of a
We saw
top
we saw
as
Hurtjax on the
I'm not
Eldrachi
really
in the
seeing,
seat, and then Pit
silver teams in here. So we'll
again
have to see how those dungeons
seems Liquid
shake
favored. I mean,
out.
Liquid have the fastest timer in Pit. I don't think we've seen a Dignitas
lopsided.
Pit
I
this
think it
weekend.
will be a
So
really, really
I'm
close
guessing.
race.
I totally agree. Like, if this had been Liquid,
I mean,
as we saw them in groups,
hey,
right?
as
where
a
they were
viewer,
trying
here's
to
what I'll
find
say.
their footing, then this would be a very different story.
Whatever
But
happens,
Liquid this
I hope
weekend,
we
they have
see
been
5
top
games.
contenders,
I want to
and
see a
even with what we just
BO3.
saw from their
Do it
performance,
for the
it feels
people.
like
Sorry,
they are on
BO5.
fire right
Go
now.
the distance.
So Dignitas, they've been able to
For the
sit back
fans.
to watch the competition, maybe practice if that's what they were feeling like doing, since they landed in the upper bracket and secured this grand final spot early on. But for both of them to come in, I think really it just matters how perfect these runs are going to be, because anything less than perfect is not going to cut it when the competition is this fierce, and you have a rematch that has been a whole season in the making.
All right, here we go.
Absolutely incredible
Map
teams
number
here. As we
1.
come into our first game, this is Mysara Caverns, Dignitas versus Team
Into the
Liquid.
caverns.
Whoever takes it will be 1 point ahead in this battle for the crown, and at the end, a huge difference, because the winner walks away with 40K for that first place, while the loser will only get half of that at 20K. So crown, glory, and prizes on the line.
Being for
Who is
prize
gonna
money, here we
emerge
go.
The victor from this series, starting here with game 1.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
All right, the Mysara Caverns. We know that in this dungeon, Team Liquid have a little bit of a different approach than a lot of the other teams have opted to use in here. So, going to be interesting to see how Dignitas choose to
All right,
attack
Chad's back on
as well.
stream.
Both teams
My camera is in an
spawning
optimal
in.
position
Looks
to
like,
not impede
the same
with the damage
composition
meters.
as expected.
Map
there.
number
A
1,
big pull
Grand Finals,
away
Dig and
from
Toss
the first
versus
opportunity
Liquid.
to use a Bloodlust, although Liquid typically have been holding this for the boss.
Both
and they
teams
just
going for the Giga
rush
first
into that
pull here.
first boss as quickly as possible. Dignitas gonna just be sending that Lust right now on this huge pull.
Yeah,
Oh, Liquid as well.
Yeah, Liquid made a change on their second run of this weekend where they just moved the Lust to the first pull and opted to go for lusting the trash on the last boss instead of lusting the damage amp, because they lose half the Lust if you lust the damage amp. It seems a little weird to do that. So it's good that they made that change. The overall strategy for them has not really changed. They still pull trash on top of the boss, now doing it without Lust, which is definitely more dangerous. The thing that I'm
It
curious
looks like
about
Dig and Toss
is, are we
have
gonna see
a
any
little bit better
strategy
of a gather, better damage on this first pull, and will be advancing to the second pull of the dungeon
and they did end up having the fastest
much faster than Liquid will be.
6 seconds faster than the best run we
I
saw.
mean, we're talking on the order of maybe 10 seconds.
Not changing their strategy, they will be going for the more standard second.
But Dig and Toss not playing the skip that Liquid play. Now, this will give Liquid the kind of appearance of an advantage early on. However, Liquid play one more pull later in the dungeon compared to Dignitas. So, it is by no means a freebie for Liquid. It's not like they're easily in the lead here. Dignitas just choosing to play their necessary count now instead of later. Now, unfortunately, by seeing this from Dignitas, this implies they're not adopting the Big Lucky strat, which objectively appears to be the fastest way to route this dungeon.
In theory,
But I guess, I mean, considering we only saw it for the first time today, realistically, we probably didn't have enough time to prep it. So,
maybe it's the invisible benefit of freeing that spirit and getting to leverage its damage on the second boss that is just making up so much time, even though this route looks so good in terms of just how quickly it pulls the first boss.
Yeah, I mean, that was the major difference, right? Like, when we were looking at that matchup, the Big Lucky versus Liquid matchup in the second match of the day today, when they played this dungeon, Big Lucky was almost a minute faster in the entire dungeon. In almost all of that time,
we see walls rotate out from Liquid.
Yes, Liquid does do an extra trash pull after that altar area where you unlock that spirit RP.
Shine hopping his way into the ice trap to stun Necrax. Very nicely done, and they'll kill off the rest of their trash. Minus the Soul Eater. That guy comes in a bit later, though. They shouldn't have any issues dealing with that final mob. Meanwhile, Dignitas also onto the boss themselves with the same amount of count as Liquid prior to killing off the trash, which we see now they begin to start slowly killing off. Once again, this is the count difference from the two teams at the start of this dungeon. So, will the 40%, 45% lead in boss health percentage be enough for Liquid to play a full trash pool? We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, they have been looking unstoppable. The juggernaut that was mandatory from Group A with those 0 deaths across the entire weekend, that is now what Dignitas are looking like. They are just completely implacable in the face of some of the best competition in the world. They are now in
implacable
boss as well.
Assassination Rogue, Apex Talent.
HP slower on the boss right now, but that is to be expected given the difference in strategy. The benefit that they do get is that extra 10% trash count, which is going to facilitate a cleaner movement through the next part of the dungeon. It's going to let them bring that spirit onto the second boss, which should translate into a lot of DPS. Will it
Yargi dropping incredibly low. Does have Death Pact talented. Rotates through Death Pact, manages to stabilize. Nicely done. AJ running upstairs to intentionally break the CC on the Headhunter so they can pull it in at a optimal time. Nicely done. And we see the count difference here is going to be about 12% once this Headhunter dies for Dignitas.
At best, they're going to be even. Dignitas has been a team, back to the missed count days, where we have been praising their individual character play as being the best individual play we've ever seen. They are so good at eking out the maximum amount of DPS from their characters. Hearthjax, especially when he's on these casters, is so good. Yargi has been defining the meta for DPS classes for seasons now, Kira on the tanks has just been teaching people how to play the game properly for so long. He has been an absolute rock for this team in the tank position.
Yo, shout out
There's
Kira, bro.
really no
I use your
individual
Xbox profile.
that either of the teams have
My
over
geezer.
player-wise. It's pretty much just all going to come down to strat and execution.
Yeah, players like Hearthjacks really make me mad because you see them for years as these like mage one.
Liquid rotating through
They're doing
walls
so
as we
well
pop all these
on
skirmishers'
set, and then-
shields in this
and
pool.
FPI season comes around, and all of a sudden he's just playing Devourer and all these maps and looking.
DPS
phenomenal
classes
at
and
it
our
as well.
tank bursting
Liquid
from
has been
over
playing
500k
Devourer for
DPS on
years,
this
of
pool.
course. It is new this season, so
DK
it
approaching
really
1
upsets
million
me that
DPS.
people that are this
Crazy,
good at World of
crazy
Warcraft.
damage out here.
Hearthjacks, certainly one of them.
Yeah, and I mean, we're seeing the difference in strategies here. Liquid does get past the boss first. They're about 50 seconds ahead on the boss split, but the count differential is pretty insane. Liquid, now dealing with this trash pool, are only catching up to the count that Dignitas have already amassed for themselves, and because of that, we know...
All right, Liquid seem to have dealt with that pool relatively quickly. So he's now going to pull this trash to the side. Wormstone and Meld skip.
Onto Vordaza. They do have to also do a Shadow Meld skip on this defender. Another potential
Nicely done.
possibility for mistake, but the Shadow Meld
And they'll go into their final trash pull before they can pull the boss. Meanwhile, on the side of Dignitas, they're finishing off this pull themselves, doing incredible amounts of damage. Much more from both DPS compared to Liquid. I'm guessing they had their pots come up for this pull, whereas Liquid pulled it a little bit too early for their pots to come up,
They're not going to have any of those available.
allowing them to accelerate on this trash pull in particular. About here, we see the difference, as Dignitas will be going all the way to Vordraza. Free Bevo, meanwhile, activating the RP guy to spawn the dude, which will help the Team Dignitas kill off Vordraza here.
Unfortunately, a shrink
While they
cast
do
came
this
in for a
skip
little
here.
while there, so that is reducing their damage effectiveness, and now Dignitas are
Actually,
the team that is
I gotta
making
stand
their way
corrected
to the
here.
boss. Hearthjacks
Dignitas not
running
pulling
down
everything.
here so
They
quickly
played
as
for a
well.
meld
That
skip
meld
instead.
actually gonna run
But they had to pull
forward
it to,
and through
I guess, take it to the
grab
side
some
and then
trash
execute the
potentially
meld
from
skip.
the other side of the boss room, so they can have it on pull instead of needing to grab it mid-boss fight, as teams typically do. AJ also running back up the stairs. Ooh, I love this. If you roll properly and jump at the perfect time.
And
as you
into the
see
boss we
AJ
go.
showing off
So,
masterfully there
with the
light
difference
and
in
air
routing, we see the
talent
count
on Lung.
very
You can
similar
actually
across
just
both
fly
teams,
through
but
the air.
Dignitas
Pretty incredible
slightly
consistency
faster, it
and maintaining
appears,
that speed for
engaging
quite a while.
Vordraza
Really good movement through the dungeon from
about
Dignitas. That's gonna
8
mean
seconds
they're pulling the
ahead
boss
of
first,
Team
and
Liquid.
they are the team that is pulling the boss
Yargi
first.
dropping incredibly low through IBF. Will manage to get topped here, but that's, had we not pressed our IBF, we would be on the floor. Great defensive usage out of our DK.
Just did. The cooldowns from their players are not active here. Look at the light ups on the side of the teams. Void Meta active. Army pressed 30 seconds ago on boss pull for Dignitas. Liquid only just now getting to that Void Meta on the boss. In the Army only just now being popped. They pulled the boss maybe 5 seconds later, but in the window of boss combat here in the first 35 seconds, Dignitas has opened up.
Dignitas has done
30%
incredible
on the
damage to this boss.
They
That is
also
very
still
true.
have that spirit chipping away on the boss, providing that damage amp for the team. This boss
I mean, look at the
is
damage
so
difference.
much lower by the time we get to the first shield.
Oh, to be fair, I
As it is
think,
unmade, that first necrotic convergence is going to come out for Vordaza. Dignitas
Actually, I was gonna say, maybe
boss
Liquid were in combat longer.
100% HP here.
Frankly, I'm
This
not
boss
sure.
is not going to be anywhere near that mark.
No, it is not. Dignitas have pulled ahead here. That count in their favor. The boss HP in their favor. Lust going to be available at the same time for both teams as well. The next necrotic conversion
All right, so
now happening for
I've
Liquid
talked about
as
this
well.
before during their
Lost
MyStar
in
Catamarans
shield.
matchup. So one of the things that I
Dignitas have already
dislike
cleared
about
that.
Liquid's route
Now working
is the
on
timing of our
final
army.
couple of
So you're gonna see here that Yargi has his army come up and press it during execute of Vordraza. Great press, right? We had it on pull and we're pressing it once more towards the end of this boss. Because we can press it early enough, Yargi will have his army come up for the pull of the final boss and have it come up in time for the burn, right? If you press it on pull for the last boss, you can also press it for the damage amp. It's about a minute 30 into the fight. Because Liquid plays an extra trash pull where Wolfdisco presses his army, he's not able to press his army on pull for Vordraza. It's slightly off set, and he is going to have his army come up here right at the end, but he's pressing it while Vordraza is much lower in health, so he gets pressed instantly. This means he doesn't have it on pull. It's ever so slightly off of offset from pull, which also means he doesn't have it come up for the damage jam. So Wolf Disco's cooldown presses at this point in dungeon are a lot more awkward. Now, look at the count situation. Dignitas need a lot of count. What we did see out of I don't know if I like this. So what we saw out of Big Lucky earlier is they had about 86% count and opted to play 2 of the trash packs plus 2 bound defenders. Dignitas, on the other hand, it looks like, are playing 3 of the trash packs plus a bound defender. That is a lot of trash mobs.
0 death runs, these pulls just being executed instantly, wasting no time getting in position.
I don't think I've ever seen any team play 3 of these trash packs. And the thing that's scary about it are the skirmishers. There are a lot. It's going to be every defensive in the game on these skirmisher pops.
Because they do need to kill the defenders before the boss intermission. They actually do need to wait a little while more, although...
So here we go. Defenses pressed. Darkness, AMZ, every defensive in the game is down inside of Lust. Akira dropping really low, manages to get top back off with the Survival Instincts, with the Incarn, and Dignitas have made their way through the danger of this last boss. Now, there are still 20,000 casters alive, but the way these casters work, it's kind of like... Their cast is kind of fake. It's not like an actual bolt. It applies a dot, which I believe you can dispel, and damage isn't immediate, so... These Tormented Shades in particular are not as dangerous as you may lead them on to be. But at this point, Dignitas on the order about 18, 17% ahead of Liquid. Liquid also managing to navigate that same pull, but City goes down at the spawning of this totem. And if okay, Liquid don't need to kill the bound defender, so that's fine. And honestly, for damage, that doesn't really affect City that badly. I will say being a Devourer on this boss is a nightmare because these swirlies will spawn and land faster than you can cast some of your abilities. So if you try to greet a cast the wrong time, you will die. You do have to cancel your casts at some points. Now, the plus 18 Keystone, you can sometimes live, but I think in this case, Cine wasn't topped off, so he was not able to survive. But regardless of whether or not Cine dies, I don't think that it was going to make a difference. Dignitas have the damage. Army's up here. Wolf Disco doesn't even have army. This is what I was talking about earlier. Hurt Jackson is Void meta. And Dignitas will be taking the first map 1-0.
Directly off the boss's health bar. 5% left for Dignitas as they show no signs of stopping. The boss goes down before the cast finishes, and Dignitas go up 1-0.
Did I upload the mandatory Dignitas match? Yeah.
As you put it, I mean, you gotta get the equipment
yes, it's
ready
up.
Because Dignitas are gonna leave you all the way down in the foothills. They scaled this mountain, climbed to the peak, and have emerged with a first point in our Grand Finals series. Dignitas just are so incredibly strong.
I'm kind of curious, so we'll see what the damage is like here.
Always exactly this team that we've seen now. They've grown a lot over the seasons to become exactly this powerhouse, this team to beat that we've been able to witness last season and this season. So, I mean, looking at it,
Wolf is actually doing incredible damage numbers, but Hurt Jax
this run has kind of shown the ways
seemingly doing a lot more on the Devour.
They beat their own time by another 15 seconds, so well, that says enough in its own.
And I think the routing choice out of Dignitas is just better than Liquid. Both teams are playing they're basically playing an extra trash pool at different points of the dungeon. Dignitas opt to play theirs as the second pool. Liquid opt to play theirs after the Rook Zal pool, after the first boss, right? But Liquid's pull really cooks their cooldown timers for the rest of the key. Meanwhile, Dignitas have their cooldowns at optimal points. I also really like Dignitas' second pot press being on the Rock Zal trash. Is that what this mini boss name is? I forget. But Liquid don't have their pots back in time for that press.
they took across the whole team, across the whole dungeon.
It's amazing to see. I mean,
It was a
it
close
used to
match.
be this
Don't get me
team that
wrong,
had
but
this
yeah, I think
incredible
Dignitas are
promise,
winning
just
either
had
way.
These mistakes, and with the practice, with the focus, with what we've seen, they have become a team that it feels like mistakes you don't expect.
Oh, the
them
mandatory
at all,
match?
because the way they run is just like you said, almost purely perfect.
Dignitas 2-0
But
mandatory in
we'll get some more
the
details on this
upper
from another
semis.
perspective here with Makes, who is over on the analyst desk.
That's right. I have a couple of details for you here. We're going to be starting off with, of course, the start of our dungeon. Both teams doing basically the same thing here. That is where their routes diverge. So in case you haven't been paying close attention, Dignitas goes on, plays the second pack, whereas Liquid on the right-hand side, they do stuff like this. So Cine goes up, takes the back door into this hut to deal with this prisoner.
Love
then
taking the
works
back
on
door to the
back
hut.
over to a Shine who has sleepwalked, caged the other mobs to be able to get to that prisoner, which allows them to go into the boss really quickly, and that is cool. But on the other side, Dignitas is getting a lot
Playing around that boss
of
sucks?
value
Yeah.
from this
It's
gray
very sketchy.
area, and they are also getting into this boss, but look at how much count they're carrying and how much count Liquid has right now.
So,
while
by
it
the way,
looks like Liquid
for
is taking the
comparison,
lead at the
if
very
you guys
first
want to know
boss,
how
it is
Dignitas's
not
route,
really that
perfectly
good of a
executed
practice
route,
yet,
compares
because
to what we
of
saw
how
at a Big Lucky
much
earlier.
that Dignitas is getting there. Now, the way
Dignitas put up a 12-minute, 32-second run.
that is pulls like this one where you're going to be seeing them stack everything together.
Big Lucky put up a
restart,
12-minute,
use
40-second
ANC,
run.
and then use that
So
arcane
Dignitas,
force from the
with the
Blood Elf
new
right there,
fastest
that
Mysara
they
of the
use to
tournament,
melt these shields,
only 8 seconds faster than what we saw at a Big Lucky,
attacks quicker.
which I
Dignitas
think,
need to do that.
I
They're
still
just
think Big
bursting
Lucky's
these
route is
shields
better.
on their own, on to cleave as they
I'm
are
guessing it's
battling
just the
the
DPS
Dodge
difference. I think
Perfect Blend
Dignitas are
not
just doing
only
more
take
damage, but if
basically
what I'd be
0
interested in going into the
1%
BlizzCon finals,
damage,
again, I don't know how the
also
format
have
works.
perfect
If we're
timing
still doing
all
Season
of
1
them.
dungeons,
Pull
I would be
down
interested to
here
see if
once again,
teams
you know
adopt
they're about
Big
to
Lucky's
burst
route.
their
I think it
shields.
has to be the
They're also
solution.
just gonna use that darkness and that AMZ, but they don't need that arcane torrent. You're just going to tank it to the face, burst these shields, and get out of here as quick as possible. Now, while that series was going on, and I will take blame for this, because I was thinking it is so nice to have a series where both teams are deathless, and right as that thought has
Oh,
escaped my
Mace.
brain, Cine went down, so I will take personal responsibility for that. I haven't even said it. I
Where'd the
didn't
thought
even get
voice?
that far. But I was
right there.
mentally noting it to put it into my recap for this analyst segment, and just in that moment, Cine dies. So hopefully we'll get it in the next matchup.
Well, makes no thinking in the next matchup at all. Please and thank you. And you know, honestly, it happens. Whether or not they're cast
What
or
faction
cursed,
should you
sometimes
choose?
mistakes just come in. And
Like
we
what
didn't even
race?
get a chance to give our predictions at the start of the series. All of you, yours
You mean
in
spec?
chat are going to have to stand
What do you mean?
for us because the teams were so ready to get into this rematch, so ready to face off that they couldn't wait a
Guys,
second
this food is so
longer.
spicy, I need to blow
While
my nose.
chat's
One
been
sec.
leaning towards Dignitas, I think we can kind of see why. Now, our next map we are coming up on is this Magister's Terrace. This is one where, again, we have a bit more leeway with the best of 5, so it's not a make or break, but it certainly could give a big advantage to Dignitas if they take it. So, Dratnos, looking at Magister's Terrace, what do we think we need to see from Liquid to be able to keep up and even out the score?
Yeah, this worries me a little bit as a supporter of Team Liquid. By default, I'm a little worried about this map pool because Magister's Terrace is one that Dignitas have looked strong in even back to their group weekend. It was a dungeon where they showed up back when we had the spec variety rule instead of the map ban rule in those weekends. They showed up there with an off-meta composition with the Vengeance Demon Hunter, and they were running routes that were faster than a lot of the teams were on the full meta composition. So now they're here. I feel like this is a really optimized dungeon for Dignitas.
Okay, Dignitas have an advantage, but Zyra, do you think that eliminates Liquid from the running?
Certainly not. We saw a run from Dignitas earlier today where things actually went wrong. They do some interesting strats in the middle of the
Reputation
dungeon to try
faction.
to remove a Runic Spellbreaker from their big Serenal Sunlash pull. That went
what is
wrong
that?
for them against Mandatory, ended up costing them somewhere in the
I don't know what that is.
half. That's more than enough of a leeway for Liquid to get back into the dungeon. As a matter of fact, Dignitas would have lost that key if Mandatory didn't have that insane wipe happen to them on Arcanatron Custros. That's the name of that boss.
Got it.
Dignitas Dignitas need to keep it clean, for sure.
Guys, I gotta run ads real quick so you don't get ads during the next match. Quick 90 seconds. You can subscribe if you don't want to get ads. You won't say anything. The match should end. Oh shit, the match is starting right now.
They could have put up like a
Actually, I'm not running ads. I think I have enough time to not run them. Just kidding. We're running ads later.
Dignitas played their best. I do agree with Dratnos though. If Dignitas put up their best run in this dungeon, Liquid's just looks.
I have 18 minutes until ads run. I think that should be enough time for this key. Speaking of Masters Terrace, both of these teams are fast in here.
Have some hiccups.
And we see a difference in comp, by the way. Dignitas, like the Eldrachi, Havoc, Demon Hunter. So we have a competition of the Havoc versus the Devour. Which of the two will be faster? Let's find out.
Even out the score, they can stay fighting and they can stay in the running to becoming.
There it is. Herjack's on the Havoc.
Champions now. Dignitas versus Liquid. This point goes a long way to bringing either one of them closer to the fight. Here we go, Dratnos.
Alrighty, we get underway, and already the team's in combat with this first pull. A little bit of a sort of an appetizer for this dungeon. You have to fight this pack all by itself, and it's a lot smaller than the pulls that the MDI teams are capable of, so not a lot of danger here, although already some important damage optimization. And then this is followed by some similar pulls where, again, the focus is just on hitting the target that is required to actually open
So it
up
looks
the
like
doors,
both teams
right?
will be finishing
So
off this
next
pull
it's gonna be
roughly
that
the same time.
Pyromancer down at the bottom of the library.
Liquid
the
perhaps
teams
maybe
will
a
be focusing
hair
on in this next
faster.
area.
Yeah,
Focus
about
damage a little bit
5 seconds
here as the
faster?
trash pack go down.
6 seconds?
5 seconds faster for Liquid compared to Dignitas. That is a massive margin when you're comparing these two teams, though, because the best potential runs for these teams over the course of the entire dungeon
Dignitas
are
will make up a
somewhere
lot
in
of that
the realm
time on the
15
first
to 20
boss.
Seconds. So 5 seconds on the first pull alone is quite crazy. Can the teams keep it up, though? Pyromancer pulled yet another mob blocking the next
Why is
wall.
Liquid 1-0 up?
But
I
after
don't know,
this
but
mob
it's
drops, the dungeon starts to open
don't
up.
worry, the UI is just wrong.
Absolutely,
I guess.
yeah. This is where things are going to start to get crazy here for both teams. First, though, it is that one Pyromancer marked with a skull for Dignitas, and it looks like potentially unmarked for... Oh, no, it's got a diamond on the side of Team Liquid. That is the mob that both teams are focusing their damage into. That is the mob that
So we've seen
opens the
Dignitas,
path
they'll
into
kill off
rest
the
of
Pyro
dungeon.
and then
Liquid
leave.
slightly faster on the very first
Liquid,
pull
I
of
believe,
dungeon,
does
but it
the
look like
same
Dignitas
thing.
have the ever so slightest edge on Blazing Pyromancer damage, and indeed, down it goes for, oh my goodness, for both teams in the exact
Dignitas,
same
yeah, both teams going off
Well,
basically the
part of
identical
reason
time
they
here.
might have the better focus damage. Dratnos is once again they're back on the Eldrachi
Dignitas
Reaver
leaving
Havoc Demon Hunter.
immediately,
They've got that focus
Liquid
damage
staying around
back
to kill
in
off a
the
couple
comp here. This
mobs,
seems
so
to be the play for
Dignitas have taken the
Dignitas.
lead,
It's the funnel
and they
damage
will
of that
extend
class
that lead
versus the
on this
raw
boss
AoE
if
damage
they
output
can
of the
survive.
Devourer
Here we
Demon Hunter
go.
on Liquid. Let's see
Incredible
what the play
danger
is
here.
as the pull
20
starts to get
billion mobs
gathered
this
onto
pull,
Arcana
but
Front
Eldrachi,
Vestos.
Havoc,
Both
Demon
of
Hunter
the
cooldowns,
teams
the
saying
boss
does not
will
have the void
melt.
meta available
Here we
yet
go, the
for
room's
this
gonna die,
pull. Take a
all
couple
walls
of
rotated out,
Warriors to get
every
into
single
that.
defensive in the
The
book,
damage
darkness,
available on Wolf for
Zephyr,
Dignitas
everything
in
is
the
out.
Bloodlust, and they are
Arcane
absolutely
Explosion number
blasting
1,
this boss.
number 2 coming up shortly.
Dignitas using that lust now, whereas Liquid...
There it is,
holding
bang,
on to
and we
Bloodlust,
have managed
saving
to
it for
hang
that
on.
massive pull
Meanwhile, in
that
Liquid,
comes right
they've also done a
after this
phenomenal
one.
job
So
surviving this
we do
pull.
expect
And
Dignitas
look
to
at
get
the
an
damage from
advantage on this
Yargi.
boss split. I
Holy
didn't
moly.
expect it to be quite this much of an advantage, though, on boss
But
damage.
this
Look at this.
is the
They've dealt more than
Eldrachi
3 times
Demon
as much
Hunter
damage to this
difference,
boss
alright?
than Liquid have
This is
here
why you
as a
bring the
result of
Eldrachi
this
DH.
lush and getting in combat more quickly
Arcanotron,
and using all their
Custos,
cooldowns so effectively.
40%
Liquid, though,
lower
do have
on the side of
Breath of the
Dignitas,
They do have a
despite
void
only
meta that
pulling
has
the
just
boss
begun. They might
a
be
few
able to
seconds
shrink this
sooner.
Gap, but I don't think they're going to have any hope of closing it, especially because they are
So
holding on
this
to
may
that lush.
seem
I mean,
like
it
an
was just really
insurmountable.
bad
By the way,
prep on the void
this was
meta. They
also
didn't have
this
void
may
meta
seem
for
like
the
an
first 20
insurmountable
seconds
lead
of the
on the
boss.
side
Look
of
at the damage meters here for the
Dignitas,
teams.
but there's a couple things to
It's
note
just
here.
been an
One,
incredible
this was their bloodlust.
blast of AoE damage
2,
for Dignitas. They shredded through that with the lust
This is
in
the
course of 20
the
seconds.
reason you bring
Liquid
Eldrachi is
still
for
has
this
that
boss.
sentry
There are a couple
available
other
and a ton
pulls
of
over the
HP
course of this
work
dungeon
going
where
down
it's
to
helpful,
Dignitas
where it's
roughly at the same
useful,
time of the boss
but
to the
not
funnel
necessarily
damage
any
and
better
Havoc
than
to
Devour, in my
Liquid are
opinion.
going to have to
So,
make up a ton of
Liquid's
time
comp will start to
on the
catch up
hallway
ground.
pull, or they're gonna have to
Additionally,
hope that Dignitas
notice
messes
Liquid
up that
have
skip.
it press
But let's keep
Bloodlust.
an eye on that as Dignitas
They're going to
starts
opt
set
to
that up
play
in just a moment here.
all
Keep
4 of
an
the
eye
Spellbreakers
Kira.
on the
He is
next
the
pull
crux of the
with
skip.
Lust,
Once the
where
boss goes
Dignitas
down, we'll have to keep
Dignitas
an eye
don't have the
whether or
ability
not
to play
they
that.
this safe.
They play to
Going to be
skip one of
moving
these
ahead now.
Spellbreakers
That
which they actually I believe they failed to skip last time. So let's see if they can do it correctly this time around. Here we go. We see the Fear Sigil. All teams running through. Wormstone and Meld from our tank. Were we successful?
And it looks like this time around, Dratnos, they've got
It looks like we were. So now Dignitas going to play all 3 Spellbreakers here. But this is without Lust.
Indeed, they are. Dignitas.
And this is still a very
volatile
pool.
Hallway. Another Breath of Eons comes out for them. So they are gonna need to get through these mobs. And Zyro, we talk about this pack. I don't think we've talked about just how deadly it is for these players as well. This is a plus 19.
Monaghan, they swapped it back to 1-0 for Dignitas. So they fixed it.
Look at the debuffs on the player frames there as they start to get those runic glaive debuffs. Verb had 2 of them.
We also see Melds rotated out from
that next set, now Verb and Hearthjacks, both
Yargi and Hearthjacks.
to keep Verb
Those will
alive.
have been
Yargi
utilized to
well.
reduce some of the damage that's going out on the group. If you meld a runic glaive cast, it will cancel the cast entirely.
So, Verb needed that life cocoon.
There it gets pressed by AJ. Very nicely done. It is somewhat RNG that you get glaives casted on different people, so you can utilize your full kit of melds, which it looks like Dignitas was able to utilize. They had some Fortune RNG. But meanwhile, on the side of Liquid, they're pulling everything in this hallway. All 4 Spellbreakers, and this is their Bloodlust.
Lust here for Liquid means the second Lust timing is going to be much less than ideal. We know this dungeon is about a 16 and a half minute dungeon when all is said and done. That
Interesting.
Lust will need to be pressed pretty much essentially on cooldown. If that's the window, it's going to be.
Wolf Disco opting to press his army on cooldown here. Remember last time against Big Lucky, Wolf Disco
start to pop and do AoE damage to the group, but that's what the AMZ Darkness combo is saved for. Personals once again.
Liquid managed to survive the AoE hit from the Worms dying. Very nicely done. Wolf Disco opted to press his army off cooldown here. Last time against Big Lucky, he held it for on pull of the boss. Is not doing that this time around.
Just so far behind. This does not seem like it was worth it for Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, their entire strategy was
also, by the way, Dignitas opting to CC some of the mobs previously to make the Spellbreaker pool easier, and also for Funnel for their Eldrachi Demon Hunter. Funnel is the name of the game. To make this class viable, we need Funnel in all situations. So, Dignitas, you will see throughout this dungeon, will play to that advantage.
Is going to add up to a
now,
lot more. Not to mention that Dignitas,
as I was talking about before, the advantage that Dignitas has at the moment, I believe Liquid will just begin to slowly clot back over the course of the key.
Yeah, I mean,
you know, excluding routing differences that we may see later on, I believe Devour from this point on is the more damaging specialization.
In a format that they themselves has described as not.
So we'll have to see how this plays out, but I believe the major advantage to the Eldrachi Demon Hunter has already been realized at this point.
They seem so well attuned to this format. They're so good at min-maxing their characters in every single one of these big pulls, and they're well poised to take a very strong 2-0 lead in this series. The Gemilus pull looms ahead, though, as Sunlash starts to drop low for them. The 40% boss advantage is the lead that they've amassed for themselves. And again, Dratnos, they're deathless in this dungeon.
They are looking so good. They are deathless in this dungeon. They are deathless
now,
in
despite
this
the difference
series,
in damage that may occur between the two DPS specs, the Havoc and the Devour, I'm not going to lie, 35% of a boss's health bar is a lot of dungeon progression to be ahead on Liquid,
to get through
where both teams have not made any mistakes in their route.
Of the lead for Dignitas. Liquid, a saving grace is
so I think at this point in time, I would much rather be Dignitas.
But it is a thin silver lining, if any, for Liquid.
Keep an eye on Verb here. Running ahead from
this is probably the entirety of that count is this sleepwalk right here. Watch this. Verb is going to go over, getting that spatial paradox, using the sleepwalk on one of the Hollow Soul shredders that lives over in that side pavilion. And it's now going to walk on over and be ready for Kira to pick it up alongside this Void Terror Patrol, an extra bonus enemy that will give them a little bit of extra bonus count. And that should resolve.
All right, Dignitas setting up there. Oh, Hearthjacks! Dropping incredibly low. Looks like he might have eaten a melee or something.
Is able to survive, though, but
not going to be punished for it, however. Dignitas going to set up their final trash pull for the third boss here.
Well, it's not
we need to kill off the Void
Dratnos,
Caller, which we certainly can do with the Eldrachi Havoc Demon Hunter. That is their specialty. Killing off the Void Caller as soon as possible and spawning the boss. This time around, will Dignitas be more effective at kicking their Void Terror mobs? Last time we almost saw Void Terror cast go off. Saved by the bell by our DK here. But looks like we are able to live. Also notably here, Dignitas opting to pull the Void Infused Worms here, getting another 10% damage. Very efficient use
of AoE CC and interrupts used to make sure
of those mobs here to accelerate the damage on this pull. Void Caller already dead. Void Terror or Void Tyrant also dead. Gemless should be spawned at this point. Looks like the monk is going to grab some more trash, and it's into the boss we go. Once again, I really like this out of Dignitas. We need as many trash mobs as possible on all bosses always. So these will be the mobs pulled onto this trash boss, which is funnel for our Eldrazi Demon Hunter.
Kira's trying to position the primary boss such that they can get good cleave here. That is going to help Hearthjax again with that Eldrazi Havoc funnel damage, something that we talked about a little bit at the start of this map, but it is worth mentioning. A major strategic divergence between the two teams is the flavor of Demon Hunter that they are using. This boss in particular is excellent for Eldrazi Havoc, as you basically always have these extra targets that you can use to generate that Wounded Quarry damage onto the boss itself.
Oh my god, Dratnos, look at Kira's cooldown manager. He actually used a charge of SI. What? Last time you and I casted a Magister's Terrace together, I think Kira was sitting on 2 charges of SI for like the last 5 minutes of the dungeon. The fact that at some point he felt like he was in danger enough to actually press that button shows, oh man, these pulls are absolutely brutal for him. Incarn back active now, will not need to use one of those charges.
Why is that Demon Hunter playing melee? Is that a new spec?
Gotta press that one as quickly as possible. Look at the gap though.
I realized chest on screen. Here you go.
Maintained over the course of the dungeon here though. Still 30% ahead on
it's
the boss
not a new
here.
spec,
Liquid doing a great job of keeping
but it
close,
has
Dignitas
definitely been
still in the
overshadowed by
driver's seat.
Devour.
That entire Bloodlust strategy that Liquid was going for in the Serenal Sun last room, Dratnos, it only netted them 10 seconds back of the entire minute.
Now, Liquid also notably play the Void Infused Worms here, but they choose to play them onto the boss, which is also a meaningful benefit. However, I don't think it's a benefit enough to help them claw back the difference in boss percentage. Although, at the end of Sunlash, right, Dignitas was 35% ahead. At this point, Liquid is okay, still 35% behind. Looks like Dignitas have accelerated.
European team if they end up losing this series, which
perfect.
Right now things are looking tough for
What'd you
Liquid,
miss?
but it is still a best of 5. And
Nothing,
this map is
just
certainly
Dignitas
not
putting
over
on
yet
so
either.
far
Liquid
a clinical
are on 0
performance.
deaths as well. They are really close here. They are about
They're
34%
just
of the boss behind
just faster,
Dignitas. Dignitas
more
do have
damage,
that boss taken
better
care of.
composition it
Kira
seems,
now walking up the
better
stairs.
route.
It is one big pull,
The usual.
and one boss
All
that
around
is
just
in their future,
really
and then the dungeon
incredible
will be
gameplay out of
over. So
Dignitas.
not a whole lot of time left. If you are a Liquid fan, we're approaching that point where Liquid won't be able to close the gap purely through their own gameplay. They're going to need something to go wrong for Dignitas, and if your strategy ever involves something going wrong for Dignitas, you might be waiting a long time.
So we're going to see Dignitas here. This is their final trash pull of the dungeon. They're going to take the 2 mini-boss mobs, kill off the Void Caller, and take the rest of it into the last boss. This is their... They're going to leave because it's fast, and also all these trash mobs are funneled for our Eldrazi Demon Hunter. But that doesn't mean it's free. I would say this trash pull is pretty chill, but once we get into the boss, it can get a little saucy, alright? Lots to pay attention to on the boss. Void Terror casts, tank damage, making sure all of our players get the necessary soaks. Lots to watch out for here. And the Void Caller is going down, and Kira will be piecing the fuck out.
Yeah, Dignitas are looking incredible.
Any second now.
That pull nearly done for them at the bottom of the
Any
stairs.
second now.
Low HP
I guess he's maybe
bars
getting his
on
kick.
all of the enemies, couple of Terror Wave casts.
Any second now.
Right at the start of those casts, Kira once
there he
again,
goes.
2 charges of survival.
Zoom,
available.
zoom.
No need to press them here.
Bare
It's very interesting
speed
style
engaged.
difference between Kira and Yips, because you can see Yips.
Meanwhile,
actually has
Liquid,
both of those
they
on
choose to
cooldown.
play an additional
Tanks
trash
treat
pull,
their defensive
or play their
cooldowns a
final
little
trash pull
differently.
here,
Broadly, they can fall
and
into
play
2
one more
categories.
pack onto
There's
the last
one being
boss.
press and sort of
But
planned
decision to do
moments, or
this
just
means
on
that
CD whenever
Dignitas
you're
will be
facing
pulling the
any
last
sort of
boss
danger.
much
Dark skin
sooner
for their
here.
druids almost always falls into that
And here's the
category due to
final
short cooldown. But
danger
something like
for
Survival
Dignitas.
Instincts is a
Can they
little bit
deal
more
with the rest
situational.
of this
Depends
trash
on your
before
preference as a tank. Some tanks
people
like to
start
plan
to
out and
die,
budget those.
before people start
Gifts, for
to
instance, has a lot of
explode.
pulls where he'll just press that SI charge every single time. Kira, on
We
the
gotta
other
get
hand,
soaked,
likes
we gotta
to
get
hold
our
that survival
kicks.
instincts and use it as a
Kira
discretionary
needs to
defensive.
live.
It
Lots
means
to
that
think
you don't
about
get
here.
that value if the run is going perfectly. But on the other hand, if the run's going perfectly, then the run's going perfectly. That's great. It doesn't matter that you didn't press it, right? It does mean you have to figure
And it
out
looks
ways to
like
survive
with
those
only
pulls without
one
using it.
Shredder
It looks
alive,
like Kira
Tyrant's
here
dying
is going to
here,
start
one more
actually
Shredder's
pressing them
dying here.
as he's realized that the pack is almost
They
dead. He's
should
not
be
going to
in
need
the
it after
clear.
these ads die,
Yes.
so may as well just press both of those SI charges now.
And really, realistically, all that stands in the way
onto
between them and
Dignitas
finishing
here,
this
a
Keystone
20%
is a
advantage
plus
for
19 to
Dignitas.
Dendrius,
Both teams perfect
which
in this
should
dungeon.
pose
Both
no
teams
issue
deathless here.
for this
It
team.
is just the strategy that has given Dignitas
We also
the
see the
advantage
Bloodlust
that
press
they have amassed for
on the
themselves.
DK's
Can
army.
Liquid
Herjack
somehow
should
find
get
a
some
way to
meta
make up
value
gap
towards
here?
the
It's
end of the
going to be
lust.
difficult as Dignitas has gotten to that second Bloodlust. They've
Liquid
pressed
still
the
40
button.
seconds
They
away
even
from their
had
lust.
a window where they could have pressed it 2 minutes earlier in the
And
queue
while they
because of
may
how
get it
early they
off,
pressed it.
I think it
Liquid
will be
delayed the lust
too
so
little,
late to where the
too
second
late,
is
as,
not even available in combat with the final boss. They
the
might not even get a
Dignitas
full 40
managing
seconds
to
of that second
sustain the
bloodlust if they're
35%
able to
boss
complete
lead
the dungeon.
they
Dignitas,
gained for
though,
themselves
opening up the gap
at the
even
second
further,
boss.
35% ahead on the boss. They don't look like they're giving any concessions to Liquid here.
And that's just going to be it.
Yeah, Dignitas are just absolutely melting.
I mean, look at the boss
here.
splits.
25% the remaining HP on it, 60% still for Liquid.
Really, it's just
And if you're Liquid watching
it
this
is
back,
the
watching
first
your run,
boss.
you're like, hey,
Dignitas
hang on. Our
gained
run was
45
good.
seconds for
Everything was
themselves
great. We had 0 deaths.
out of
Our
the first
strategy worked
boss,
out. And yet
and that was
somehow
enough to
every
carry them through the
single
rest of the
split,
key.
Dignitas just pulling a little further ahead. Although
Even
actually,
with
if you
Liquid
look at
having
splits at the
slightly
bottom,
faster
Dignitas
second and
actually
third
did
boss
lose time on
splits.
bosses 2 and 3. It's all about that boss 1
It's
split
not fast
where
enough.
they made up that huge
The value of
time
Eldrazi
lead.
really being
12%
realized
left
in this
on
dungeon.
The boss. Dignitas charging towards that finish line.
Dignitas is once again setting a world record in a key that they already had the world record. They
And
set it
Dignitas
earlier this weekend.
will be taking
It was
a
16-minute
2-0 lead
flat timer. Liquid's
in the
previous best
grand
was a
finals. A
16-28.
best of
They're gonna
5
feel good about
match
beating their best,
point
but it's not going to be good enough to
for
take the map as Dignitas
the
once
side of
again
Dignitas.
breaks their own world record and puts
Liquid
themselves on
are going to need the
championship
reverse
point.
sweep.
Dignitas
if they
were
want to
already our
take
champions from
the
last
number one
season,
spot.
But they came into this season like they had something to prove,
Damn.
to hold on to that crown and to leave their mark not just as one-time champions, but as long-running victorious champions, and they are showing that. Impressive runs, world records, and more coming from Dignitas. Now, of course, this is their second point in our best of 5, so this puts them at a big advantage looking ahead.
Oh, you want to see
but
the
as
damage?
we contemplate what happened here on this map,
shit.
we have to acknowledge that this was a clean run from both teams. It was even brought up by Dratnos and Zyro as they were going through, but Dignitas gained a wider margin as they went through this map.
Yeah, you can see the
So
damage
what
difference.
about Dignitas'
Like,
strategy
Herjack's doing way less
contributed the
overall,
most to that
but
time
his
difference
damage
gap
is
between them,
prio,
do you think, Dratnos?
which has enabled them to accelerate,
Yeah, I do think it is
while
all
Yargi
about that boss
takes
one
the
split.
role of being
Dignitas
the overall
just able
guy.
to get through there
Compared to
so
Liquid,
quickly,
who
using
have
that
2
lust
overall
to its
DPS, with
absolute
Cini and
fullest.
Wolf Disco.
Look at the avoidable damage for Dignitas. It's even better
Avoidable damage is
than
crazy.
the Isara Caverns. 0 avoidable damage on an Unholy Death Knight. Not something I've ever seen before, as they are sort of like tanks in that they can usually ignore it. And then we've also got 0 on Verb and AJ. Hearthjax griefing, taking a full 101k avoidable damage there for Dignitas. Gonna be getting a lot of flame from his team for that one. And then, of course, Kira is a tank. That one doesn't count either.
This is so impressive. I mean, Makes, you already were like
That is
exclaiming,
insane.
but I mean, this is such a good run, even for you to be watching, I'm sure, on our strategy analyst desk.
Dude, I mean, this Dignitas team, check them, PC.
Spicy
They
Round
are
Mukbang, how
not
much do we have to donate?
normally- This is
A lot of money,
insane
because
what we've been
I
seeing
have
from
very
them.
little interest in doing
And
something
the
like that.
fact that time and time again they get to show up on these screens with like 0 avoidable
But, I mean, you know, if the
damage
price
across
is right, I could
3
fold.
players in their team, and the one player that's not a tank that has avoidable damage.
I'm not above a spicy ramen
That is so
mukbang given the right
ridiculous.
conditions.
I cannot quantify, I cannot put into words how ridiculous that is, given that they are in a high stakes speed running tournament. But let's take a look together to see how it all came to be. So of course, a big differing factor that you guys were talking about is the approach with Lust in this dungeon. Dignitas electing to Lust here. I
What's the next
really
match
like
here?
this Lust because you get
Next
the
map?
Arcane Infusion stacks, and that just makes this Lust so much more valuable because you stack that damage amp onto damage amp onto damage amp. The next pull is of similar
A black
idea.
or
So
red pack of
Yargi here
Bulldog, like
drains
the
this
color of
first
the
crystal,
sauce
then
itself
walks all
is
the way
black.
down, drains the second crystal as well. That allows him to get a 20 stack. which then makes dealing with
The pack is
Spellbreakers
pink.
just a little bit easier for his
Wait,
team
is
as
it?
he gets that 20% damage increase.
So-
Liquid is doing something similar, but this is where they lust. So they're using lust here, and instead of putting a 20 stack on a single
No, it's
player,
red. It's red. It's red.
they're putting 10 and 10 onto Cine and Wolf Disco just to kind of even it out and make sure they have a lot of damage.
Was Black like the
available to
next
them in
level
this
up?
AoE scenario that then once again overlays with Bloodlust, right? They multiply. But I just feel
I mean,
like
I don't-
their
guys, I would
connection
not
lust
do
is
well for a
even better
spicy
'cause
raw
you
luck
get the
thing.
20
I have,
stack on
like-
everybody in the team rather than just 10 on 2 players. So
I'm
I
already
really
struggling as
prefer
is.
that lust, but I also wanted to show this line of sight.
Also,
here one more
ads just
time
net-
because that's a
Oh
really
my
key
God!
part in their
My chopsticks
strategy.
fell off my
They
bowl. That
wait
freaked me
out
out.
the Void Terrors, interrupt them,
Um,
and then start running. And because they are slow mobs,
Ads ran
they
natty,
cast on that
so
staircase,
I
and
think that worked out.
allows
I'm
them
pretty sure
to
ads ran after
line of
key finished,
sight
so I
and
think
then
I'm in the
not need
clear.
to worry about that
I hope
interrupt
so.
for a
That would have been
couple
unfortunate
seconds
if it
more.
ran
There's
at
a
the end.
lot more
R-
finicky things in that breakdown, but we were already.
All right, so we
running
have
over
Algathar
time here
next.
as Dignitas has claimed a second map,
Algathar
and I
C
believe
pit.
for a current match point.
So
We
I don't
are.
think
This is the
Liquid's
determining
Algathar is the
map.
fastest
I mean,
in the
Liquid,
world.
They can reverse sweep. They can come back, but Dignitas, if they take it
If
here, and now they
Dignitas
take
do the
it
route that
all,
Mandatory did
they take
and
that
do it
$40,000
successfully,
prize pool
I
and
think they
medals and the
win.
title of Season
I
1
think they
champions.
3-0.
But there is a
But
map
if they
that
don't
will make
attempt
or
the
break.
route,
Algathar
Liquid has
Academy
a
coming up at
shot.
this +19. Zyra, this is
And I
gonna
have
be a big
no
one
idea
for
what to
them.
expect
And
in
this is
Seeds.
also a map that we kind of talked about
And if we
as being
somehow
one that
make
maybe
it to
we
Pit of
haven't seen
Saron,
quite as
Pit of
much from
Saron,
with these
I
two
think
teams. Is that
Liquid
right?
have the advantage.
Yeah, Liquid just played it in the elimination match against Mandatory. They had a great run in there, but they
Isn't
were
Liquid going to
slower
BlizzCon
in
regardless?
dungeon
Yes.
progression than
All the,
Mandatory. Mandatory had 2 deaths
all
on
the
the
top
first
4
4
teams are
games,
going to
that would've
BlizzCon.
been meta for close
This
to a minute
is
because
this
Quake
competition
won
is
that
really
from
just
Breakers
for
and
prize
Quake.
money at this point.
Mandatory still finished the dungeon first, but lost on death timers. So
Winning team
Liquid
gets $40,000 and the
Algathar
second place team
Academy.
gets 20,000, I think.
If their Algathar Academy is anywhere near as good as these other dungeons they've been playing, I feel like they are favored to play this dungeon. You have to wonder what the Liquid
Which,
players
is
are like going through in their minds
Enough of
right
a
now.
motivating factor
Both
for me.
dungeons they played have been the best. They played those dungeons all weekend. They've been deathless dungeons. They've been the fastest strategies they put together, and they're still losing.
Well, Joey, there's
Dignitas
no.
is just
See, you
playing
say that,
literally
but
perfectly right now,
we
except for
don't
our
know
team's
how
focus,
BlizzCon will go.
in that Magister's Terror.
BlizzCon may,
Damage
like the
is a little
BlizzCon finals,
But,
may
like,
not.
dude, what do
It may
you
not be
do when
dungeons
the
from
team
season
you're
1,
playing against
'cause it will
has
be
no
during
depth,
season 2.
Playing faster strategies is doing more damage. You can't do anything.
So-
like, you just kind of have to hope they make mistakes. This is ridiculous game.
Like we don't really know how the finals is gonna go.
This is definitely something that I think is so intimidating. Dratnos, I don't know if you have any thoughts. That mental, when you're kind of going, okay, well, we're playing about as well as we have, and that's still not enough. I mean, how do you think the teams just try to focus in? What do you do in these kinds of
Is
situations?
it after race?
when you're
Yeah, I think
looking
so.
At this behemoth like we're seeing with Dignitas.
I'm not worried for Liquid. I think that they're.
I mean,
they're
BlizzCon
gonna be
is, like,
capable of spinning this
early
thing around and
mid-September,
getting an
right?
Easy, clean reverse sweep here.
Oh,
If you
we're
look
probably
at-
getting
look
new
at
rates
the Race
here,
to World
like,
first,
mid-August.
There was a period of time where Liquid were down like
Something like that.
20 in a row on the Race to World first.
So I
You
believe
know
it'll
what
be
they did?
after the race
They
is
came
over.
back and they've won the majority since then. I think they're going to see the exact
But all
same
right,
thing happening here. I
guys,
think
this
is
could
going
be
to
the end of the
a
MDI.
clean
Can
3-2 for
Dignitas
Liquid.
close it out,
You know what, Travis?
sweeping
I love the energy.
Liquid
I love that
and
you're
finishing
manifesting.
the
I love that you're going for it.
competition
Because look, you're right. The
with a
chips are down,
convincing
but they can always
3-0,
make a
not
comeback.
dropping
Now,
a single
race to
game
first is
to any
certainly
team
almost kind of the
for
same
this
thing as a
weekend.
race to dungeon
Or
first,
will Liquid
and, Dignitas, I
begin
think there's
to
maybe
make
some kind of
progress
theoretical
and
weakness that
work
could
towards
exist
the
that Team Liquid
eventual
could take advantage of.
3-2.
But either way, Liquid is gonna
They
have
need
to
this
hope
win
that
out of the
there is,
Algathar.
or they're gonna
Will
have to
they
pull
get
this
it?
out, because
Here
this
we
is
go.
match point. If Dignitas takes this,
Hearthjacks on the Eldrachi Demon Hunter once again.
Have a chance here and now to stop
In
them,
the
but they're gonna have to
Algathar of all
play
places,
out of
really?
Their minds, Zyro.
I mean, it's going to be
We're
really
seeing the
fast on
Algathar this season
Veximus,
from Dignitas. What do they have in store? We're already seeing her.
and I guess an Overgrown Ancient as well.
Going
But,
back
like,
to the
that's
Havoc
it.
Demon Hunter. They
I
love
don't
the
know if I
funnel
like it
damage
outside of
the
that.
Eldrachi Reaver. Both teams
Now,
going for
Dignitas,
skip past
not
this
doing what
bridge
Mandatory are
pack.
doing.
You can see our
They are
Argos
opting to
Poker
skip
stationed
the
on the
first 2
side,
bridge
moving
packs,
stone back to
much
the
like
once the Shadow
Liquid.
Melts go off,
So,
and
we're
into
not going
the
to see the
Sunfall.
Gigapool like we saw at Mandatory here,
Indeed,
which
we
means
are very first
it's
pull
probably
of
good.
the
I think it's
dungeon
good news for
underway
Liquid
both teams. Dignitas getting in
because both
position
teams
a
are
little
probably
bit
doing
more
the same
quickly
route here.
Yips hitting the Moonkin form Algathar puzzle box combo there for massive damage. One of the only ways that Algathar puzzle box and Moonkin form is ever a good combo is when you're playing Guardian and using that. He actually got the life cocoon to facilitate that.
What's the
combination
lore behind
as
pressing
well,
Moonkin form?
So he wouldn't die while in Moonkin form and channeling. And this damage out of Yips is absolutely absurd.
Yips is doing crazy
I mean,
damage right now.
Is this something that he's been doing in every key, or is it just something that he's doing for this key because they feel like we need to do something to have an advantage over Dignitas? Either way, it's working out great for them on this poll as Yips is out DPS.
Okay, I clearly it's for damage, but like, why does that? Why does pressing it Moonkin form provide a benefit? Like, I don't understand.
Didn't result in a faster pull for them. Dignitas is already done with the pull off the
But
back.
Dignitas already finished, despite it's basically just Yargi carrying the damage right now.
Liquid had one extra mob. They're
Move
behind
cam.
a little bit
Shit.
progression off the
My
first
bad.
pull. Zevi is going now to gather extra mobs, but AJ already has them for Dignitas.
Yeah, Zevi with that.
Well, you guys
spatial
didn't see it, but
paradox
Yargi did
able to
1.2
tag
mil
in
that first pull,
all
and then
three of
Kira
the
and
packs that live
Herchax
on
did
the
the
other
same
side
at
of
like
the grid.
400k.
There's a battle axe in an entangling roots there, but Zevi walking by safely. Gonna hit the other one that was sleepwalked with a paralysis to update its timer before it will be joining the fight. Veximus now pulled for both.
So we see
teams.
Herchax here
Dignitas
exploding
ahead
for
by
damage.
about
This is their
8%.
bloodlust.
As Yargi
And I
gonna be
expect,
activating
so
that
this will be
anti-magic
where
shell to
Dignitas
soak in
claw out an
some of
advantage
these
with all
stray
this
orbs
trash
that
with
Veximus
their
is trying to absorb.
Eldrazi Demon
I'm
Hunter.
actually going back just to look right now. In Magister's Terrace, Yips ran Feather Aldseer. In the Mizara Caverns, he
Which one
ran
has more
Feather
armor compared to
Aldseer.
Bear form
They're
for the
looking at this
very
Algathar
initial
Academy
few
going,
seconds.
man, what do we
Really?
have to do extra damage?
What?
Yips took off the Aldseer. He's like, yeah, I'm going puzzle box for the big pulls here. Let's see how it works out for them. Didn't really net them time on the first pull. It'll be back up again
Stop
in just
trying
a
for
few
beam,
moments there. I don't know if
playing
you're
a
going to
loon.
really be able to
Oh,
press
okay.
it right now when you're in Vosk. No, he presses it
There he
anyway.
goes.
There's the puzzle box. Okay, he presses it on the boss for damage. Okay, let's see what this Guardian Druid can do. For the time being, Kira doing a lot more damage on this big AoE pull on top of Veximus. But Liquid catching up on boss
Yips.
damage.
Yips did play. He did play Bear this tier in the Race to World first, and on both Bella.
I think the
and
benefit of the
Laura,
Eldrazi
his ability
is
to
on
do
Veximus
maximum
here. So
damage
if
was a
Dignitas
huge
need to
part of
carve
how
out a
Liquid ended
larger
up
advantage
getting
for themselves
those
right
world
now, if they're not able to do that, I
able to
think the
leverage the same
Eldrazi is going to be
skill
worse for
here
them
of
for
being able to
most of the
find
rest of the
times
key.
to press that puzzle box.
At the very
Pretty
least,
much
it'll be
every
worse for
time
them
it comes
until they
on
get to
cooldown
Overgrown
at a
Ancient.
Good high damage moment while not dying as a tank. And let me tell you, that is definitely easier said than done. So hugely impressive that Yips is going for this, especially because they haven't Yips die even once. That will probably mean that they are out of this tournament and Dignitas will have swept them. But that boss HP difference is vanishingly small. 8% is the lead that Dignitas have on this boss.
Both
This is
teams
so
navigating this
close
first section of the
already.
dungeon
This
though
is gonna be
very
such an
well.
intense map.
0
Brandis,
deaths.
I'm noticing a difference in the talent choices between our two tanks as well. Yips has opted in for the Apex talents. He's got all 4 of them, whereas Kira has none of them. What is
Right.
the difference in damage that they're gaining from that, from taking those Apex talents?
So that makes sense when combined with the Algathar puzzle box. The Apex talent, the Wild Guardian for Bear.
All right, so
really
Dignitas,
does
about
front-load
10
all of your
seconds
damage
ahead.
into those Wild Guardian
I
windows,
anticipate
which
Liquid
can
will
then
claw
multiply
back that
with the puzzle
advantage here
box.
with
That
a
is, again,
better
something that
damaging
Yips
comp for
used to
Croc.
great
I think
effect
Devour is
during the
much
Race to
better
World
for this
first.
cross section.
It's something that hasn't been used much in Mythic Plus ever since recent changes about a month ago to Guardian. Sort of
So we'll see what
buffed
the timer
spec,
looks like
but
coming out of their
here's the
Croth.
Apex talent.
But this
So a
time
lot of
around, this
people just said,
Algathar
okay,
is looking a
I'll
lot
stop
more
using the Apex
interesting
talent
because of how
talent
close
points
these teams
makes my
are.
damage profile smoother. It makes my AoE damage better. It makes my burst damage and especially my single target burst a little bit lower though. So that is something that Yips will have the advantage on, especially when paired with that puzzle box, is single target burst damage. But his AoE damage and defensiveness are both going to be a bit lower than Kira's.
All right, so we'll see where that measures up. One thing in particular that I'm going to be looking at as a big marker of whether or not this works out for Liquid is the burn damage on Croth. I feel like the Puzzle Box plus Wild Guardian combo has to be insane on the fire damage amp, right? If that gives Liquid an extra 5 to 10% boss damage there, that could save them a ton of time, especially in the most dangerous part of the fight there, right? At the end of the fight, when that fire damage is pulsing and the deafening screeches are going out doing a ton of damage to your group, you really don't want to be there any longer than you have to be. So we'll have to see how the burn goes for Liquid there. They've caught up a little bit on the Guardian Sentry damage here. Single target, not really something you can gain too much of an advantage on, like we talked about in the previous 2 maps.
So I accept Devour, I think, has slightly better single target than the Eldrazi.
Kind of the difference in the Havoc versus the Devour.
So they're clawing back some of the gap already.
Send a Void meta on that Guardian Sentry, whereas Hearthjax has to be a little more perfect about when he wants to press that metamorphosis on his end.
Yeah, there's actually some nice synergy between the tank and DPS choices, the Druid and the DH.
Look at that wind boost gives me a heart attack if you say on the path.
Kira's doing more AoE, Hearthjax will do that funnel instead. Whereas on the side of Liquid, Cine is playing that Devourer instead of the Havoc, so he doesn't have access to that funnel. But then Yips is sort of pseudo-funneling with the Algathar puzzle box and that Wild Guardian, letting him just blast damage.
I will say, this pull for Dignitas is phenomenal for Eldrazi. This trash pull, right? 1 Proud Mob and a bunch of little birds. Hearthjax is destroying the Eagle right now. This should be very fast on their side.
On this Singleton Alpha Eagle pull.
No major cooldowns being expended for Liquid yet. Army just now being pressed for Wolf Disco. The timing of the cooldowns is incredibly important. It's something that we've identified as maybe one of the few weak points for Liquid.
I think Dignitas will be a little bit slower on this next pull.
Hasn't been the greatest.
Double Proud targets is kind of less good.
90-second cooldown is available on pull for Croth, so that it is then available once again for the second Ritual Winds phase for that fire damage amp. It looks like the lineup should be good for them. It's good for Yargi as well on the side of Dignitas. He'll have that available on the pull of the boss. Liquid still just a tiny bit behind in the dungeon. That 10 seconds that Dignitas killed Veximus first seems to be pretty much the same advantage that they have on the Alpha Eagles right now.
It looks like Dignitas will be finishing off this pull
so good for Dignitas, but Liquid
faster than Liquid. Coming out of the Guardian Sentry, it looks like they've actually extended their lead slightly. So they have dealt with these pulls faster than Liquid has.
Increasing in favor of
about 10 seconds, it seems, is the difference. So
look at the bottom of the screen.
No real change.
One flip was 10 seconds faster than Liquid.
Yeah, Dignitas have not dropped a single map, by the way, this entire weekend.
And then we
can they face the likes of Mandatory.
They kill the boss.
Liquid.
For Dignitas at the
they face all of the top teams this tournament.
Mark, whereas for Team Liquid,
and they have the ability to go 3-0 right here if they can close out
Liquid have gained
this final map. But I think Devour is better on Croth than Eldrazi is. So I expect Liquid to close the gap here.
Much of their team's power into this Guardian Druid single target damage. Can that be the difference maker for this team? Or are they going to
Are BlizzCon finals on stage? Yes.
Yeah. How is it going to work out for
I don't know. I assume so.
Massive wall of single target HP that the teams both have to work their way through, Dratnos, and every single
True, Kappa. So I think while Liquid will kind of close the gap here,
have to make sure
look at the boss's health, by the way, already.
Yeah, the Mistweaver monks do need to make
sure Hearthjax on the Eldrazi they'll create a gap once again when they get to Overgrown.
Enemies to be spinning crane kicking off of. Their healing rotation expands from one button to several in cases like this, but AJ and Sevi both able to keep.
I like this. So
safe.
Liquid opted to delay sending in the wind orb because Cine wants to be as close to his meta as possible when he picks up the orb, so he has as much damage as possible for the burn. Very, very nicely done.
That's probably not a recipe for success. Liquid, though, look at the boss damage here, Dratnos. They've actually pulled ahead on Croth.
And now this is where
Team Liquid, and I think that Yips
Liquid are going to continue to extend this
more DPS than Kira as a result of
extend this boss damage lead as we enter the Devour Void meta. We'll be getting to the burn first. The question I have for Dignitas, how much damage will the Eldrazi do during the burn? Because they can potentially make up some of that damage in the burn. Cine will have maximum damage for the end of his Void meta here. He should get 2 Collapsing Stars off.
Whereas for Liquid, they're actually now
he does not get the second Collapsing Star off. That is not ideal for Cine. Not the best burn in the world. Can Dignitas do better? Here we go.
Able to load damage into this burn. Will they be able to get Croth up to near where Liquid have it? It is at 12%.
Very good burn on the side of Dignitas. Boss popping for a ton of its health right towards the very end.
That burn was exited.
That
at
was
20%
necessary for Dignitas to close that gap.
15% for Dignitas.
Liquid having a
So
slightly
much more
worse
damage
burn
to
on
the
their
burn. They
behalf.
completely
It
caught
looks
up
like
on
this
the
boss will be
We
dying
were talking
roughly
about
the
whether or
same
not
time,
the damage
which
was
is
gonna be
really good
available
for
him
Dignitas.
on
Again,
this burn.
this should be
He
their worst
actually
boss
had the
compared to
pricing on the
Liquid.
haste
But if they
button,
can maintain the
because if he
lead,
pressed it
that's a
later
really good
on
sign
the
for them
fire
going into
burn, he would
Overgrown
not
Ancient.
have that button available for the next pull.
And they
It's
have managed to
vastly
do
more
so.
important to have
About-
the Incarn for the mass
was it
AoE
2
pull.
seconds
And
faster?
because of that, Kira actually
They're
not
about 3
really
seconds
suffering
in
too
the
much
lead.
in single target damage.
Wow.
Dignitas kill the boss first. They open
Now,
up the gap. Yet
we can't go
another
straight into
7
Overgrown
seconds.
Ancient. We still have to kill off some Vile Lashers.
7
Which of the two
seconds
classes is better
the
than that?
advantage on
Is it the
boss
Devour?
split
Is
for
it the
Liquid.
Aldrachi?
Dignitas
I think the
are,
Devour
10
has slightly better
seconds ahead on
damage,
boss
but
one.
Aldrachi has
Yeah,
cooldowns on
barely
pull.
ahead.
Our Devour
It's 3
does
seconds
not.
for Dignitas.
Here we
It
go.
is absolutely all going to come out in the wash here. It's all
It
going
is
to be about
really
who
coming down to the
executes
wire here.
End of the dungeon better. Liquid in combat with this massive pull, bringing it sort of towards the Overgrown Ancient. Dignitas a little bit more methodically moving here, making sure to bait
Stinny
all of
only
these
entering his
circles
void meta
onto
right now.
basically the exact same location as each other, which means that the total amount of movement that they're going to have to do is minimized, increasing both the safety and their damage efficiency.
Yeah, I misspoke there at the end of the boss. Sorry, yeah, it is Dignitas who suffered a little bit on the cross split, but they did still kill the boss first, so the advantage still in their favor. This pull looks like it's going better once again for Dignitas. Like you said, the focus damage from the Havoc Demon Hunter, getting these lashers lower and lower. They've actually almost killed one of
The
them
pride
off.
damage from
All
the
three of Liquid's
Aldrachi
lashers
here isn't as
still
good as you think it would be,
very healthy.
because there are
This funnel
3
damage
crowd
from
targets.
Dignitas
So if you
is
kill
making
one
this battle
fast,
go so
it doesn't
much
make
more
much of a
cleaner,
difference.
even
You
though
have to
the
kill
Havoc
all
seems to be
3 of
doing
them.
200k less overall than the Devourer. These
Now they are
lashers
going to finish off the
still
last one
healthy for
just
Liquid.
there. Meanwhile, there's
Yeah, this is the important thing about the Havoc
Liquid are starting to work through the rest of their Vile Lashers. And it looks like Dignitas have actually managed to extend their lead. This is more than 3 seconds.
You are feeling so good about
So
your
having
contribution
cooldowns
there
on
because
pull,
you
as
pulled
Herjax
off the
did,
important
is
enemies
working to their
that allow
benefit.
you to spawn
And
this
now
boss. And Zyro,
we're
this
in
boss for Aldrachi
a
Reaper as
funnel
well
class's
is one
dream.
of the
Overgrown
absolute
Ancient
best
is the
reasons to
funnel
play this
boss.
spec. You are going to
Dignitas
have so
should
much wounded
pretty
warrior
heavily
when
extend their
all
lead
of
right
those
now,
little
but
planes
that
spawn.
requires them
Not to
playing
mention right
this
on
pull
pull here,
correctly.
all this
As we
trash
play
that
both
they
of the
tag
trash
is
packs
joining the
onto
fight
this
now, too.
boss, there is a lot of danger
Ooh, I like
here.
these.
We need to
Yeah,
get
by the
all of
way,
our kicks
Herjax
off.
has a little assist ping over his head whenever he drops the darkness, so everyone knows where to stand when he drops it. That's actually a nice little bit of tech. I gotta make that macro on my Demon Hunter as well. But yeah, dude, all of these hungry lashers, you have to make sure your Unholy DK doesn't steal
Stars and
that
Crossbows isn't
funnel as
have it
well,
on
but
all
they
3
also
bosses.
have
I think
the
Devour's
extra
also better than the
trash
last
being
boss.
dragged in on both sides by the Mistweaver Monk in order to make sure they'll have the funnel even as the hungry lashers go down.
Even with funnel,
This
I
Demon
think being
Hunter
ranged on the
going
last
to
boss is
destroy
just
the Overgrown
you
Ancient.
maintain
Liquid
uptime
now
so
in
much better.
combat with the boss as well, but the advantage both in pull time from Dignitas as well as funnel should be apparent here for Liquid. Now, Devourer
Now
Demon Hunter
Herjax has his
does
meta
get
come
funnel
up. The
as well,
boss
but it's a
should
little different
melt
type of funnel.
right
They get
now.
extra damage stacks from spawning all of the extra souls that they get on their class because of all of the extra mobs they're hitting with their Void Ray.
50%
But
lead right
It's
now.
a little bit different than how the Havoc
On the
Demon
side of
Hunter works. I
Dignitas.
think in general, like you said, Havoc should get
20%
most
lead
from it,
on
but
the side of
also needs a
Dignitas.
little too.
They
Yeah,
are
exactly. I
just
think that Havoc
pounding
really is
this tree
benefiting the most
into
from
the
it, but
dirt.
it is certainly not
Call
a
Dignitas
one-sided
lumberjacks
race as
with the
Dignitas
way they're
have the
farming
boss down
wood.
to
About to make a whole wooden
24%
armor set right here
already. The next ancient branch spawning for them. Probably
in
something they'll be able to
Minecraft.
just ignore and focus on the boss damage here. Team Liquid
Almost
boss at
30%
42%.
of a lead
Next
has
wave
been
of Hungry
opened
Lashers
on the
spawning
side of
for them
Dignitas.
as well, but Dignitas
Wow.
have opened up
Holy
a
cow.
massive lead relative to the difference between these two teams. The two teams
You
are
don't like
this
that?
close. A 30% lead on a boss is way more than anything we've seen up until this
30%
point in this
is crazy.
dungeon. Down it goes for Dignitas, a 343.
And all that remains for
boss split,
Dignitas
and they
is
are
one
already working
final
their way
pull
up towards
on
the
to
final boss
the
room. Just
last
13%
boss.
count needed as well. You can guarantee that this will be coming onto the boss for them.
Yeah, and again, Liquid's still on the back foot even after the boss goes down. Even if they were to kill the boss at the same time, they would struggle to be as fast as Dignitas here. Look at the count differential. This is the same setup as it was versus Mandatory. Dignitas only needs the 4 Echo Knights Actually, I don't even think they need an Invoker. I think it's just the 4 Echo Knights that they would need to kill this boss. They have the Invoker anyways. There's really no way to get that.
All right, can we play this clean? This is our Bloodlust. Cooldowns out on the side of Dignitas. Here we go. This pull is a little bit cursed with all these melee DPS. Maintaining uptime is very, very difficult.
This entire time I've been talking, Dignitas has already gotten through the first 20% of Echo of Dorogosa. The last 30% of Overgrown Ancient, it almost felt like it took him the same amount of time as the first 70%. That was so slow for them.
Yeah, that boss damage just really slowed to a crawl for Team Liquid. Now they are setting up for this pull onto the boss. Looks like
Dignitas is so far ahead
on the Invoker there. Something that Druids get to do, as those are Dragonkin, one of the eligible targets for that spell. So nice piece of tech from Liquid, but it is unfortunately going to be a small consolation
Herbie
for
though,
them, as
proccing the
Dignitas
cheat death.
have this boss
No longer have
nearly
access to that.
health. They
We
already
have killed
the
off
trash,
the
nearly
caster
dead. If
and
they
one
can hold
Echo
on for
Knight.
another 30
Still have
seconds,
3
another
more to
minute
go.
here, they are
1
gonna
goes
stamp their
down.
ticket
2
to
more
the
left.
victory here, to those gold
A second
medals.
goes
They
down,
just need
and
to
the
execute
third
final
will
little bit
follow.
of this
All that
dungeon.
stands before them. And winning the Season 1 MDI Finals is 44% of the Echo of Dorogosa. Surely, this is Dignitas' map
All of their
to
trash
win.
is dead. Just need one Invoker.
Oh, yeah,
just
one more
now
Invoker.
being gripped
Made it
in
up.
by Yargi. They had it hibernated off in the corner, so it wasn't going to pose any threats for them. That's just more funnel for Hearthjacks on the Havoc Demon Hunter. They are cruising to a victory. Liquid is doing everything in their power to keep it as close as possible on their end. They've got their lust push. They're doing a ton of boss damage. They've
A
closed
Shine,
the gap, but they're
a
still
Shine
25%
cruise
behind.
breathing with his
Liquid needs a
circle
miracle at
onto
this
the
point.
group
They need
and
these players on
dropping the
Dignitas
debuff
to
on the
finally
heads
take
of
a
his
point
teammates.
avoidable damage.
I respect the
But
hell
Drag
out of
knows
it.
These players on Dignitas are not going to let that happen.
No, they are not. Just
Correct, Rue.
23% left on Echo of Dorogosa. One remaining Invoker that came in a little bit late to the party, marked with that moon marker, is going to need to die as well for Dignitas to reach that 100% count mark. But there is no danger of that failing to happen, as that mob is already almost dead. Down it goes, and the boss enters the final 10%
Wow.
here. Liquid have
It's-
fought
I mean,
valiantly, but
Dignitas
Dignitas are on another level.
is just
entirely. The
on a
third
mission right
dungeon
now.
in a row of flawless
And really
execution
what it
of
seems like to me-
incredible strategic depth from Dignitas. Down goes the boss.
At
and
least
up go
in-
Dignitas to their second season victory in
Yeah,
a row.
congrats Dignitas.
Dignitas won the MDI
What it
crown
seems
last season,
like to
and
me,
their reign continues.
for the
Dignitas
last 2
are your
maps
MDI
and
Season
several
1
maps for this MDI
champions.
Finals,
They're taking
it
home
was the
$40,000
understanding
and the first
that
place medal.
Eldrachi
They
Demon
played to
Hunter
actual
is
perfection,
so
showing
strong.
everyone the world record-breaking limits of speedrunning in
There
World of
were
Warcraft.
almost
With
no
another
other
championship
teams
under their belts,
that
I
played
have
for
to
that.
say,
I think the only
long
other team
live
was
the
Interrupt.
Kings. Liquid showed up to a
Literally
finals in
no-
top
none
form,
of the
but
other
not
teams
even top
thought of that.
form was enough to conquer the sheer perfection. That
I'm
we
actually
got
supposed to show
see
how
from
calm
Dignitas
Dignitas
here.
is.
They'll have a chance for another rematch at BlizzCon, but for now, they are our second
Very
place
impressive.
winners
Congrats
of
to them.
Season 1. This was a phenomenal series, and yet I think Dignitas just showed us that they were on an entirely other level. I mean, my mind is still reeling. How about
Wow.
yours, Zyro?
3-0? Are you, dude?
Okay.
Dignitas have basically
Only
pulled up this
walked away
tournament
with 0 this
and been
time.
like,
But again,
yo, we heard that you guys thought
Dignitas
Mandatory were the
in this grand
favorites.
finals, in this
We heard you guys
tournament,
hyping
in
up
this
Liquid,
weekend,
hyping up Big
they
Lucky,
just
triple threat.
exemplified what a championship team should look
Let me
like.
show you
They
something
have
real
been
quick.
perfect all the way
Let me show you something
through.
real
Even
quick.
in this grand finals, 3 maps.
Dignitas have
world
ended this
records,
series
and there
without
wasn't
dropping
one.
a
These
single
guys are
map.
absolutely insane, and every
That is
bit
insane.
of deserving as any other team would be to be a 2-time back-to-back champion. They're an elite company there. Only 3 teams have ever done that. Echo, Mandatory, and now these guys, Dignitas.
Yeah, Sean, it's like
Incredible
details
gameplay
meters.
from them.
Gotta
Or
love
damage
seeing them
meters.
pull it off, and makes you had some more
Not
insights
logs
as
numbers.
you were watching, I'm sure, as well through this map.
I do, and
That they show with that
my
infographic.
first insight is this Dignitas team. They're insane. Really, they're insane. I've been closely watching, trying to look for any misstep, for any mistake, for any just deviation of perfection. And I found one, we'll get there in a little bit, but starting us off with the very start.
I mean,
and
that was
familiar
incredible,
picture
dude.
we had in the other maps as well. The first
Dignitas was
pack
built
ends,
different.
and somehow Dignitas is already ahead by like 2 seconds. Now here it is. Everybody lock on to Hearthjacks here, okay? This
Locking
is
on.
the only mistake I could find in this entire segment. Boom. There.
Oh, we got
Get
stunned.
Okay, that's it. That's the only mistake this team has
Wow,
made.
we're really flaming
in this
Hearthjacks like
entire
that? That's
series
crazy,
that
Meeks.
We were able to get on screen. Now here, everybody was like, wow, Liquid is accelerating. Wow, Liquid is able to claw back. For a second, I was like, maybe we'll go into another series, into another map in the series. And then I remembered, we're playing Devour Demon Hunter on the side of Liquid. We're playing Havoc Eldrazi Reaver on the side of Dignitas. And
Eldrazi Reaver.
yeah, that was really the difference maker in this last third of this dungeon. You're looking at this and you're thinking, okay, how much difference could it really be? But first, it lets us actually clear the area to the Overgrown Ancient. And then, the boss damage on this guy, I will show you in a second. It is ridiculous what this Havoc Demon Hunter is doing. Look at this. This is what the funnel damage
Dude.
of a Havoc Demon Hunter
That's
does
absurd.
to Overgrown Ancient. This is why you're playing that. And if you compare that to any other team, you will quickly see.
Yo,
that
so
this is
guys,
not normal at
what do we
all.
think about
This is
Eldrazi
really what
for push
accelerated
keys?
things there
Thoughts?
so much.
Thoughts?
towards the end of the
Anyone?
dungeon, and I mean that just kept going. Echo of Doragosa, all those additional adds. It's just beautiful.
Are we playing
chef's kiss.
Eldrazi on live or what?
Respect for the best team, for the best finish.
No bias.
That's a
Or is it an
Havoc-
MDI
that's a
only
Havoc
thing?
Demon
Of course,
Hunter
no
player.
half.
Just so everyone is aware.
You see this? Yeah. Yep. No, I mean, honestly, Makes, I'm so happy that this proved your point, because even just looking at that, it is wild. And you
Anyone
can
else playing
see it in
today? No,
action
that was
as
last
they went
match.
through the map, just how that damage played such a massive
That was the
role.
final matchup.
Of course, this means, though, with Champions Crowned, that our full season has shaken out. Our teams have all completed their series, and there is nothing left to be run. So let's look at the bracket and take a look at where it all ended up. Dratnos, can you give us a little bit of a lowdown of this weekend?
Yeah, so of course we started off with a day one featuring a bunch of 2-0 results. I think largely what people were expecting, although Big Lucky versus Liquid was a huge unknown. We got to see that rematch happening again later in the weekend. Then we had Mandatory versus Liquid in the upper quarterfinals. That rematch happened later and went the other way than it
Wow.
did up there. Dignitas also sent
Dignitas with the
down to
clean
lower bracket.
sweep.
Now in that lower bracket, a lot
Beating
of teams were
all
sent
the
home,
top
unfortunately
contenders,
for them. In particular,
2-0,
I wanna shout out
2-0,
Triple Threat, who looked
3-0.
so solid on their
Only team
strategy.
they
had
didn't
such
beat was
cool
Big
ideas
Lucky.
for how to make Arms Warrior the best spec in the game in a lot of dungeons.
But wow.
And then a few little execution mishaps ended up cementing their ticket home rather than their ticket to BlizzCon. Then we've had
Does go quite well in
today's
BlizzCon,
matches.
perhaps,
What
where you
incredible
kill and
setup
chain
matches
over
today.
and over,
Dignitas versus
kill the important ad,
Mandatory,
chain the rest, and
dispatching
repeat.
them in 2-0
Maybe.
fashion, sending Mandatory down to the lower bracket where Liquid
Yeah, Arms
were
does
able to
kinda do that, I
dominate
guess.
After being sent down by Mandatory, they were able to beat both Big Lucky and Mandatory to make it back.
You know how much
to
easier it was to
grand
get into
finals
keys
here,
as
but
sub after you and
Dignitas
Zero were done in
have
Group
just been
A?
the story of the weekend. 2-0, 2-0, 2-0,
We encourage the
3-0.
pugs to start running
Dignitas
rogues.
flawlessly making it through.
It's not
and
looking good
winning
now, let me
this
tell you.
Season.
The consistency was just
Falls really quick and
unreal
high
from
keys
that.
because the
At
second
that
funnel
point, now, when
dies,
you
the
see
spec has no
Dignitas,
damage,
I'm
and
just
just
like, oh,
overall
yeah,
less. I
this
guess
is
not
gonna
very
be a
good for
perfect
turn
run.
very far.
And I know
Well,
it's
that's
not always
the thing
case,
is you
and
would
there was that little
like. I'm sure
stumble
there are
you pointed out,
dungeons where you
Nate,
could play around
but
it.
really, their gameplay just has escalated. And for a team that
Echo isn't in
like,
the tournament.
voiced some
There's no
doubts
Echo does
about
not exist anymore.
speedrunning, honestly, I wonder if this just hasn't been like their secret talent this whole time.
The
because
former
they are
Echo
just
members
phenomenal.
are
And
either
this
not
kind of
playing
lets us
or have
look
joined
back, I think,
mandatory.
on the season as a whole, not just where we ended up. So, Zyro, what did you think of season 1 in its entirety?
Just an unbelievable level of competition. Looking at the teams that we had put together for this competition, we had returning teams like Dignitas, of course, previously Miscount, now under that Dignitas banner, Liquid as well as a returning team. But we had these new super teams that we were curious how that would mix into the fold. Of course, this mandatory team, how would they look? They looked great in cups. They didn't look that great today. They'll be coming back with a vengeance for BlizzCon for sure. And of course, the new team in Big Lucky, they look fantastic. I think they're going to be a team that puts on a show at BlizzCon as well. In general, the level of competition is the highest it's ever been. It keeps getting better every season. We keep saying that every season, and then we keep getting some.
Are we going to hear the interview again?
Next season, I just can't wait for BlizzCon because these teams are going to be cooking for months, and we're going to see what that looks like in a few months' time.
Right, I've been thinking the same. I mean, if every season just keeps getting better, Makes, how good do you think these already impressive teams are going to be by the time BlizzCon rolls around?
Honestly, I'm really excited for it because, of course, a lot can change until then. We don't know what is going to come for us at
Echo exists in my
BlizzCon, so
heart.
these teams better be ready.
An echo exists in my room if I yell really loud.
A bigger point
Echo!
here, I feel like in the past couple of seasons,
Okay, that was kind of bad. I don't know why I did that.
level
How
of
would you
the
play
MDI
around Havoc in Skyreach?
Association has really risen. We've got
Skyreach,
more
I
and more
think,
teams that
would
can
be...
reach up to
You would
that
play around it
highest
the same way you
caliber
play around an
play,
Arms Warrior.
which has
If
been
you've seen,
amazing, and it's such a treat to watch these guys
if you watch
really
Triple Threat in their
awesome and
Skyreach,
do so
exactly
many
like
cool
that.
things, so really,
Well, maybe not
I'm so
exactly.
glad
Maybe it's
this
not
has been
Kilo
such a
scales up. You'd have to like adapt,
I know,
but
me too. I think we were even talking about it at the
Arms
start of
Warrior
the
also
day,
needs funnel,
this
so
idea
teams
that
like will
in the
CC
past,
mobs and
maybe
have
some
them
of
come
these
in late.
teams kind of sat at the top for a while, right? We saw Echo be so strong, or Echo
But
adjacent
it could be the
teams
case. I mean,
so
I'm sure there are
strong
dungeons
for
that
so
Eldrachi will be
long,
worse
but
at.
it really
Like,
feels like in recent seasons, there's
Dignitas
this
didn't play Eldrachi in
opportunity
every
for
dungeon,
new blood,
right?
for new challengers, and for this talent that has kind of been fostering itself, coming in, trying, practicing, to really rise and show us unbelievable runs like we got to see from Dignitas today. And now everybody, hopefully we will have an interview starting very soon for you. But again, this season was just one that I think deserves to be thought of. It deserves to be rewatched too, or if you miss any weekends chat, check it out. But Dratnos, I mean, the teams, the dungeons, this has been an amazing start. Do you think we're going to only see even more with the rest of Midnight and BlizzCon?
Yeah, I can't wait to see what the MDI looks like at BlizzCon. We are going to have 4 absolutely incredible teams that will be joining us there. We'll have Big Lucky, Liquid, Mandatory, and Dignitas all there. We will get to see some rematches of the matchups that we saw today. And I think the way that these series went today should make it so that anybody who's watched them will want to watch any rematch between any of these 4 teams.
Yeah, I want to see them all face off again, because I feel like there were teams where today I was
I
just
want to
like,
hear them.
ooh, we know you can play better than this.
I want to hear them talk about how the format's going to work for the
Big
tournament.
Lucky, I really think that they've got some runs that are so good, but where can they show more? And then, of course, Liquid and our champions here, Dignitas, who had really good strats, but no doubt are going to be looking, refining, trying to take as much as they can. So it's going to be really impressive to see what they bring to the table. But for now, here in Season 1, your champions are Dignitas. They have a sponsor this season, but they honestly don't even have the ghost of Miscount hanging over them any longer, because they were
Keep pissing
flawless
Joyce.
in
I
their
did not say that.
performance. We are very lucky to have a couple of the players here with us.
Well,
who are
maybe I
ready to
did,
do
but
a
take
bit
it
of
out of
an interview.
context-
So
out of
let's
context.
get into it as we have Hearthjax and Yargi joining us. Hey guys, we're so happy to see you here again.
What's up, guys?
Hello. What's up?
hey. Now, I know it's been a huge weekend and a huge day. Honestly, though, seeing you perform, you made it look easy. You made perfect runs look easy, just constantly back to back. So incredible job. And I have to ask, just starting us off, we knew you were already really strong with TGP, but seeing how you performed with speedrunning, were you feeling as confident coming into the season as you ended up playing in this format? I'll start with Hearthjax.
Well, I think we adapted better to the MDI than we expected. I mean, I think compared to like our team's previous attempts, we have like a very well synergized team now as well. Like I think we work together very well. However, I feel like personally I felt a little less confident going into this tournament than previous ones, because we had one member move.
Dude,
like, change, place
they
of
give
living,
Heartjax the
midway
talking
through the,
animation when he's
you know,
speaking.
like,
That's kind of
shortly
cool.
before finals, so that was rough.
Okay. So I have a question. I guess I'll take this one. Hearthjax, you can take this one. We noticed. Well, you were probably doing it all weekend, now that I think about it, but we noticed specifically in this grand finals that something that all of you guys were doing was just taking 0 or next to 0 avoidable damage, literally like the entire series. There was even a dungeon, I think it was the Magister's Terrace, where Yargi, Verb, and AJ took 0 avoidable damage, and Hearthjax, you might have stubbed your toe somewhere, you took 100k avoidable damage. Is that something you guys are like actively trying to do to make sure you don't have to do any extra healing, or is that just like you're so practiced at the dungeons that it just happens naturally?
I had no idea actually about the statistic.
Oh,
Uh,
so you're just
I
insane.
sent it to
All right, cool.
AJ, so you have a screenshot.
yeah. Well, I had. I mean, that just I think that came with a lot of practice. However, I think regarding this statistic on Devour specifically, sometimes it's actually beneficial to take some available damage, like press a wall, stand in a puddle, and finish a cast.
Yep.
Yeah. Especially
True.
in MDI, where like canceling a collapsing star could be like very impactful compared to soaking a puddle, which is not gonna kill you anymore.
For sure. I have a question, and maybe to you, Yargi. You guys were playing against mandatory first series today. In that series, you had not one, but 2 disconnects. In each of the dungeon, a little bit of stuff went wrong with AJ there. You had to play through Rukran without having your healer present, which I'm sure was scary as heck. What went through your head after you saw that message in that Skyreach from the admins that goes like, oh, congratulations, you've won this map, you've won this series? What were you like thinking at that moment?
I mean, obviously I couldn't believe. I think no one could believe. It's Skyrim is such a map that you need like every second of uptime on boss, especially on bad boss. Like you want to tank 2 AoEs to do all the time damage. We couldn't do it. Like we had to go LOS and rescue AJ to safe spot because he did it. So honestly,
Yeah.
I have no idea how we won this. The first map, luckily for us, they also wiped in Magister because we also did it, and it was this DC from AJ in Magister Terras was only death from all the matches this weekend from us. So it was
Yeah.
pretty
Wow.
cool. If not this DC,
We
it
won't
would
count
be
that
actually
one.
zero
Don't
death.
worry.
Okay.
That's actually
It was
crazy.
zero death.
0 death weekend if it wasn't for the DC.
I have a question for both of you, I think, but let's start with Hearthjax. What was the spec variety rule like for you guys? It seemed like that was a rule that your team really min-maxed and optimized in your group weekend. Was that a fun process for you? Was that something you enjoyed doing, or did you like having the map bans and getting to just play everything you wanted with no restrictions this weekend?
Good question.
Well, it was for me. It was a relief after the tournament. I think it was fun, like from the perspective, but you know, it felt like we could actually focus our practice towards finals finally. I think we did actually quite well in this full, and yeah, it was also like really hard to play all those new classes and specs. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
I have one last question, and I think this is the
I
last
wanted
one for
Yargi to
me.
answer it, man.
And this is again for Hearthjax here. You guys were very indexed on this Eldrachi Reaver Havoc Demon Hunter pick, which looks like it played out incredibly well for you guys. You got a lot of funnel damage. Makes us very happy about it, obviously,
Huge
being
fan.
a Havoc Demon player yourself. How did you guys find this pick? How did you play around it? Because you were really the only team that made great use of it.
Okay, so it got decently buffed like shortly before finals. So this didn't exist for groups, for example. And we saw that its funnel is absurd. Like you do double of other DPS damage on like a tree boss in Academy, for example, which seemed very beneficial in MDI, right? In some matches like Magister Stars, Academy. It was also in Seed. This also like in Seed. I don't think it was like crazy, but it allowed us or like made easier pulling 2 Rift Wardens together, so that was cool as well. And I also personally felt like the power was not that hot in that key. Yeah.
Nice. I mean, seeing your pick, seeing how you played, honestly, it was just so impressive throughout this weekend. And of course, all of this kind of leads ahead even to BlizzCon, which we know is waiting. So Yargi, I'll toss this one to you, but do you feel like the BlizzCon experience is one that's going to be one to remember? I think it's your first time, right?
Yeah, it will be my first BlizzCon. So definitely excited for that. I said last interview I'm not the biggest fan of leaving home, so we'll see how it works out for me, but I will try my best, I guess, on the stage.
You're gonna do great, honestly. You know, they keep saying with BlizzCon that you're not just like leaving home, you're coming home. So it'll be like a second
Homebody,
home, just
same.
on a big stage in front of a lot of people, I think.
I would add that.
Okay.
Just on a big stage, but you can have like a blanket and snacks and stuff. It's all good, I'm sure. Yeah. Honestly, though,
Sounds good.
everybody, Excellent. It's been such an amazing season, and to all of the team, we just are so impressed. It was so good seeing you come back stronger than ever and just deliver these incredible runs to us. So we'll let you go, but before we do, let me just give you a second to do any shout-outs that you need. Hearthjax, is there anything that you want to shout out in addition, or anything that you want to call out before we let you go?
Yeah, of course, our org, first of all, Dignitas, which we're happy to be picked up by this tournament. Our friends and our fans as well. They were very supportive for the whole tournament. The team, of course, as always. And yeah, I suppose that's it.
Awesome. Yargi, anything you'd like to shout out?
Yeah, I mean, I guess our org, or my teammates, everyone that was cheering for us, and in the end, special shout out to the Shindik that predicted on his YouTube channel video every game during these finals, like perfectly, every game. So shout out to him for that. Yep. Before the weekend, he predicted every game.
Sounds like we need to get him on the desk for our predictions, because ours were all over the place, even with the help of cats coming in from the caster
way,
crew and
Yargi,
everything
dude.
else.
That's
so
crazy.
Maybe we'll consider
That's
it for the
fucking
future.
crazy.
But thank you both so much. Congratulations again. We are so happy to see
Holy
you back
shit.
as a returning champion now.
Dude,
for 2
W
seasons in a
Yargi.
row. So get some rest.
Oh
Can't
my
wait to see you
God.
both and everything
Yo.
else at BlizzCon. Bye.
Yo, dude, congrats, guys.
Thanks so much.
That was super fun to watch. Dude, good shit. Oh my God.
Wow, this was honestly like such an incredible season. We couldn't have asked for a more intense opening season here in Midnight.
What?
Dignitas's win today, and this whole weekend just gave us run after run after run that really showcased what is
That's
the
insane,
absolute
bro.
best of speedrunning in Mythic Plus. Now, of course, our dungeons have fallen
Dude.
silent, but the echoes of our team's
W.
legendary runs will be heard for seasons to come. Dignitas took that speedrunning to new heights, proving themselves to be the king of the keys in any format. Liquid came in just behind them, though, for
Holy
a second
fuck.
time, and they'll no doubt be looking ahead to BlizzCon for another shot to dethrone them. This season has been one to remember, and that was in no small part thanks to my fellow casters here on deck,
I mean,
our amazing production team, and all of you.
It's
that
crazy
watched.
that it
And while our
worked out
season
that
one
way.
roadmap
Let me
has
let me
reached
say
its end,
that.
the road is taking us
I
somewhere
gotta buy a
even
lottery ticket or
bigger.
something, I guess.
Home. We'll all be counting down the days until BlizzCon, when our grand finals unite our top teams live on stage for a high-stakes speedrunning showdown. The road home to BlizzCon brings us the ultimate celebration of Blizzard's
Are they
games
gonna
and the
talk about this
community
event
that
at all or
unites
no?
us all. We can't wait to see you all there. Thank you all for an amazing Season 1 of Midnight. Bye, everybody.
I guess not. So that means Liquid, Mantor, and Dignitas are going to BlizzCon? Correct, yep. And Big Lucky. So those 4 teams will be advancing. The top 4 teams of the tournament. Dude, that's crazy. Holy shit. You want to know what happened? All right, I'll tell you guys. So before the tournament began, I put out a video where I talked about the MDI, and here's the link. At the end of the video, I did a prediction for the entire series, and every one of my predictions was correct. Which is insane. I mean, there are some matches that were like some of the matches were, okay, day one, predicting correctly there wasn't like anything crazy. I guess the number 1 seeds, and then I guess that Liquid beat Big Lucky, right? But the further into the bracket it got, the more like kind of obscure it became. I didn't really know how good like the Chinese teams were. I didn't really know how well Dignitas and Mantor and Liquid would stack up to each other, but I mean, we just guessed correct, I guess. Yo.
Yeah, it's coming. That's next, I'm sure.
Zorthas, appreciate the raid, dude. Hope it a good good react sesh.
Thank you, Blizzard. Thank you,
W
guys.
verb. Holy Warcraft! Wait,
Holy moly. With the 20 gifted,
Warcraft
yeah.
with the 20
Pretty good.
gifteds? Yo, chills.
Too much.
Congrats.
Thank you, thank you. GG indeed. Yo, Shindig, my god. Oh,
Big Lucky winning over Triple Threat was crazy predict. That
Thank you, bro.
that was a stretch, but it worked out, I
Honestly,
guess.
I don't know what's more impressive. What we
Bragg
did
was 11-14. I lost the last 3 in a row. What was your final 3? Zorth asks.
That was pretty crazy as well.
I mean, I think that was a crazy predict, and then also Mandatory beating Liquid and then losing to them, I thought was kind of like a stretch, but
That's right.
oh, you have it? Oh, I see.
Really gifted again. Appreciate it. Thank you for the gratis, of course.
So you had Big Lucky beating Liquid, and then Mandatory
Now we just gotta follow
beating
up.
Dignitas in the finals. Okay. What did you
Well, fucking play.
how did you make this? I had to like just use a random bracket predictor website. Like this looks way nicer than what I use. Oh, you just use MS Paint? Okay, fair enough.
Dignitas part of Echo? No. Dignitas is a
Big Lucky was
secret
13 seconds off being Liquid, game 3. It's a fair prediction. I mean, this was a really close series. You're not wrong.
You scared about BlizzCon because you're not playing from home? I'm not scared about it personally, but it will be very
You're not
different.
wrong. You're not wrong.
Congrats from CN Caster. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you, Iris. W.
But alright guys, I'm supposed to be doing live keys today.
True,
I don't know where my
actually.
team is. So
BlizzCon, we're all gonna have the same internet, so we can't have the Polish internet.
no Polish internet. Alright,
That's
W.
a W.
Yeah, I can't use ping as an excuse, I guess. I'll just hang out in WoW, I guess. I still want to upload the rest of the series from today. I was editing the Big Lucky versus Liquid one real quick. Yeah, I'll end it with the gifted. Appreciate you. And the gifted Yargi. Appreciate you. Hangs out, dude. Unda's everywhere, man. Unda, guys, back when I first started, okay, not first started streaming, but back when I streamed early in the War Within, I was like a one viewer Andy. Unda was like one of my very first viewers. He's in there, dude. He just hangs out, man. He's just an enjoyer of the community. Put on some music? Yeah, I can. Yeah, I can.
You want to mind like 10 years ago or whenever I streamed? That, wow, dude. W. Undead out here keeping the community alive. Oh, pops here. All right, canvas big again. You know what? Here's what we're gonna do. I upload the rest of these the videos, but while I'm doing that, I'll maybe do some keys on the road. Let's see me do some road keys. I also need to do vault keys. I haven't done any of those. We'll play the game a little bit. Vault keys for what? I mean, that's actually kind of a good point. I guess I don't really need to do vault keys, but for the love of the game, I guess. Actually, I literally don't need vault keys on this guy. All right, never mind. Maybe I can get a 21 seat instead. Maybe we can get 21 Brazil. I kind of want to play some more Asa Rogue, actually. I was flirting with the cancel aura macro last time I played. Exploring how that felt. Yo, Piston George for the tier 1. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. All right, videos exporting. Oh. Good. Yo, any 21 seats, perhaps? Nope. Okay. All right. All good. Feral? What the? I'm not a feral. Bro already uploaded his VODs? I'm uploading games right now as we speak. Take one or your of Unus clips and post as a short. The when Yargi was like Shadow Shindig, dude, that could go hard, yeah. Dude, I can't believe those guys even saw it. To be fair. Like that video didn't even do that well. It like I posted it. If I was smart about it, I would have made that video like a day or two earlier than I did. But I didn't think of it until like the day before. And from like a performance perspective, I knew it was going to do well, but like I wanted to make it just for the fun of it. Saw it to Eldrachi and went for an academy. How about that? You trying it out? Guys, do I have to log Eldrachi? Is that what I gotta do? Where the prediction video though? It's right here. I'll put it in the YouTube chat. All right, here, you guys want? I'll show you guys the editing process because I'm kind of distracted by this right now. I want to get this done ASAP, but I feel like I don't want to turn stream off right away because I'm going to key soon potentially. So here's how this works. All right, we go to video producer. I'm gonna highlight. So I've already done Big Lucky versus Liquid. Find a section where the next game was Mandatory versus Liquid. So we're looking for that. Oh, this is the finals. There it is. All right, something like that is fine. And then we're going to find the end just loosely. Okay, that's good. Mandatory versus Liquid. Publish. Now this will take a second. Whenever that finishes, we'll download it. Meanwhile, I'm uploading. So we're going to download it. We throw it in my editor. I like trim the start and finish and then like any like empty periods between. Just like not a whole lot of effort, but like a little bit. Then we got to work on a thumbnail. All right. So we rock Canva here. Oh, wrong one. One sec. Yeah. You guys gonna have a laugh when you see this. Oh, actually, you can't see it. That's fine. I'll scroll down and show you. There's a couple cutouts of my face here. Hey, copy. Open. I need the image from here. I take a screenshot right at the start of the key. Right here. Oh, I took it too early. There it is. Lovely. Swap this out. Beautiful. This is lower bracket finals. I'll give it a different color. I forgot to change color yesterday, but to differentiate the finals and semifinals, I want to change the color. So we'll do like more purplish or something. Good. I would add my face on here somewhere, but I didn't want to use the same face for every single thumbnail, and rather than have to like strike a pose like 18 different times or however many matches there were, I was like, I'm not gonna add my face. So we're just doing this. So we're going to share, download, but yeah, really simple. JPEG. Okay. And then I'm still waiting for so the video I downloaded, I've edited, I'm currently uploading it. It's still uploading the previous series, which was Big Lucky versus Liquid. So we're gonna do that one next. The thumbnail on what it's like to compete in MDI is fire, by the way. Appreciate that. New thumbnail faces on stream. I my computer like gallery, which is just like photos from your camera, which you take screenshots of, which is what I use to like take these thumbnail photos, is just full of pictures of me making all kinds of faces. That is the meta. But we'll see here. Maybe this video is done. Checking. Yeah, so Metroid vs. Liquid, we're gonna download this now. Once this is downloaded, I'll open it in my editor, and then we'll work on that. I can do let's highlight the last game since I'm here. All right, that's fine. Dignitas versus Liquid. Publish. Is there a reason you don't take phone photos, then mail them to yourself to throw them in a Google Drive? I don't like the way my phone photos turn out. If you had to make a face for the last series, aka Liquid vs. Dignitas, what would it be? Well, you just rip that on stream? Something like that. All right, so the upload is finished. I can then... We're going to go... What can I show you guys here? I think I can show you guys the entire create video process if you're curious. I think that's fine. All right, so we're gonna go here. Create. Upload video. Select file. 26. Big Lucky versus Liquid 2. Upload this, and then we gotta put a title. We're gonna use copy and paste from another title I have. Versus Big Lucky. Big. We can get the thumbnail that we worked on. We'll pull that. I think it's this one. I forgot to name it. No, that's the wrong one. Change. This one? That's not right. Did I do the wrong one? Oh, this is the wrong thumbnail. Speedy, what up? Yeah, I'm just uploading videos right now. Yeah, we'll just call this mandatory versus liquid. Oh, actually, that's okay. Okay, I need a different. I need an earlier game. There it is. I have this BlizzCon icon for like BlizzCon qualifiers matches, but don't need that anymore. This was the semis. So I want the color here. What color was this? That. Low bracket semis. Yup. That looks good. JPEG. Alright. Back over here. Change. Bang. So not BlizzCon qualifier. Lower bracket semi-finals. MDI day 3. I like to put a little description. Between liquid and I actually want to swap these. I like the order of the names of the teams to match the picture. Winner advances to the grand finals. And the loser finishes is eliminated. Finishes 4th. Beautiful. Playlists, MDI, done. No, it's not for kids. Check the volume. Make sure it looks good. We're processing the video. Okay, it's still working. Well, that's fine. Monetize. Yes. On. Next. Add suitability. None of the above. Submit. Next. 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 And then I'll set it to public once it finishes uploading. That is the upload process. The only thing I haven't shown you guys is Adobe here. So I'll briefly show you guys this. And then I'll just do this on the other monitor. So I've already finished Big Lucky, right? We're uploading that right now. I'm going to save this. We're going to go new project. We'll do the next matchup, which was mandatory versus liquid. Great. Oh, number 2, because I guess it's their rematch. Great. I need the name of the file. Have I downloaded it yet or no? I forget. I think it's this one, 279682. Refresh it. 279682. This one. Import. Beautiful. We're going to turn the gain up 4. So it's louder for the VOD. And then whenever I start talking about something that's relevant to the dungeon, we'll start the video there. I like starting the map bans usually. So we'll cut. Okay, I kind of go off tangent here. Cut this. I don't say I'm AFK here, so we're skipping all this. Cut this out. Oops. Misinput. Delete. All right, W. We're going to skip through all this because we're leaving this all in. Same thing. Look at this, like, empty period here. I'll leave this in because some people want to see the damage. Okay, that's probably fine. Skip ahead here. I'm AFK again. For some reason, your YouTube music isn't playing for YouTube. Is that on purpose? Yeah. If my music played to YouTube, I would get copyright strucken. Copyright striked. Oh, I can put the chat back up, by the way. All right, you guys are back. Hello. Oh, we're skipping a lot here. We'll skip to here because this is kind of cool. Find the end. Oh, this is after the matches ended. Dude, I am just straight yapping at the end of the ski here. Fuck it, I'll finish this explanation. All right, cool. I guess the end of this matchup was kind of unspectacular, so I wasn't really talking about it. Actually, I'm just gonna end it here. The rest of this is like super out of context. All right, cool. Beautiful. So our next for this. Tori versus Liquid. 2. I will export this, and then whenever that's done, that's the whole process. Now you guys know. W. I'll do the rest of this probably on my own, or on my other monitor now, but yep. Here's the Big Lucky versus Liquid match. Just publishing this now. You guys want to check it out? Publish. There it is. Push left method? Where are you hearing this? Verb said that? What? Is he like joining another guild or what? I think like if no teams have any deaths, I think Liquid is. I think like if no teams have any deaths, I think Liquid is. Oh, you guys hear that? My bad. Oh, you linked his character? Is it not method or something? Use him falling out with other people. Really? Wait, I'm super quiet. I gotta check that. I'm really quiet in this video. Hold up. Guys, the link I shared might be fake. I might re-upload it. I'm really quiet in this one. I might have to re-upload. That plus burnout? Yeah, maybe. I mean, it happens. Like, race roll first is a lot. Guild that speaks your native language. What did he go to a guild where that's true? I don't know. What is his native language? I don't know what it is. Isn't he Swedish? I don't know. Oh, is that the guild he joined? I mean, maybe, yeah. Don't know though. Haven't asked him. Or haven't talked to him. That's interesting. Damn, bro. Not gonna lie, big part of the reason I would watch Method Raid was to watch Kush. That guy was a beast. But yo, guys. 188. Okay. I think I actually am going to turn stream off here. So it sounds like we're not going to play for another couple hours. And I could do like pug keys and stuff, and I was thinking about it, but I don't know, bro. I can't really it's hard for me to like engage the stream and also upload these videos. So I think I'm just gonna focus on getting the videos up and also make some food. And I'll see you guys probably in a couple hours. All right. So I'm gonna stream for a bit. I'll send you guys over to somebody else probably. Roll on channel real quick. Sure, I can do that. I've heard this before. Okay. I was not back yesterday, but I will be back today. Surely. Surely, right? Let me hit this. I gotta speedrun this though. I turned it up a lot. I guess I need to be louder though. Interesting. I'll figure out later. Blake. Yo, Worth, take it easy, man. Stern. That's not a word, really? Stern. Oh, I spelled it wrong. Okay. Sigh. Say. Stone. Oh. Stove. I would use DT. Spore. I would use star. Is spode a word? That is a word. Okay, there's a P in it. Probably sep. Is it like slept? I already guessed T though. I already guessed E in that spot as well. Sepia? What is that? I'm guessing it. Okay. All right. High five, Luma. Good work. I don't know what that word means. I would not have guessed that. Good shit. Scrandle. It's a color, is it? Give me that. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Pulled pork and gravy or burgers and kebabs? Probably the burgers and kebabs. Yep. Zella, what's up? So that makes everything brown? It's a fish. No price data again. Fish and chip buddy or loaded chips? Loaded chips. Nice. Seal birdie sub or hot dog? This looks so much better. Yep. Big Daddy hot dog or a burger? Give me the Big Daddy dog. Amen. Pork gyros or jerk chicken nachos? I think I would rather have the gyro, but I'm going to guess people are going for the jerk chicken nachos. I was wrong. All right, my bad. Garlic fries. Really? I guess it does look better. Hot dog. Oh! Wait, I'm on a losing streak right now. Fully loaded hot dog.
Oh! What? Pie Mash and Liquor. Alright, cool. This one's hard, dude. Chicken burger, yeah. What? Okay, this was like the worst performance of all time. Alright. G freaking G. Okay, I'm sending you guys over to Hopeful. Raid Hopeful X. Yeah, I guess I got cooked. Oh well, it is what it is. Alright, I'll see you guys in a couple hours. Until then, take it easy. GG's.